Chapter 12-13. The underground gorilla that was released by Lin Qiao was injected with the mixture of catnip and rhizome plant by Ling Xiantong with a needle. The originally restless and roaring gorilla instantly fell to the ground and stopped moving. I don't know if the catnip will help you on Tianqing's condition. Give me some, I'll try. Lin Qiao stood in front of the window outside the cell and thought of this problem. So she asked Ling Xiantong for a tube of the catnip solution. Ling Xiantong nodded and asked Bao Xiaoying to bring a tube of catnip solution to Lin Qiao. Do you guys still want to follow me? Shouldn't you be going back to Haiqing? Lin Qiao took the solution and walked out of Ling Xuantong's lab. She immediately turned around and asked Wu Qingyue and Xiao Liqing. She still had a lot of things to do, so she obviously wouldn't bring Wu Qingyue. So it was time for him to leave. He had been in her base for so long. Did he think this was his home? Well, I really should go back. Wu Qingyue saw that she had blatantly driven him away, so he could only obediently return his son to her. Then he asked Xiao Liqing to prepare a car to go back to Haiqing. Lin Qiao sat in the car and said to Duanwan, "Let's go to Mount Wu first." Duanwan looked back at her blankly. "Aren't we going to test the medicine on Deputy Leader Yuan first?" Lin Qiao hugged Tingting and rubbed his head, but Tingting was annoyed and slapped her hand away. "No, let's bring Lu Tianyi and his people into the space first. The food in the space is rotting." Lin Qiao played with Tingting while replying to Duanwan. Okay. So it was like this. Duanwan drove the car out of the second base to the Wu Mountain plant base. Lu Jun and Xie Dong were already waiting at the intersection. "Where's Lu Tianyi?" Lin Qiao carried Tingting out of the car and asked Lu Jun. Lu Jun pointed in a direction and said, "On the mountain." Lin Qiao nodded and walked towards the small wooden house. While walking, she said, "Send someone to call him and his people over." Lu Jun nodded and waved to the side. A level 5 zombie leader level zombie walked towards her. After Lu Jun gave the order, he immediately flashed in the direction that Lu Jun had pointed out to Lin Qiao. When Lin Qiao and the others arrived at the open space in front of the cabin, Tong Tong ran out of the cabin. After seeing Lin Qiao, his expression froze for a moment before he suddenly quietened down. "Hello, Auntie Lin." He stood outside the door and greeted Lin Qiao, then carefully looked at his mother. Lin Qiao glanced at Tong Tong and nodded at him with a smile. Tong Tong seems to have grown a lot taller. Children grow quite fast. Tong Tong then dared to slowly walk towards Xie Dong. However, his eyes were fixed on little Tingting. "Do you want to play with little Tingting? Come over and hug him," Lin Qiao said to Tong Tong as he looked at the longing in his eyes. Tingting was a little worried. He put his arms around his mother's neck and said, "Brother Tong Tong can't carry me, can he?" He didn't want to fall to the ground. Lin Qiao looked at him. "How do you know if you don't try?" Hearing Lin Qiao's call, Tong Tong walked over to her with some eagerness. After hearing Tingting's words, he stopped in his tracks at a loss. Then, he revealed a conflicted expression. He had never hugged Tingting before. Previously, it was Lin Xiaolu and Wu Yueling who carried him. It was because they were older than him and had more strength. However, looking at Tingting's short body, Tong Tong felt that he should be able to carry him. Maybe, however, seeing that Tingting seemed to dislike him, Tong Tong was a little timid. Lin Qiao didn't give him time to hesitate. She directly carried Tingting in front of him. She said encouragingly, "It's okay. This kid is very light. If you can carry him, you can ask an adult to carry him when you can't." As she spoke, she handed Tingting over to Tong Tong. Although Tong Tong did grow faster than the average child, he wasn't too heavy. Although this kid was a little fat when he was born, he was only about 8 kilograms. Now, he was only about 5 kilograms. Tong Tong could carry him. Seeing that Lin Qiao suddenly brought Tingting over, Tong Tong instinctively reached out to hold him. Change like this. You have to hold his butt and hold his back so that he won't fall. After Lin Qiao taught him how to carry him, she threw her son to Tong Tong. At this time, Lu Tianyi also came over with a group of zombies. Because a few days ago, Long Qingying chased Kong Qingming back to Haiqing, Lu Tianyi left his work behind and came back. However, he still had to continue to help him, to let him pick up girls. Come. Hurry up and prepare things. The strawberries in my space are rotten. And vegetables. Lin Qiao saw him and immediately called out. Lu Jun and Xie Dong began to help her prepare a bunch of empty baskets. Lin Qiao put them all into her space. Then, she sent Lu Tianyi in the row of level 4 zombies behind him into her space and let them harvest vegetables and strawberries. I need to solve one of Yuan Tianqing's problems first. After that, Xie Dong, gather all the level 5 chieftains and level 6 kings who are ready to level up at the encampment. The rest can wait until next time. I will take them into the space to help them level up. Tell them to prepare their energy cores. Lin Qiao said to Xie Dong before entering the space. Yes. Xie Dong immediately turned around and left. Lin Qiao turned her head and looked at Tingting, who was still in Tong Tong's arms. She said to him, "You play with your brother outside. I will come out to pick you up after I finish." Oh, got it. Tingting looked up at her and nodded. In order to make it easier for Tong Tong to hold Tingting, Duanwan found a small stool for him to sit on. That way, Tingting wouldn't fall easily on his lap. However, Duanwan and Lu Jun were watching him from the side, afraid that something might happen to him. After Lin Qiao entered the space, she saw that Lu Tianyi and his level 4 subordinates were busy in the vegetable field. Some were picking beans, some were picking melons, some were picking strawberries, and some were picking vegetables. Speaking of the first strawberry field that Lin Qiao had planted, it had already spread to a large area. After not picking for more than 10 days, those big and plump strawberries were already ripe. Because there was no season in Lin Qiao's space, there was the energy in the air and the special soil. These plants kept growing and growing, the kind that wouldn't stop. When she appeared, the zombies only turned their heads to look at her and then continued with their work. Lin Qiao waved a cloud of black mist to cover herself. Then, she took off her clothes and threw them on the chair by the lake. Then, she jumped into the water with the black mist and dragged Yuan Tianqing out after a while. After putting on her clothes, she took a piece of clothing and covered Yuan Tianqing's important parts. Then, she took out the tube of medicine that Ling Xiantong gave her. Chapter 12-14. Throwing Yuan Tianqing on the grass by the lake, Lin Qiao directly opened his mouth and poured the mutant catmint into his mouth. Then she squatted beside him and stared at his body with narrowed eyes. At this time, Lu Tianyi slowly came over curiously and asked her with a puzzled expression, "I always felt that you were too close to Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng's family. Why? Did you know them before?" In fact, he had always been very strange. Seeing the atmosphere between his sister and the Lin family, he felt that something was wrong. They were too familiar, too familiar. But why was that? But he never knew when Lu Tianyi had contact with those people. He had been secretly paying attention to her and protecting her after the doomsday. He knew most of the things she did. But he just didn't find out that she had contact with the Lin family. Was it before the doomsday? Lin Qiao saw that after the mutant catmint entered Yuan Tianqing's body, it turned into a green energy that spread from his stomach. After hearing Lu Tianyi's words, she was stunned, then turned her head and looked at him silently. Lu Tianyi looked at her expression and knew what she wanted to say. But after waiting for a long time, he saw that she was still looking at him quietly and didn't speak. She clearly had something to say, but she didn't say it. What did she want to do? What's wrong? Is it hard to say? Lu Tianyi asked her more curiously. No. Lin Qiao immediately turned her head and continued to observe Yuan Tianqing's situation. How could she say that apart from this body and this face? She was no longer Lu Tianyu. Wasn't his sister. Lin Qiao couldn't say it. She felt that if Lu Tianyi knew that she was no longer Lu Tianyu, he might be very sad. After all, this was a family member that he sincerely protected. Even if Lu Tianyu didn't treat her as a family member, he still cared about her. But after a long time, he would know one day. After all, everyone knew, but he was the only one who was kept in the dark. This way, Lu Tianyi seemed very pitiful. At least he had to know that the family member he was guarding now only had a body, but his soul was gone. But she was hesitating whether to say it to him herself or let someone else say it. Then you haven't answered my question just now. Lu Tianyi looked at her and continued. Lin Qiao could only sigh and stand up when he saw that he was not going to let go. Looking at him, she said, "Do you want to know? Perhaps you don't want to know the truth." Lu Tianyi looked at him calmly, and the expression on his handsome face did not change. He just looked at Lin Qiao, his eyes as calm as water. Although his expression was calm, the words that came out of his mouth didn't mean much. Your words have given me a bad premonition. Lin Qiao looked at Yuan Tianqing on the ground and replied, "What did you think of?" She watched as the green energy lasted for a few seconds before it was quickly devoured by the black energy with flashing red spots. I think you should tell me yourself. After all, the real Lu Tianyu would never want to take care of others. Especially unrelated people, Lu Tianyi said and glanced at Yuan Tianqing on the ground. Then, he turned around and left calmly. His last sentence meant that if it was the real Lu Tianyu, even if he could build his own base. But he wouldn't do this for the survivors in the base. At least, she wouldn't care about Yuan Tianqing's current situation. Lin Qiao, this guy had already noticed something was wrong. He was only asking her now so that she could give him an answer personally. It seemed that she had to expose him. She didn't know how he would react. But since he already had some doubts, probably, it would be easier for him to accept the truth, right? Lin Qiao looked at his back as he walked towards the vegetable field and sighed again. Then, she turned her head and continued to stare at Yuan Tianqing's body. Although the green energy was quickly devoured by the black energy, if she didn't see it wrong. Before the green energy of the mutated catmint was completely devoured, it had a tendency to melt the black energy. It was just that the green energy was too little, so it was completely devoured by the black energy that was thousands of times more. This was the source fluid with the lowest degree of mutation that Ling Xiantong gave her. In other words, she could only find a purer catmint to save Yuan Tianqing and deal with the underground creatures outside. But where could she find a plant that was so clean that there was no trace of infection in this apocalypse? Although she knew it was impossible, there was always hope. What if a miracle happened? She had to believe that miracles could happen. After seeing the energy of the mutated catmint disappear, the black energy began to stir again without the suppression of the lake's energy. Lin Qiao hurriedly threw the naked man back into the lake to suppress him. Speaking of which, if this guy knew that she threw him around naked, what would he think? And, she came out of the lake again and put on her clothes. Lin Qiao took a dry towel that someone had prepared on a chair and wiped her hair while walking towards the small building. Since you want to know, then come in. When she got close to Lu Tianyi, she stopped, looked at him and said, then continued to walk into the small building. Lu Tianyi, who was squatting to pick the lettuce leaves, raised his head and looked at her back as she walked into the small building. Then, he stood up and gave the basket in his hand to a nearby subordinate. Only then did he start walking towards the small building. After entering the living room, he saw Lin Xiao sitting on the sofa and rudely rubbing her wet hair with her head tilted. "Sit down first." Seeing Lu Tianyi standing in the open space in front of the coffee table, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at him and pointed to the single sofa next to her. Lu Tianyi quietly looked at her, then walked over and sat down. Then, he straightened his back and put his hands on his legs. He spoke first, "Say it." Lin Xiao looked at him, and her hands stopped moving slightly. Then, she continued to rub and said, "After so long, it seems that you have already found out. In fact, you already have the answer in your heart. Do you really want me to say it? I'm afraid that you will be sad." Lu Tianyi's eyes slightly dropped to the coffee table. Hearing her say this, he suddenly showed a trace of a bitter smile, and the smile was full of sadness. He said, "But, knowing it sooner or later, won't I still have to know in the end? Do you think I will feel better if most people know and I am the only one who doesn't know?" Lin Xiao looked at him and didn't know what to say for a while. She could only remain silent for the time being. Lu Tianyi stared at the coffee table for a while, and the atmosphere between the two suddenly fell into a subtle state of silence. After more than 10 seconds, he asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 12:15. I'm still your sister, whether it's in the past or now. Lin Xiao looked at him and answered his question. But then she said, "Of course, if you don't want to accept it, then there's nothing I can do." Lu Tianyi looked up at her, his eyes were a little sad but fierce. "I want to know your identity." "Since you're not Lu Tianyi, then what's your name?" He had long suspected that this female zombie was no longer his sister, although at first he thought that her personality had changed because she suddenly became enlightened after dying once. But the longer he got along with her, the more he found that there was something wrong with her. Gradually, he couldn't reconcile her with the previous Lu Tianyi, and he began to find that the two of them were completely different people. It wasn't until he died that he had a dream. In the dream, he dreamed of the scene of Lu Tianyi's death, just like the news he had received. She died under the bite of a group of zombies. Her screams, her cries of despair, and with her personality, she would definitely curse a few times before she died. Then he woke up with a start, then sat on the bed with a face full of sweat, shouting and hurriedly thinking about Dawn. Finally, he understood one thing. Why did Lu Tianyi's behavior, style, personality, and temperament become different after she became a zombie? That was because the real Lu Tianyi had died a long time ago. The one who became a zombie wasn't his biological sister, then who was it? After having doubts, he began to look for clues from the current zombie sister. Why did she care so much about Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, and the others? Because she seemed to have gone all the way to Hades' base to find them. Why could she understand Yuan Tianqing and the others with just a glance and a gesture? Why was she so persistent in building her own base? Lin Xiao felt the fluctuations in his mood, then sighed and said, "You've already guessed it, haven't you?" But Lu Tianyi stubbornly said, "I want to hear it from your own mouth." It was as if she didn't say it herself, and the facts he found out were all fake. Even if he didn't believe it was true, after dreaming for a long time, it would make him feel out of place. Then what everyone else knew, he was the only one who didn't know. Didn't this make him look stupid? Was he so weak that he couldn't find out the truth? Even if he knew that Lu Tianyi was hiding it from him out of goodwill, she wouldn't be afraid that he would take revenge on her for occupying her sister's body. That was why she refused to tell him. It was all for his sake. But it was time for him to wake up. No matter how realistic and pleasant the illusion was, it was all fake. One day, it will disappear, and the truth would always exist. Lin Xiao looked at him and asked, "Why? Is it not good to think of me as your sister? At least now I see you as a younger brother. I also think of you as a sister, but as a sister, I can't treat the two of you as the same person. Since you're not my biological sister, you should at least tell me who you are, right? Is it necessary for you to keep lying to me? Not everyone wants a white lie. I only know that it's time for me to see it clearly. Lu Tianyi put away the sadness on his face and returned to his somewhat overly calm expression. Since you've said so, that's fine. That's right, I'm not Lu Tianyi. She is indeed dead. I am Lin Qiao. I am Lin Fang's sister, Lin Wenwen and Lin Hao's sister, and the former leader of Hades Base. But Lin Qiao is also dead, but she woke up from the dead Lu Tianyu's body for some reason. Lin Qiao could only admit it. She pushed the hair in front of her forehead to the back, revealing her entire face. Lu Tianyi suddenly raised his head and looked at her. His eyes were fixed, a little dull and a little confused. More of a sudden helplessness and sadness. You see. You want me to say it again? If I say it, you'll cry again. Lin Qiao looked at him speechlessly. Lu Tianyi subconsciously lowered his head to wipe his eyes, but he couldn't wipe anything. He said angrily, I'm not crying. Do zombies have tears? Lin Qiao rolled her eyes at him, then pointed a finger at his heart and said, Who said that you have to shed tears when you cry? Do you know that your heart is crying? Lu Tianyi looked down at his heart, then pressed his right hand there. However, he said stubbornly, I'm not. Lin Qiao stood up, then walked to his side and patted his shoulder, You're the one who made me say it. I've said what I need to say, and you know what you want to know. I'm still going to say the same thing. I'm still your sister, and I'm still going to treat you as my second brother. Anyway, one more won't make a difference. As for whether you can treat me as your sister, it's up to you. After all, this body is your sister's. We have the same bloodline. Well, we are zombies with the same bloodline. After saying that, she withdrew her hand, turned around and walked to the empty space in the living room, then disappeared. Lu Tianyi was left alone, sitting there quietly. After Lin Qiao came out, she finally felt relieved, then looked at Xie Dong and the others in front of the small wooden house. Behind him stood a row of Tier 1 kings, and there was only one Tier 1 king, Mo. There were 4 level 5 leaders, Jing Yan, Yan Shao, Lu Mingsong, and number 5 female zombie, Azure. Are these the only 5 who are going to level up? Lin Qiao looked at Xie Dong and asked. These are the only 5 who are going to go out with us. There are still some left in the base and the second division outside the base. Xie Dong replied. Lin Qiao nodded, well, then let's go with these few. Right now, it's already 4 in the afternoon, there's still an hour before Xiaoting starts eating again. Let's help Mo level up first. Wait for me. After saying that, she suddenly thought of something and disappeared. After a few minutes, she reappeared with a small bucket of milk in her hand. Xiaoting should be hungry at 5, help me heat up this goat milk to feed him. Because she didn't know how long it would take for her to go in and help Mo level up. Oh, okay, got it. It won't make him hungry. Lu Jun smiled and took the small bucket from her hand. In any case, she had a son to take care of. Since Xiaoting was here, she should feed both of them together. After hearing her nod, Lin Qiao walked to Mo and the others, have you prepared your energy cores? All the zombies nodded. Then Lin Qiao turned around and said to Xie Dong, you go first. Oh, right, cough, did you bring underwear? Other than preparing the energy cores, it's better to prepare underwear first. Because my lake is a bit dark. After saying that, she looked at the other zombies with a smile. All the zombies, Xie Dong, pfft. Lu Jun couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Chapter 12-16. While Lin Qiao was busy improving the strength of his men, Lin Wenwen, who had returned to 7 years ago, spent a night at the seaside and went for a jog the next morning. By the time she came back, it was already bright and the sun had risen. She walked through the lobby and took the elevator back to her room. She took a refreshing shower and changed into a cool set of clothes before taking her phone and keys down to the dining room for breakfast. Xin, over here. As soon as she entered, she heard someone calling her. She looked up and saw that it was Qin Zhao, the woman waving at her. She leisurely walked over, pulled out the only empty seat, and sat down. We've eaten all of this and it's cold. You can order more of what you want. Dong Lijia waited for her to sit down and said to her. Then, he turned his head and waved his hand to call the waiter over. Lin Wenwen followed his order and ordered her favorite food. Then, she began to eat. Looking at the leftover plates on the table and their lazy looks, she knew that these people were full. Xin, you didn't bring your bag down. Lin Yuehui looked at her left and right and suddenly asked curiously. Lin Wenwen replied concisely, I didn't bring it. Then, you didn't bring clothes on the boat. We're going out after eating, or are you going to go to the room to get something after breakfast? Lin Yuehui asked her in confusion. No, I didn't bring clothes. Lin Wenwen took a sip of the delicious shrimp porridge and said faintly. Bring what clothes? You can wear what you're wearing. Dong Lijia saw that Lin Yuehui kept asking Lin Wenwen, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. Oh, nothing, I just wanted to ask if Xin wants to wear a swimsuit. Because all of us girls have brought our own. Didn't you also bring swimming trunks? Qin Zhao answered for Lin Yuehui at this time. If you like it, then wear it. If you don't like it, then don't wear it. Anyway, we don't need to swim on the boat. We're just barbecuing, fishing, and enjoying the sea breeze. What's the matter? When Dong Lijia heard her say so, he waved his hand carelessly. Qin Zhao and Lin Yuehui looked at each other and knew that they couldn't say too much at this time. They didn't want to attract other people's attention and find out that something was wrong. However, the two of them glanced at Lin Wenwen with a fake smile. Displeasure flashed in his eyes. Last night, he had spent so much saliva to send her that set of fatty swimsuit, but he didn't expect her to not bring it out today. When did Dong Xin become so opinionated? Didn't she always do whatever they said in the past? Did she discover the problem with the swimsuit? But that was impossible, right? Most people wouldn't be able to tell. What's more, Dong Xin, who had a low IQ, was even less likely to see through it. Yeah, I didn't plan to wear a swimsuit today. The weather is so hot, the sun is so big. Why are you wearing a swimsuit? Lin Wenwen said as he picked up a steamed bun with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. Her words successfully made Qin Zhao and Lin Yuehui's expressions stiffen, but they quickly hid their true expressions. Qin Zhao smiled awkwardly and said, But didn't you promise us last night that you would wear it? Lin Wenwen turned his head and looked at her with a puzzled expression. When did I agree? It was you who forced that swimsuit on me, wasn't it? Although the style is very suitable for me, I don't like to wear defective clothes. It should at least be sturdy, right? And I don't understand, why do I have to listen to you and wear a swimsuit? Can't I wear it if I don't like it? Her words made the two women's expressions more and more ugly, and the others shifted their gazes to them. It was because Lin Wenwen's words clearly indicated that the two women seemed to have some ulterior motives against her. But she didn't take it seriously, and she directly tore the swimsuit they gave her. Lin Wenwen's words, at least be sturdy, explained this point. But this also explained another point, that was, the swimsuit was tampered with, so she tore it. Those who understood this instantly had a good impression of Qin Zhao and Lin Yuehui. Even if they were beautiful, they didn't necessarily like these kinds of women who were too scheming. Dong Lijia stared at the two women for a while, and his expression was thoughtful. He knew that these two women liked to give suggestions to Dong Xinshin, but he never thought about what these two women were thinking when they gave suggestions to Dong Xinshin. He thought that these two women really treated Dong Xinshin as a friend, or at least as an ordinary friend. Now it didn't seem like it. No wonder they always instilled some strange aesthetic views in Dong Xinshin. It made his Xinshin wear a tight skirt and want to wear high heels. He hadn't noticed that something was amiss before. After noticing everyone's gaze, Qin Jiao and Lin Yuehui immediately panicked, and with a guilty expression, they explained, "No, we were just afraid that you would want to wear it but feel embarrassed. And we were afraid that you wouldn't choose a good one, so we specially picked a suitable one for you." Hee, did you accidentally tear the swimsuit we gave you? It's okay, you can buy a new one. Do you guys not understand human language? I said I don't want to wear it, don't you understand? You still want to buy a new one. Hee, I don't want to wear it, why would I buy a new one? To admire it. Lin Wenwen looked at her with disdain, as if she was looking at a retard. Then she suddenly turned to Dong Lijia and the others and said, "In the past, you need to be careful when you make friends, and you need to be careful when you make a girlfriend. Don't be soft-hearted when you see a beautiful woman, at least look at her inner qualities." Slap. When she heard what Lin Wenwen said to Dong Lijia, Qin Jiao exploded. She couldn't control herself and slammed the table. She stared at Lin Wenwen and scolded, "Dong Xinshin, what do you mean? Are you saying that we don't have inner qualities? We have been helping you as a friend, and this is how you treat us. Sure. Don't be agitated, don't be noisy." Everyone was shocked by Qin Jiao's slamming of the table. Luo Yuanjun immediately sat up straight and tried to calm her down. "If you really treat me as a friend, you wouldn't be thinking of ways to make fun of me all day long. You say it like it's real." "I'm full, you guys continue." "Dong Lijia, where's the boat?" Lin Wenwen said to Qin Jiao in disdain, then stood up and turned to look at Dong Lijia. "I'm also full, I'll go with you." "What about you guys?" Dong Lijia immediately stood up and glanced at the others, but he didn't look at Qin Jiao and Lin Yuehui anymore. Everyone got up and left the table, only Qin Jiao and Lin Yuehui sat there with dark expressions. Chapter 12-17. After Lin Wenwen and Dong Lijia walked out of the restaurant, Lin Wenwen approached Dong Lijia and asked him softly, "These two women are pretending to be nice to Dong Xinshin. Can't you see it?" Dong Lijia glanced at her, his gaze a little surprised. Then, he suddenly understood and said, "I didn't know before. But I see that Xinshin is really happy with them. And she seems to be more cheerful. That's why he accepted the two women hanging out with Dong Xinshin. In fact, every time he saw these two women, it was because of Xinshin. But he really couldn't tell that these two women didn't treat Xinshin as a friend. It was as if they had an ulterior motive to get close to her. But why are they doing this? This one is pretending to be close to Xinshin, but she doesn't have good intentions. Did Xinshin offend them before?" Dong Lijia asked in confusion. "What else? They just want to get close to you and me. Xinshin is just being used. Who told her to be your sister?" At this time, Deng Chunfei's faint voice came from behind. Dong Lijia turned around and looked at Deng Chunfei, who was already beside him. Then, he looked back and saw that the others had come out. "Get close to us." Hearing this, Dong Lijia's eyes flashed. Thinking about it, it seemed to be the case. Qin Jiao seemed to like talking to him. Thinking about it again, Lin Yuehui also liked to appear by Deng Chunfei's side. They had seen this kind of woman many times. If they came for them from the beginning, they would have found out long ago. But these two women were very scheming. They didn't get to know them first, but went to get to know his sister first. Not long ago, when he first met Qin Zhao, she had a surprised expression on her face. She asked him if he had a sister named Dong Xinxin or something. He felt strange and surprised, so he chatted with her for a while. They didn't come out. Luo Yuanjun looked back and saw that the group of people had already walked some distance away, but the two women hadn't come out yet. TSK, they still have the face to come out. Didn't you see their expressions just now? I saw it. It's the resentful expression when someone sees through your scheme. Dong Lijia rolled his eyes at him. Luo Yuanjun shrugged and couldn't help but say, women's thoughts are really strange. Your thoughts aren't normal either. Lin Wenwen rolled her eyes at him and couldn't help but retort. Sai, what did I do to you? Why are you scolding me? Luo Yuanjun was a little unhappy when he saw her scolding him. Lin Wenwen glanced at him coldly. Luo Yuanjun immediately felt a slight pain in his eyes, so he shrank them back. Fine, do whatever you want. I don't fight with women, Luo Yuanjun said as he turned his face away. They won't be so thick-skinned this time, right? But speaking of which, what's with the swimsuit you were talking about just now? Dong Lijia glanced at the back again before turning back to look at Lin Wenwen. Last night, they brought a swimsuit into my room and said a lot of things. They just wanted me to wear it on the boat today. But the outer gauze of the swimsuit is not waterproof. It's fine when it doesn't come into contact with water, but if it comes into contact with water, it may fall off. I think they are waiting for me to put it on before accidentally pouring wine on me or accidentally knocking me into the water or something. Then the gauze will fall off, and you can see the swimming ring on my stomach. Lin Wenwen pouted. Dong Lijia looked at her speechlessly. They would do such a thing. What good would it do them? And they seemed to be trying to hide it just now. Didn't they want to use Dong Xinxin? Since they were already close to Dong Xinxin, they could pretend to be her friend or something. But what good would it do them to embarrass Dong Xinxin? Lin Wenwen glanced at him and didn't say anything. The good thing was to vent the disgust in their hearts. The two women looked at Dong Xinxin as if they were looking at a trash can. They didn't like Dong Xinxin, but they wanted to hook up with Dong Lijia and then marry him in order to be the daughter-in-law of the Dong family. On one hand, Qin Zhao forced herself to be friends with Dong Xinxin, but on the other hand, she was annoyed and disdainful of Dong Xinxin. So she secretly wanted to use some tricks to make fun of Dong Xinxin. After all, seeing her embarrass herself would make them feel happy. And at the same time, they could also vent their anger, right? At this time, another girl in the team who didn't have much presence appeared next to Lin Wenwen and asked her, "You didn't notice their pranks before. Why are you suddenly awake now?" Although this girl came with them yesterday, she didn't talk much to Qin Zhao and Lin Yuehui. She didn't seem to be very familiar with them, but she was more familiar with the oil prince, Xiao Hanfeng. Because she was brought here by Xiao Hanfeng. Hearing her question, Dong Lijia, Deng Chenfei, and Luo Yuanjun immediately looked at Lin Wenwen with a subtle look, and then looked away at the same time. Lin Wenwen turned her head and looked at the girl, then smiled and said, "Recently, there was an expert who suddenly taught me, so I became sober." After experiencing 7 years of the apocalypse, if Dong Xinxin still didn't become sober, then he would have wasted his time in the apocalypse. They found a ship dealer and rented a luxury cruise with a small swimming pool. After asking people to prepare all kinds of things, everyone boarded the ship. However, when they were about to board the ship, the two women shamelessly appeared again. "Did you forget about us? You didn't even call us. I'm so sad." Lin Yuehui pouted, holding a parasol and looked at Dong Lijia and the other boys. Lin Wenwen had already boarded the ship. Hearing her voice, she looked back. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. These two women were really shameless. They actually dared to come. The atmosphere was so awkward just now, wouldn't it be even more awkward now? Lin Wenwen ignored them and found a corner in the cabin to sit down. She took out her phone and began to search for information about catnip. Since she wanted it fresh, she definitely had to find the place where it was grown. However, it was more troublesome to buy fresh catnip, and it needed to be cultivated and grown. It was even inconvenient to pack and transport it. She might have to go to the local cultivation base in person to buy it. She searched online and wrote down all kinds of contact information. Then she began to contact them on QQ and WeChat. Well, there was one more thing. She had to borrow money from Dong Lijia again, the kind that she didn't have to pay back. Thinking of this, she immediately got up and went to find Dong Lijia. Seeing Dong Lijia and Luo Yuanjun standing at the edge of the railing, she walked over and pulled him aside. "Lend me some money again," she whispered to him. "Why?" Dong Lijia asked her in confusion. "To buy something." "What else can I do?" Lin Wenwen couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Of course I know you want to buy something. I just want to know what you want to buy this time." Dong Lijia couldn't help but fight back. Chapter 12:18. Lin Wenwen straightforwardly refused and replied, "You don't need to know. Just transfer the money to me. Quick, I need it urgently." Dong Lijia reluctantly looked down at her and said, "How much?" "Transfer me 1 million first. I'll pay you back if it's more," Lin Wenwen said. Anyway, this kid was rich. 1 million was nothing to him. Moreover, they had recently sold off some of their shares and properties at a low price. They would slowly sell them out in 1 or 2 months as soon as possible. Then, they would use the money they received to buy supplies, food, cars, steel, iron, guns and bullets. Well, they had a lot to buy anyway. Moreover, Lin Wenwen asked them to seal the food layer by layer and then put it on the 5th or 6th floor. They couldn't put it on the ground floor, and they couldn't hide it in the basement. Dong Lijia took out his mobile phone and transferred the money to 2 different banks. Then, he asked curiously, "What do you want?" "Thank you. Don't worry about it," Lin Wenwen said to him and slipped back into the cabin. Then, she began to contact people. She contacted many plantation owners. Excluding those that had already been ordered, there wasn't much left for her. And she wanted fresh ones. Therefore, Lin Wenwen could only gather the quantity from one shop to another. In 2 days, she would personally go to those places to collect the goods. After Lin Wenwen's meal in the morning, Qin Jiao and Lin Yuehui avoided her for the whole day. Then, they continued to stick to Dong Lijia and Deng Qinfei shamelessly. As men, Dong Lijia and Deng Qinfei couldn't be too rude to these 2 women or do anything to them. They could only roll their eyes and avoid them while enduring these 2 women. In fact, Dong Lijia's attitude changed the most. This was because Deng Qinfei wasn't interested in the 2 women from the beginning. In addition to his indifferent personality, there wasn't much change from before. The others either played by themselves or watched them. Lin Wenwen even went up to fish with the girl who had a low sense of presence. In the end, the girl caught a squid, and Lin Wenwen caught a lot of fish. Seeing that the 2 had a lot of harvests, the others began to become interested. They all took out their fishing rods and sat on the side of the boat. The boat quietly floated in the deep sea a few hundred meters away from the shore. While fishing, he barbecued on the boat. The fish that they caught just happened to be roasted on the barbecue rack. After playing for an entire afternoon and basking in the sun, although they had all applied sunscreen, everyone still became a little darker. He had caught the fish and eaten the barbecue. In the afternoon, they returned to the shore and had another meal of seafood in the restaurant. On the third day, they flew back to their respective homes. However, Lin Wenwen did not go back with them. Instead, he went to another province. Where is she going? Seeing Lin Wenwen get on the plane first, Luo Yuanjun approached Dong Lijia and asked. I don't know. Dong Lijia was browsing on the computer and replied without raising his head. Come. You look like you already know. Tell me what happened to her. Luo Yuanjun pressed his eyes and suddenly thought of what he and Deng Chunfei had asked her that night. So, he started to ask Dong Lijia again, unwilling to give up. Dong Lijia's fingers that were sliding on the screen paused. He looked at Luo Yuanjun and Deng Chunfei, who was sitting opposite him. After some thought, he said, I'm afraid that you won't believe me if I tell you. Forget it. Deng Chunfei looked at him thoughtfully. He then exchanged a glance with Luo Yuanjun, who turned around and looked at him. The siblings had been really weird lately. Lin Wenwen boarded another flight. After the plane landed, she hailed a taxi and rushed to her destination. The taxi drove for more than an hour before they reached a town. A middle-aged man came out to pick her up. When he saw her, he was slightly stunned. He was a little surprised that the customer was so young. Are you Miss Dong? The middle-aged man stood at the entrance of his shop and looked at Dong Xinxin, who got off the car. He hesitantly walked up to her and asked. Lin Wenwen nodded. Yes, I am. You must be Boss Huang. The middle-aged Boss Huang nodded. Oh, I am. When Lin Wenwen called him by his name, Boss Huang confirmed that it was really her. He politely extended his hand to shake Lin Wenwen's hand. Can you take me to have a look at your herb garden? Have you prepared the goods that I want? Lin Wenwen asked him directly if he had prepared his own goods. Boss Huang didn't expect that a girl who looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old could speak so maturely. He nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, All right, please follow me. I'll drive you there. It's not far from here. It's only a few kilometers away. Lin Wenwen got into the back seat of his SUV. After driving for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at a large nursery garden in the suburbs. There were many ornamental plants and flowers planted there. Boss Huang's nursery garden had expanded quite a lot, and the business was quite good. The customers were all relatively stable and regular customers. Lin Wenwen hugged her bag and followed Boss Huang into the nursery garden. After walking for a few minutes, they saw a row of bungalows. Boss Huang pointed to one of the bungalows and smilingly said, We originally planned to give this batch to a pharmaceutical factory, but the factory was suddenly closed down some time ago. It's possible that they produce some illegal drugs, so we plan to provide these catnip to another manufacturer. I didn't expect that you would snatch it first. Thank you. I'm really in a hurry, so I'll be buying more for a while. If you can get more in the next batch, please leave some for me. I want more. Lin Wenwen heard him make a small joke, so he said to him with a smile. After arriving at the room, Boss Huang opened the door and saw more than a dozen bags of catnip inside. He went up and opened the bags for Lin Wenwen to check before asking someone to seal it back. After paying the remaining payment to Boss Huang, Lin Wenwen loaded the dozen bags of catnip into Boss Huang's car and sent it to the town. Then, she asked him to help send the catnip and herself to a remote intersection near the provincial capital. After that, she drove the driver who was worried that it would be unsafe for a little girl like her to stay here. Then, she took the opportunity to put all the catnip into her space. Dong Xinxin in her mind finally couldn't help but ask her, Why did you buy so many catnip? Lin Wenwen walked to the provincial capital a few kilometers away. While walking, she told Dong Xinshin, "I'm going to bring them back to the apocalypse." Dong Xinshin curiously asked, "Does this catnip have any special effects? Otherwise, why would she bring them from 7 years ago to 7 years later?" Lin Wenwen said, "Yeah, these might be the hope of mankind's survival." Dong Xinshin was puzzled. "How do you know these are the hope of mankind in the apocalypse?" Lin Wenwen replied, "Maybe you'll know after 7 years. Speaking of which, we'll probably meet again after I go back." Dong Xinshin replied, "Maybe." Chapter 12:19. She went to several places and bought thousands of kilograms of fresh catnip. Then she asked someone to deliver them to the roadside and put them into her space when there were no cars passing by. She also bought a bunch of seeds, thinking that she could plant them in her sister's space. Because her space could only store things, there was no land and water, so she couldn't plant them. Because of her request, Dong Lijia didn't let the bodyguards follow her. Because it would be inconvenient for her to move around if someone followed her, so she had to send them back. When Lin Wenwen returned to the Dong family, several days had passed. There were less than 70 days before the apocalypse. After returning, she continued to help Dong Xinshin lose weight. After more than 20 days, Lin Wenwen could clearly feel that Dong Xinshin's body was much firmer, and it was no longer as soft as it was in the first few days. Recently, she always had dreams when she slept at night, and most of the dreams were scenes after the apocalypse. The sky was filled with sand, and the sky of the abandoned city was covered with dark clouds. The streets were dilapidated and messy, and the zombies with rotten clothes and twisted faces slowly paced back and forth. There were also mutated trees and mutated beasts that flew past from time to time on the side of the road. Familiar but unfamiliar scenes intertwined in her mind until she woke up in the morning. As a result, every morning when she woke up, she exuded a depressed atmosphere, and her face would only improve after a whole morning. "What's wrong with you recently? You look more and more dispirited after coming back." Dong Lijia looked at her strangely while eating, and couldn't help but ask. "Yes, I see that you don't look well these days. Or, is there something wrong with Xinshin's body?" Mrs. Dong put down her chopsticks and asked her after hearing Dong Lijia's words. Since Mr. and Mrs. Dong knew that there was another person living in Dong Xinshin's body, after so many days of digestion, they had gradually accepted this strange situation. Although it was their daughter's body, the soul was an outsider that they didn't know. Mr. and Mrs. Dong were always very awkward. But they still paid attention to what they should pay attention to. After all, this body was still their daughter's. They always felt that she was like a split personality of their daughter, strange but couldn't be ignored. "Well, it's nothing, I just haven't been sleeping well recently. Xinshin's body is fine, it's good. Oh, by the way, she asked me to tell you that her condition is much better now. I reckon that after a while, she will be able to switch control of this body with me. At that time, your daughter will slowly come back." Lin Wenwen was eating in a daze. After hearing their question, it took him 2 or 3 seconds to realize that they were talking to him. Then are you going to leave soon?" Father Dong looked at her hesitantly and asked. Lin Wenwen shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on with my situation. It'll take some time." The 3 members of the Dong family looked at each other. They all agreed and continued to eat their own food. After lunch, Lin Wenwen took a leisurely stroll in the pavilion in the backyard. As she walked, she suddenly felt her vision darken. She lost control of her body and the world spun around her. The 2 bodyguards behind her rushed over when she suddenly fell to the ground. Second miss. In the end, their second miss's eyes were tightly shut and she had already fainted. Lin Wenwen felt her vision blur, and she suddenly saw a scene in front of her. It was an indoor room, a room with no windows, only 4 walls and a sealed ceiling. The materials of the walls, ceiling, and floor were very strange. They were not normal materials. The room was not big, about a few dozen square meters. There were no furnishings in the room, but a woman was lying in the middle of the floor. The moment she saw this woman, Lin Wenwen suddenly felt a pulling force from the woman's body, pulling her in. This was her own body. The first thing she felt was that this was her own body. But after entering her body, she could not wake up because she felt a surge of energy in her head. Then, she felt a sense of being overpowered, as if she had to break through this overpowered feeling to be able to recover. Was she going to advance? Lin Wenwen was not unfamiliar with this feeling. This was the premonition that her ability was going to advance. But to break through this shackle, she still needed a lot of external energy to attack. So Lin Wenwen immediately took out a level 3 beast core from her space, held it in her hand, and began to absorb it. When Dong Xinshin woke up, she found that the feeling she had when looking at the ceiling was different. It was not the illusory feeling, but the real feeling. Previously, when she saw things, it was like watching a 3D movie. The feeling of not wearing glasses was not real, and it was a little illusory and floaty. But now, she felt that the images she saw were no longer illusory, but real. What did this mean? Dong Xinshin's eyes suddenly lit up, and in the next second, she felt control of her body and limbs. She turned her head to look at her parents and her older brother. Then, she sat up abruptly. The 3 people in the room were looking at her nervously. When they saw her wake up, they looked at her with concern and asked, "How are you? Are you okay?" But before they could finish, Dong Xinshin sat up suddenly. Then she hugged Dong Lijia, who was standing by the bed, and shouted, "Wow! Brother! I'm back!" Woo! Dong Lijia was startled by her hugging and cursing, but when he heard her tone of voice and the meaning behind her words, he suddenly froze. Then his expression changed, and he looked down at Dong Xinshin in surprise. "Xian! Xinshin!" Dong Xinshin looked up at him with tears in her eyes, bit her lips, and nodded at him. Dong Lijia looked at her familiar expression, and his heart warmed, and his nose became a little sour. Mr. and Mrs. Dong both turned their heads in surprise and looked at each other. Only then did they realize what was going on. After hugging Dong Lijia, Dong Xinshin pushed him away again. Then she threw the quilt away and rushed out of bed to hug her mother. "Mom, it's me. I'm back. Woo! That's great, I can finally hug you in the flesh. Woo! Mrs. Dong subconsciously hugged her. Maybe she was infected by Dong Xinshin's emotions. She patted her daughter's back and comforted her. Okay, don't cry. What us? Haven't we always been fine?" Dong Xinshin calmed down a little, and finally realized that she was a little too excited. At this time, she controlled her emotions, wiped the tears on her face, and then sniffed and said in a choked voice, "Well, no. You died after the end of the world. Everyone died. Only Luo Yuanjun and I survived. Woo!" Chapter 12:20. After Lin Wenwen absorbed a 3rd and 2 4th level beast cores, her body suddenly felt light, and the energy storm in her brain leisurely retracted into her energy core. Then, she suddenly opened her eyes and sat up from the ground. She stood up and looked left and right, then walked to the wall and touched it. There was a strange texture to the wall. It was as cold and hard as glass. There were no windows, not even a door. There were no air vents, but she didn't feel suffocated, and she could still breathe. What's going on? Could this be Dong Xinshin's different space? She seemed to have said before that her body was in her space, so she had returned to her own body. Did she also return to her own body? What should she do now? Could she go back now? That shouldn't be the case. Dong Xinshin's recovery didn't seem to be very strong. But now she should have returned to her own body, and she just didn't know how long she could last. Maybe she had to wait here until she couldn't hold on anymore, and then replace her. Lin Wenwen thought it through a bit, sat down, and took out a book, a bag of melon seeds, and a small flashlight from her space. In any case, she had nothing to do, so she might as well read first. Because the space was very dark, she could only use the light from the flashlight to read. At this time, Dong Xinshin calmed down after being comforted by her parents, and sat on the bed. Maybe she was too excited just now, and used a lot of her energy. So now she seemed a little dispirited. Dong Xinshin calmly sat on the bed and said to them, "Previously, there was another girl in my body. She also came back from 7 years in the future. Maybe our abilities are a little special, so we were linked together, and I brought her back. When I fully recover, I have to send her back 7 years in the future." The other 3 Dong family members looked at her with a strange expression, and Dong Lijia looked as if he was looking at an alien, and said, "You can still send someone 7 years in the future? Are you a shuttle? You're a shuttle." Dong Xinshin unhappily grabbed the pillow in her arms and threw it at him. Then she lowered her shoulders and said, "There are 67 days left. That day will come. Brother, help me get a pen and paper. I'll write you a list of names. You need to find these people from now on. It doesn't matter if you want to trick them or kidnap them. Bring them to our house, and don't worry about the others. And our family members, some of them can't be allowed to stay either." At the last sentence, Dong Xinshin's expression suddenly became a little gloomy and sad. Those who couldn't stay were those who would turn into zombies, so they couldn't stay. Her grandfather Butler was one of them. Upon hearing her words, the 3 members of the Dong clan also realized something. Then, they turned to look at each other, and their expressions became heavy. They understood that the people on the list that Dong Xinshin mentioned were trustworthy. Moreover, they would not mutate and would be able to survive the day safely. Dong Lijia went to her desk and found her notebook and pen, then asked her to write. Mr. Dong and Mrs. Dong looked at each other and wanted to ask Dong Xinshin what would happen in the future. But thinking of what Dong Xinshin had just said in her collapsed mood, they felt that it was better not to ask. In any case, since their daughter really came back from 7 years later, then she would know what had happened in the past 7 years. In that case, she would know what had happened in the past 7 years. In the future, she would just have to listen to her and do as she said. Dong Xinshin wrote and said, "There are some people, I will take you to avoid them in the future. But if one day you suddenly meet them, you should also pay attention to avoid them as much as possible. For the safety of your lives." At this time, Dong Lijia finally opened his mouth and asked her, "Didn't you say there are still 2 months? Isn't it too early for us to find people now?" Dong Xinshin said, "In the last half a month, we have to leave here and go to High City first, because there will be a survivor base in High City. We need to go there and settle down first. Also, we have to hide the materials we have collected in batches. We can't take them all together." She raised her head and looked at Dong Lijia. "Brother, help me with this first. Spread out, the more the better. You can choose the location, but it can't be too far from High City. Within a range of 300 kilometers. Storing the materials in batches was good. After all, there could be all kinds of accidents in the future if they were only stored in one place." Dong Lijia nodded and said, "Okay. I will do this. Remember, hide it in a tall building, and make sure it is sealed." Dong Xinshin suddenly thought of something and said to him worriedly. After she finished writing the list, she tore it off and picked it up to give it to them. "Okay, this is the list. The ones at the top are farther from us, we can first find them first. However, when she handed the paper to Dong Lijia, she suddenly tilted her head forward halfway through her sentence. There was no more movement, and the list in her hand also floated to the bed. Xin. The three were startled and quickly came over. But when they helped her up, they found that she had fallen into that unconscious state again. At this time, Lin Wenwen, who was eating melon seeds and reading a book with a flashlight, also froze. Then, she fell flat on the ground. The flashlight in her hand rolled to the side, and the book also fell into her arms. When she woke up again, she found that the light in front of her eyes was much brighter. When she looked again, she saw the ceiling of Dong Xinxin's bedroom. Xin. Dong Lijia's voice came from the side. Lin Wenwen turned her head and saw Dong Lijia, Mr. Dong, and Mrs. Dong standing at the end of her bed looking at her. I'm not. She sat up and denied to the three of them. Then, she raised her hand and pressed her temple, feeling a little dizzy. As soon as she spoke, the three standing people immediately had disappointed expressions on their faces. Lin Wenwen understood something and asked, Is Dong Xinxin back? How long has she been back? She remembered that she had read more than half of the book in that small space. If not 1.5 hours, then at least 2 hours. Xinxin woke up less than 10 minutes ago, Dong Lijia said. At the same time, he also felt relieved. Fortunately, this unknown person was not a man. When he heard that Dong Xinxin said it was a girl, he was relieved. Ha! Less than 10 minutes. Lin Wenwen showed a surprised expression. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? At this time, Mrs. Dong couldn't help but ask gently. Lin Wenwen looked at her and then shook her head. Oh, nothing. Maybe our situation is special, so it's different. Chapter 12:21. How do you feel now? Do you feel uncomfortable? Mrs. Dong sat on the edge of the bed and looked at her. Lin Wenwen shook her head. I don't feel uncomfortable. I'm just a little tired and sleepy. Then you have a rest. We'll go out first. Mr. Dong looked at Dong Lijia and Mrs. Dong, and then said to Lin Wenwen with a smile. Then he turned and walked out of the room. Mrs. Dong also stood up and walked out with Dong Lijia, closing the door of the room. Lin Wenwen sighed, lay down again, and closed her eyes to rest. This time, she didn't have any dreams. She slept quietly for a few hours and woke up in the evening. Then she got out of bed in high spirits to find dinner. Although Dong Xinxin hadn't written down the people who told them to avoid, she could ask the person in Dong Xinxin's body to see if he could help to ask and then write it down. That. By the way, we still don't know how to call you. After all, you are Xinxin. During this time, the atmosphere between them was a little awkward, so they tried to avoid meeting and talking. Even if they ate at the same table, they didn't talk much, and they didn't call each other. Only Dong Lijia would call her, hey. Or perhaps he would also call her Xinxin, but it wasn't the Xinxin that he called his sister. It was as if he was calling another Xinxin. Lin Wenwen looked at Mrs. Dong's eyes and smiled, just call me Xiaowen. I'm only a few years older than Xinxin. Oh. Okay, Xiaowen. Well, I heard that Xinxin sometimes communicates with you. Can you help us ask her for a list? Maybe she will tell you, because she suddenly fell asleep before she finished. Mrs. Dong smiled and called Lin Wenwen, then asked with some embarrassment. Okay, but she seems to be resting now. When she wakes up, she should tell me automatically, if it's very important. Lin Wenwen nodded. In the following days, Dong Lijia began to transport the materials out and find a place to store them. Mr. Dong sent people to find the names, locations, and characteristics of the people on the list. Lin Wenwen continued to help Dong Xinxin exercise. Many of the clothes that were tight before were now wider. Dong Xinxin's body became thinner and thinner. This time, Dong Xinxin rested for a few days before waking up. Then, she asked Lin Wenwen to help her write a list of names for her father. It seems like these people are your fated fiends. Lin Wenwen sighed after knowing the significance of this list. It was good to be able to predict the future. At least she and Dong Xinxin now knew the trajectory and experiences of their lives for the past 7 years. This way, he could avoid the ending of his previous life in advance. Dong Xinxin said indifferently, "I can only say that without the control of the law, humans would return to the primitive era where the strong preyed on the weak. The law of nature was to do as one pleased. Human desires are also the strongest. For the sake of survival, no one cared about morality and righteousness." Another month passed. Finally, there was only 1 month left. Lin Wenwen had already reduced Dong Xinxin's weight by 20 kilograms. Although she was still very short, she no longer looked like a bull. It looked many times smaller than before, but her muscles were a lot stronger, and her stamina had also improved a lot. During this month, Dong Xinxin woke up in her body 3 times, and the time she stayed awake was longer than before. But every time she fell asleep, it would take a few days before she could wake up in Lin Wenwen's mind. One day, when Lin Wenwen just came out of the gym, she met Dong Lijia. Seeing his speechless expression, she couldn't help but say, "You went to see those people again. Why did he have to find trouble for himself? Are you stupid?" The people she was talking about were the people that Dong Lijia's father sent people to forcibly bring back. He didn't explain anything to them before he kidnapped them. The other party definitely wouldn't give him a good face. Anyway, when the end of the world came, they would understand. At that time, they would definitely be glad that he was captured by the Dong family. As for these people, they were the people that Dong Xinxin met after the end of the world. They had helped her, but they didn't end up well. There were actually not many people, only a dozen. Therefore, Dong Xinxin wanted to gather them before the end of the world. On one hand, it could protect the lives of these people in the early stage, and on the other hand, these people would be useful in the later stage. I was afraid that they would be too emotional, so I wanted to appease them. Who knew that none of them would listen to me? Apart from restricting their personal freedom, I treated them quite well. Dong Lijia said snappily. Lin Wenwen looked at him and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, a picture of Dong Lijia flashed in her mind. In the picture, Dong Lijia was actually in the end of the world, holding a strange gun and shooting at a group of strange creatures. She stopped in her tracks and looked at Dong Lijia's back as he walked forward with a thoughtful expression. The creatures in the picture were very similar to the ones she had seen before, but what kind of gun was it? Why didn't he use his ability? Speaking of which, she didn't know when she would find out about his body. Looking at his skillful shooting movements, it didn't seem like he had just been in the end of the world. Could it be 7 years later? At least, this kind of gun didn't appear in the past 7 years. What's wrong? Dong Lijia walked and suddenly saw Lin Wenwen stop with a thoughtful expression. She was still staring at the back of her head. Little one. Hey, stop looking. Do you still want to go eat? Seeing that she didn't respond, Dong Lijia called out again. Only then did Lin Wenwen come to his senses. He curled his lips at him and said, "Was Xiaowen called for you? Do you know that you are 3 years younger than me? Who cares about you? Do you want to go or not?" However, Dong Lijia didn't seem to care. He waved his hand at her, turned around, and walked away. Lin Wenwen choked on his breath again. So irritated. She really wanted to hit someone. While she was waiting for the end of the world to come, and then Dong Xinshin would completely recover and send her back. On the other side of the base, Lin Qiao chased Xie Dong and the others into the lake, and then helped them level up one by one. Xie Dong successfully entered the level 2 king stage of level 7, while Yan Xiao, Jing Yan, Azure, and the others successfully entered the level 6 stage of level 1 king stage. During the day, Lin Qiao was busy increasing the strength of these high-level zombies, and at the same time, he was busy dealing with the affairs of the base. This was because Lin Feng had already gone to Haiqing. In addition, he also had to take care of his son, and at the same time, he had to control the energy in Yuan Tianqing's body. Anyway, without Yuan Tianqing, Lin Qiao was as busy as a dog. Chapter 12:22. When Wu Qingyue returned to Haiqing, he paid close attention to the underground monsters that had appeared around the city. He constantly sent people to collect information and analyze the characteristics and weaknesses of these monsters. At the same time, he was preparing to find out what was going on in the shadows in China. This time it was said that the leaders of the major bases were going to a meeting to discuss the underground creatures, but who knew what he would do behind the scenes. Although humanity needed unity to have hope of victory, with Xikong Chen's personality, it was possible that he would take advantage of the situation where everyone was dealing with the underground creatures outside to stab Haiqing in the back and destroy the base. After all, Xikong Chen's real goal was to protect the base in China. He wouldn't think of helping others. But this meeting was to discuss the sudden emergence of these dangerous monsters. He only wanted to find out if there was anything in common, or if there was a breakthrough point for others. At this time, Wu Qingyue, Xiao Yunlong, Zhou Shihui, and several of the vice leaders were in a meeting. Xikong Chen's meeting this time was to let the major bases discuss and see if there is any way to deal with these underground creatures. But he didn't give a definite time for the meeting to end. Sure enough, there must be something fishy going on. Xiao Yunlong looked at the copied invitation and couldn't help but frown. Zhou Shihui nodded in agreement. I think so too. Why don't we not go this time? I'm afraid that something will happen to the wrong people. That means the base will be in trouble. In any case, if we don't go now, Xikong Chen won't do anything to us. But if we don't go, wouldn't it be too unconventional? All the other bases will go, right? On the surface, Xikong Chen said it was to discuss how to deal with these monsters. There's nothing strange about his starting point. If we don't go, wouldn't that be bad? Xiao Yunlong wanted to agree with Zhou Shihui, but after thinking about it, he didn't think it was appropriate. He looked at him and said. Wu Qingyue spoke up at this time. I just received news today. The last group of survivors left in Zilong base were attacked by some unknown creatures. None survived. Also, Skyfire base has been invaded by 2 types of giant insects that we've never seen before. Now a large number of people are fleeing to China. This proved that the threat that these monsters posed to mankind was one step closer. Which human base would be the next to be destroyed? I didn't disagree with old Zhou's point. Perhaps we would run into danger if we went to Sea City. But if he went, there was still a chance of survival. After all, the discussion conference that Xikong Chen mentioned is really going on. There was strength in numbers. If they only researched in their own base, it could only be said that their progress was too limited. If they exchanged information with the other bases, perhaps they would be able to find what they were looking for in the information of the major regions, and there was a high chance that they would be able to find what they wanted. Therefore, if they didn't go, they would miss out on some important information. In this post-apocalyptic era, one more piece of information meant one more chance of survival. Therefore, even if he knew that Xikong Chen wasn't a good person, he still had to go. So fast. Didn't Skyfire have more than half of the survivors? There are at least 200,000 humans. Hearing Wu Qingyue's news, the others were stunned. Zhou Shihui looked at Wu Qingyue in surprise. Wu Qingyue nodded. That's right. I believe that in a few days, there will be a small number of survivors from the West entering our base, or the Universal Base. Most of them are now heading towards China, but the conditions for entering China haven't changed because of the change in environment. Therefore, only a small number of people who could enter China had the conditions. Most ordinary people didn't have the conditions to enter China. After all, they couldn't get energy cores or take out extra supplies to give to China. When he said this, the others also thought of it. After all, this situation had happened many times before. Xiao Yunlong asked him, so we're still going to China this time? Who's going? Since they knew that it would be dangerous to go, they couldn't let those who were too weak go. So Wu Qingyue said, of course I'm going. Who else is more suitable than me? Just as everyone thought it was a matter of course, he turned to Xiao Liqing in the next second. That woman at the Universal Base will be going, right? Everyone's expression immediately changed. Did it mean that he wanted to go mainly because his wife was going as well? Xiao Liqing looked at him with a twitch of the corner of his eye. She said she's going. And she's going to take your son with her. Wu Qingyue calmly said with a smile, look, if she goes, we don't have to worry about Xikong Chen's conspiracy. In addition to Xiao Yunlong and Kong Qingming, the other single dogs were stuffed with a mouthful of dog food by his happy smile. Okay, I got it. Go. Zhou Shihui waved his hand at him and said, remember to bring your son and wife back safely. But now we haven't found any monsters at close range outside the base. The situation is much better than the other bases. In addition to those that came out of Lake Tai, there are also the strange fire beasts that appeared in Minnan province. They are some distance away from us. But we still have to keep an eye on the situation along the coast. I don't think the sea will be calm. Wu Qingyue picked up another report and said. Fortunately, the blind underground people near the Universal Base have run to the West Lake, otherwise we would have to worry about one more crisis. But the situation in the cave is still a bit unclear and there are still hidden dangers. Xiao Yunlong looked at the report and felt a little lucky, but soon he showed a worried expression. But I don't know when Old Yuan's situation will be better. Wu Qingyue nodded and said, although the information from the Universal Base says that there are some water creatures in the dark lake under the cave, we don't know if those things will come ashore. Although Yuan Tianqing has sealed that position, he didn't go to investigate other directions. I hope those things can stay in the underground lake. By the way, didn't a red monster appear outside the Universal Base recently? It seemed to come from the underground, but why does Miss Lu seem to not care about it? You didn't kill it. At this time, Xiao Yunlong suddenly thought of another thing and curiously looked left and right at Wu Qingyue and Xiao Liqing. Because these two people had stayed at the Universal Base for the longest time and knew the most things. And just as he mentioned the red monster, the level 6 big red cat outside the Universal Base came again. Chapter 12:23. Just when Lin Qiao was having a meeting with the high-level zombies who had just improved their strength, Qiao Lily rushed in again. Qiao. That big red cat is here again. She excitedly ran in with her two ponytails, completely ignoring the existence of other zombies, and shouted at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao looked at her excited face and said helplessly, "It's here, why are you so excited? Did it attack you?" Qiao Lily shook her head, "No." "Then did it bite anyone?" Lin Qiao asked again. Qiao Lily shook her head again, "No." Lin Qiao said, "Then it didn't attack the base, right?" Qiao Lily wanted to shake her head, but she realized what Lin Qiao said halfway. She quickly nodded, No. Lin Qiao looked at her speechlessly. "Then why are you so excited? Tell me, what did it come out for? Chiao Lily said with a puzzled expression, it threw a big bird outside the gate of the base, and now it's sitting next to the bird, watching the high wall of the base and not leaving. Lin Qiao said. Ha! How big is the bird? Sitting at the gate with a bird in its mouth, watching the gate and not leaving. Why did this scene look a bit not that she was thinking too much, but it really looked like a house cat. Chiao Lily crossed her arms in front of her chest, raised one hand to touch her chin, thought for a moment, and said, well, it's a mutated bird bigger than that six-legged cat. And it's not dead yet. But it's being held down by the strange cat's claws, so it can't fly. Lin Qiao turned to look at the others, and they all had the same expression. She looked at the report in her hand, and there was still something she wanted to say. After thinking for a moment, she turned to Chiao Lily and said, you go and see what it's doing from afar. If it keeps sitting there, just ignore it. Let's see how long it will sit there. Maybe if we ignore it, it will leave by itself. Last time she observed the strange cat, it didn't seem to attack people randomly, and it was a vegetarian. Although she didn't know why it was guarding the gate with a bird in its mouth, since it was sitting there without moving, it obviously wouldn't attack. Then should we close the gate? Because everyone was scared by it. Chiao Lily thought for a while and asked her again. Lin Qiao turned his head and said to Duan Wan, who was standing behind him, go and seal that door first. Those who want to leave can leave from another door. Yes. Duan Wan answered neatly and went out. Hearing that, Chiao Lily turned around and ran out, I'll keep an eye on it. Lin Qiao looked at Chiao Lily's back, then said to Xie Dong and the others, okay, let's continue. Everyone, remember, when you go out to recruit members of the army, try to choose the ones with the least bloody smell. Zombies that reek of blood are not suitable to join us. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. I'll be bringing another batch of people to China. You'll be stabilizing your levels in the base. At the same time, be aware of any underworld creatures appearing around the base. If it appears, Jingyan, remember to look for Ling Xiantong to get the medicine. At the moment, we can't make weapons out of these potions because we don't have enough manpower. We'll have to trouble people from Haiqing to make them, but it will take time. It's best if our base is safe before the first batch of weapons comes back. Lin Qiao said the last sentence as if he was praying. Jingyan, who was called, nodded, understood. Xie Dong and Nemo were the only two zombies that managed to advance from level 6 to level 7. The other zombies that were originally leveled 6 hadn't reached the stage where they needed to advance, so they could only wait. As for the ones that successfully advanced from level 5 to level 6, besides Jingyan, Lu Mingsong, Yen Xiao, and Lu Li, there were 5 others. They were the man and woman who had been with Chiao Lily since the beginning. They were male zombie number 1, Jin Jiuyang, and female zombie number 2, Yu Xiaoxian. Finally, the first batch of zombies that followed her all reached level 6. It wasn't easy. In addition to them, there were 3 other zombies that had been promoted to the rank of the king of level 6. These 3 people were Lu Feng, He Jiayun, and Su Fangfang, who had completely recovered their memories. In addition, there was one of the zombies that Lin Qiao had assigned to Xie Dong. It was the one that discovered the rats but was afraid of them. From level 4 to 5, Lin Qiao didn't help all of them advance. One reason was that their merits hadn't reached the requirement, and the other was that Lin Qiao didn't have that much time. So from level 4 to level 5, she just conveniently helped the wind-type zombie that was afraid of mice. When she asked him to take off his clothes and go into the water, he was so shy. In the end, he was kicked down by Xie Dong, like a little wife. The last one is the cultivation base. You guys need to strengthen the defense. Don't put your focus on the underground monsters outside the base and forget about this place. This is also an important project of our base. Xie Dong, send the earth zombies to monitor the situation in the cultivation base every day. If there are any discoveries, we can prepare as soon as possible. Lin Qiao knocked on the table and said, "Yes." This time, it was Xie Dong who answered her. Because he was also in charge of the cultivation base. Lin Qiao talked with them for another half an hour before the meeting was finally over. After coming out, she went to the resting room next door and gently picked up Tingting, who was sleeping soundly. She put him in her arms and got into the car. "Go to the city gate and see what that strange cat is doing," she whispered to Duanwan, who was in the driver's seat. Duanwan looked up at the rearview mirror and didn't say anything. But Lin Qiao knew that she understood. Seeing that she didn't want to wake up Tingting, Lin Qiao didn't care and looked out the window. At this time, there was a huge red cat sitting on the spacious isolation zone outside the west gate. The huge cat's front paw was pressing down on an even bigger bird. The wall gate was already closed. A group of people stood on top of the wall and looked at the two mutated beasts. Although the giant bird kept flapping its huge wings, it couldn't escape from the cat's paw. When the huge cat saw that it was struggling too hard, it would pop out its sharp claws and stab it. As a level 5 mutated bird, it wouldn't die after being scratched a few times. So when Lin Qiao arrived, it was still alive. Roar dash, smelling Lin Qiao's breath approaching, the big strange cat immediately became a little restless. It immediately stood up from its sitting position. The tens of meters long tail behind it was like a whip, swinging left and right rhythmically. Chapter 12:24. Lin Qiao carried little Tingting up the stairs slowly and climbed to the top of the wall. Then, he walked to the side and looked at the strange cat. Roar, seeing Lin Qiao appear on the top of the wall, the strange cat stretched out its neck and roared at Lin Qiao. Then, it lowered its head and bit the big bird under its claws. Then, it dragged the struggling giant bird 2 steps forward and put it down. Perhaps it was bitten too hard. The bird struggled on the ground, trying to fly, but it couldn't fly no matter how hard it tried. It's like a cat. It only recognizes you. Qiu Lily saw the strange cat's actions and couldn't help but say. Then, she moved closer to Lin Qiao. She had been watching for half an hour and the strange cat didn't move. However, when Lin Qiao came, it immediately moved. At this time, little Tingting in Lin Qiao's arms might have smelled something strange. His eyelids moved and he woke up. Then, he opened his eyes and found that he was in his mother's arms. Looking around, he found that his position was a bit high and a bit spacious. Just as he turned his head to look down the strange smell, a fiery red beast appeared in front of him. However, at this time, the strange cat suddenly roared at Lin Qiao, "Oh!" Then, it pushed the big bird forward and suddenly turned around. Then, with a flick of its tail, it bent its 6 legs and jumped. In an instant, it disappeared on the spot, leaving only a big, half-dead bird that was still there, flapping its wings from time to time. "Ah!" It left. Qiu Lily cried out in surprise. Her eyes widened and her mouth slightly opened as she looked in the direction where the strange cat disappeared. Then, she looked at the giant bird that was left on the spot. It left its prey and ran away. Did it want to give this bird to us? Is that so? Then, she turned to look at Lin Qiao in confusion. Lin Qiao looked at her uncertainly, then looked outside the base and said, "It seems like..." Little Tingting noticed that there were strangers around, so he didn't say anything. He just rubbed his eyes and climbed to Lin Qiao's chest, hugging her neck. Lin Qiao followed his movements and changed his position. Then, she looked back at him. She asked, Have you slept enough? Ting Ting hugged her neck and lay down again. He narrowed his eyes and did not respond to Lin Qiao's words. What about the mutant bird down there? Qiu Lily asked Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao passed Xiao Tingting to Qiu Lily. Xiao Tingting, let Sister Lily hold it for a while. I'll go down and collect the bird before coming back up. Qiu Lily subconsciously stretched out her hands to catch Tingting's soft body. Then, she watched as Lin Qiao jumped down from the wall and landed beside the bird. Then, the bird disappeared the moment she touched it. Okay, the gate is open. Duanwan turned around and shouted at the gate below the wall. Yes. The captain guarding the door immediately responded and sent someone to open the door. After Lin Qiao came up, he carried Tingting and said, let's go back. Did it come just to deliver a bird? Qiu Lily asked curiously as she followed Lin Qiao. Maybe, Lin Qiao answered casually. However, she was puzzled. Why did the strange cat send a bird? Was this considered a gift? But why? Besides, it didn't eat meat. Why would it send meat to them? The strange story of the strange cat sending a mutant bird to the gate of the base quickly spread in the base. Everyone felt that this was a novel thing, but at the same time, they were curious about why the strange cat did this. Have you heard? A six-legged, blood-red hairless strange cat sent a big bird to our base. It would be great if the bird wasn't a mutant. But this kind of behavior is like a kitten that would occasionally catch a bird or mouse from outside. But what's the purpose of this strange cat? Who knows? But I heard that it didn't intend to attack the base. It's the first time we've met such a friendly mutant beast. I just heard that it's too ugly and not good-looking. How do you know it's ugly? I know the soldier guarding the gate. He said that the cat is very big, has no fur, and is blood red. It's ugly just thinking about it, and it has 2 horns on its head. Its teeth are also very long. After Lin Qiao returned home, Tingting said to her, Mommy, that cat seems to like you. Lin Qiao looked at him strangely. How do you know? Can you sense its thoughts? After she sat on the sofa, Tingting climbed to the side and sat against the back of the sofa. He said, No, I can't sense its thoughts, but I can feel from its breath that it is trying to please you. Lin Qiao smiled and said, Do you know why it is doing this? She could also feel that the strange cat was trying to please its owner, but she didn't understand why. Lin Qiao thought for a moment. She didn't do anything for the strange cat. Why did it come to her? Tingting rolled his eyes at her. How do I know? I'm hungry. Mommy, go and cook for me. Lin Qiao looked at him speechlessly and could only say, Okay, I got it. Wrap yourself in the quilt. It's cold. Tingting said carelessly, Don't be afraid of the cold. I won't catch a cold. On the other side, after the strange cat left the base, it didn't go far. Instead, it hid a few hundred meters away and quietly looked in the direction of the base. When it saw Lin Qiao coming down from the top of the wall and taking away the giant bird, it turned its head to look in the other direction, which was the direction of the Wushan plantation base and the military area. However, it only took a glance there before it really turned around and left. In the end, it looked in a direction not far away. A snake, a dog, a mushroom, and a tiger cub were quietly looking at it. Although they were very quiet, they were a little vigilant. Especially when the strange cat looked at them before it left, it made their necks stand up. They didn't relax until it was completely gone. Ow ow ow! Seeing that the big cat was gone, the tiger cub ran behind Erwang's butt, then bit its tail and dragged it back. Woof! Erwang immediately turned its head and barked at it, but in the next second, it dragged its tail and spun around in circles. Of course, the tiger cub was dragged by its tail and swung around again and again. In the end, the little tiger let go with a whimper and rolled out of the room twice. Woof woof woof. Wong pounced in front of it, lowered its front limbs, then raised its butt and barked a few times at the tiger cub. The tiger cub wasn't afraid of it. It immediately got up and opened its paws, looking like it was going to fight. It raised its head and barked at Wong. After the black snake saw that the big cat that was much more intimidating than them left, the two on its side immediately started playing. It coldly rolled its eyes at them, then turned around and slipped away. Chapter 12:25. When Lin Qiao fed Tingting, she discussed with him, "Son, let's discuss something." Tingting looked up at her, "What's the matter?" Lin Qiao fed him a mouthful of milk porridge and said, "When you're full, why don't you come into my space to accompany your Uncle Lu?" Tingting looked at her strangely, "Why did you specifically ask me to go in to accompany him?" Lin Qiao said, "Because he's in a bad mood right now. I think he likes you very much. Letting you in to accompany him will make him feel better." Tingting's expression became even more confused, and he asked her, "Why is he in a bad mood? Did he fall out of love?" Lin Qiao rolled her eyes at him and said, "He doesn't have a girl he likes now. How could he fall out of love? Then what's wrong?" Tingting looked at her in confusion, and then opened his mouth to take the spoon that she stretched out. "Because he already knows my true identity. He has always been very concerned about Lu Tianyu, so now that he is sure that I am not Lu Tianyu, he feels a little sad." Lin Qiao couldn't help but sigh when she thought of Lu Tianyu's expression and the aura of an abandoned puppy when he left. "Ah, did you tell him? But it's all so true. He has been by your side for so long, he should be suspicious. After all, the original owner of your body is, after all, two people. It's not the same." Tingting was stunned, and then said. Lin Qiao said, "These days, he looks like he has lost his soul and has no spirit at all." That's why she wanted Tingting to go in to accompany him. Because in the past 2 days, Lu Tianyu had been sitting quietly on the steps in front of the small building in the space, and he didn't care about the vegetables and crops in the field. He let the other zombies do it themselves, and he didn't pay attention to them. Only when the zombies came to ask him would he come back to his senses a little. Lin Qiao knew what he was thinking. As long as she paid a little attention to his movements, she would be able to sense his thoughts. Right now, Lu Tianyu's heart was empty. After all, the family that he had always cared about was suddenly gone. Before, he had been lying to himself that he was thinking too much. When Lin Qiao really opened her mouth, he came back to his senses and realized that it was true. Just like everyone who had lost their loved ones, they would feel sad and their hearts would suddenly feel empty. Lin Qiao felt that if he used this body to comfort him, the effect would probably be the same. Therefore, when his friends and brothers were not here, he could only let little Tingting try. After feeding Tingting, Lin Qiao gave him a bath with hot water, changed his clothes, and carried him into the space. Lu Tianyu was sitting on the steps, looking ahead in a daze. Suddenly, a person flashed in front of him. But the first thing he saw was the little person in her arms. "Uncle." As soon as Tingting saw Lu Tianyu, he turned around and reached out to hug him. Lu Tianyu hadn't seen Xiao Tingting since the day of the full moon banquet. Now that he suddenly saw him, his expression obviously turned cold. His eyes also flashed with some vigor. He stood up and took little Tingting into his arms. She smiled and asked, "Have you missed your uncle these days?" Tingting lay in his arms, nodded seriously and said, "Yes." Lu Tianyu's heart warmed slightly, then he looked up at Lin Qiao, but soon his eyes turned away with a complicated look. "Ahem. I don't have time to take care of him recently, and he doesn't like Duan Wan to hug him. So help me take care of him first." Lin Chao thought of an excuse and said to Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi was startled when he heard this, then he seemed to understand something. He nodded and said, I understand. Lin Chao turned around and went out to prepare some daily necessities and clothes for Tingting. She brought them in and placed them in the living room. There was also some rice, mutated eggs, and a clay pot for Tingting to cook. They were all prepared and placed in the kitchen. Now in Lin Chao's space, not only were there deer and sheep, but there were also a lot of chickens, ducks, geese, and even pigs. She had asked Lin Feng to bring people out to capture them alive for her to raise first. However, Lin Chao didn't raise these birds with the deer and sheep on the big lawn opposite. Instead, she raised them in the open space behind the small building. She had already asked a metal-type ability user to make a few large iron cages and put these mutated but low-level chickens and ducks in the iron cages that were a few hundred meters square. Usually, Lu Tianyi fed them fodder made from rice and dried sweet potatoes. Although these mutated chickens and ducks also eat meat, they didn't reject vegetarians. In any case, they were omnivores. Speaking of which, after the mutation, the chickens could fly. Although the ducks still couldn't fly, it was difficult for them to dig holes in the ground. After the combat geese mutated, their combat strength became even more fierce. They fought in the cages every day, and goose feathers flew all over the place. Especially a few days ago when Lu Tianyi wasn't around, no one fed these chickens, ducks, and geese. The back of the building was noisy. Sometimes, when Lin Chao couldn't stand it anymore, she would come in and scatter a few handfuls of fodder for them. She felt that Lu Tianyi was now the farm owner in her space. Without him around, she really couldn't do anything. No one cared about the vegetables in the fields, the rice and wheat in the fields, and the chickens, ducks, and geese. She threw the pigs on the lawn opposite the lake, letting them accompany the mutant deer and mutant sheep. Because these mutant pigs also ate the grass here, they wouldn't starve to death. But from time to time, they would fight with the deer and sheep. Fortunately, Lin Chao had already raised these chickens, ducks, and geese, so there were eggs for Tingting to eat. However, these eggs couldn't be eaten by humans, so she could only give them to Tingting. So when Wu Qingyue made food for him, he used a special pot to cook it. Although he felt that he had eaten the female zombie clean, he didn't need to worry about it. But Ling Ling was still a normal person, so he couldn't neglect it. After Lin Chao prepared everything, she thought for a moment and said, if there's anything else you need, let me know. Lu Tianyi nodded. Tingting's appearance finally made him a little more spirited. He was just a little unwilling to look at Lin Chao, his eyes always unintentionally avoiding her face. Seeing him nod, Lin Chao turned and left the space. Tingting looked at Lu Tianyi, then asked him, Uncle, are you still sad? Lu Tianyi hugged him and sat on the sofa, looked at him, and asked with a smile, how do you know I'm still sad? Tingting looked at him with a pair of big eyes and said, Uncle, you know what happened to Mama, so you're sad. And this is the second time you've been sad because of your sister. Because when Lu Tianyi died last year, Lu Tianyi definitely didn't feel good when he heard the news. Later, when he saw Lin Chao who had become a zombie, he thought that Lu Tianyi had come back to life. In the end, he didn't expect that his understanding would be shattered again. His notorious sister had died a long time ago. More importantly, when she died, she still didn't treat him as family. Chapter 12:26. Lu Tianyi was stunned when he heard Tingting's words. Then he looked at him and asked, Tingting, have you known about this for a long time? Tingting nodded obediently. He had known about it before he was born. Lu Tianyi was a little disappointed, and then he sighed, yes, even you know about it. Have you always called me uncle? It turns out that you have another uncle. Tingting reached out to touch his chin and said, what's the matter? We'll just treat you as an uncle. Although Mama occupied your sister's body, she also accepted a lot of things from your sister. For example, the mess and bad reputation she left behind, such as you, my younger brother. Anyway, it's not a big deal for my mama to have one more brother. Then he withdrew his hand and sat in Lu Tiany's arms, holding his small chest with his hands, and said with a mature expression, "Besides, Mama is not bad to you, and she doesn't treat you as an outsider. Isn't that right?" Hearing his words, Lu Tiany looked down at him and was amused by his expression. Yes, Tingting is right. Tingting loosened his hands and said, "Anyway, it's like this. What else can we do? Besides, although Mama's soul is not your sister's, her body is still hers. Besides, there's still me. I'm your real nephew after all, right? Maybe Mama can give me another younger brother or sister in the future. Won't you have another family member?" Lu Tiany looked at him speechlessly and said with a smile, "You think too much. You even want your mother to give you a younger brother or sister. Are they as lucky as you? Besides, don't you still have Ling Ling?" Tingting spread his hands and said, "Of course I'm joking. I'm just trying to make you happy." Lu Tiany said to him angrily, "You're so mischievous." However, talking to this child did make him feel better. He was not as depressed and uncomfortable as before. He understood what Tingting said. Anyway, things had become like this, and he could not change anything. He understood the reason, but he still felt uncomfortable. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, that was the only family he recognized. Even if that person's personality wasn't good and his way of doing things was terrible. But no matter what, she was still his sister. Even if he had been aware of it, it would still have affected him. In the past 2 days, he had thought a lot. What he had originally suspected had now become true. His sister was only a shell now. She was still his sister, but her heart was no longer hers. Was that still his sister? However, the original Lu Tianyu did not treat him as a younger brother. He didn't know if he should acknowledge the current Lin Qiao, but little Tingting was right. Lin Qiao had always been very good to him. He even sent people to find him when he was about to turn into a zombie, but they were still a step too late. Fortunately, it was also because of her that he could maintain his human appearance. Now that he had become a zombie, he definitely couldn't go back to Haiqing, let alone the other bases. However, he could not ignore Lin Qiao's existence. For the past few days, he had been thinking about how he should treat this female zombie who had taken over his sister's body, but he couldn't come up with a conclusion. He looked at Tingting and asked helplessly, "Did your mother ask you to comfort me?" Little Tingting nodded straightforwardly. "Yes, she has been paying attention to you these days. Seeing that you have been thinking about it, she asked me to enlighten you." Lu Tiany didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stretched out his hand and pointed at his forehead. "You can enlighten me. How old are you? You want to enlighten me?" Then he used his palm to rub the top of his head. "Pa!" Little Tingting slapped his hand away. Why did these people like to rub his head now? Would it make him bald? "If I don't enlighten you, should I let my mama do it? You definitely don't want to see her now, right? Right?" Little Tingting crossed his 2 short hands in front of his chest, then lay in his arms and looked up at him. His small eyes had an expression that said, "I know what you are thinking." Lu Tiany saw that his expression was very cute, and he smiled softly in his heart. "I will only think more and more when I see her now. My mind is too chaotic. And her situation is very special. I don't know what to do." Little Tingting nodded. "If you don't know what to do, then don't think about it. Let nature take its course. If you can let go of my mama's current body, you can also pretend that she doesn't exist. If you can't let go, then can't you just treat my mama as another sister? Just like how my mama treats you as another younger brother. Sometimes, relatives don't necessarily need to be related by blood. Only those who treat you sincerely are relatives. The last sentence made Lu Tianyi slightly stunned. Then he looked at little Tingting's serious expression. He suddenly felt that the things he had been struggling with before now didn't matter anymore. That's right, sometimes relatives don't necessarily need to be related by blood. And those who are related by blood are not necessarily true relatives. The human heart is the most important. Those who treat you sincerely are better than those who don't care about you. What's more, it's already the end of the world. It's not like the peaceful society of the past. Now, there will only be fewer and fewer people who can treat you sincerely. Thinking about Lu Tianyu's attitude towards him in the past, it was indeed very cold. That was a coldness that really didn't care about him at all. All right, even if that heartless sister of yours is no longer here. You're still with us, and I, the smart and cute little Ting Ting. Little Ting Ting patted the back of Lu Tiany's hand and said. Lu Tianyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and his mood relaxed a lot. Then he sighed and patted little Ting Ting's fluffy head, saying, all right. For your sake, I'll let nature take its course. Anyway, life here isn't bad. After saying that, he carried little Ting Ting out of the living room and stood on the steps to look at the fields outside. Although this space didn't belong to him, many of the things here were created by him. These vegetable fields, those rice fields, and the chickens, ducks, and geese behind the building. After all, he had spent a lot of effort here. If he left and someone else came, would they cripple him? At this time, little Ting Ting suddenly said, or you should help me find an ant to divert my energy, so that I don't have to think about it all day. Look at Uncle Kong's progress with Auntie Long. Soon, he will evolve from a dog to a human. You should hurry up and evolve too, and how about it? I think that's a good idea. Right. Saying that, he looked at Lu Tianyi with a smile. Lu Tianyi didn't expect that he would stab himself in the back. He looked at him speechlessly. I've already become a zombie, why would I still find a wife? You can totally find a zombie wife. The aunties and sisters in Mama's army are all pretty good. Little Ting Ting didn't care about his question at all, and said, and look, Uncle Xia is ready to be Tong Tong's father. Lu Tianyi. Chapter 12:27. Lin Qiao eavesdropped on the conversation between Lu Tianyi and Xiao Tingting from outside the space and couldn't help but laugh. This kid was quite resourceful. He actually began to stab Lu Tianyi while chatting, although it was not painful or itchy. Although it didn't hurt, it could divert his attention. After she came out, she found a free time to peel the bird that the big cat had brought and soaked it in a large bucket. After a few hours, they would become food for the zombie army. Actually, the roe deer and goats in Lin Qiao's space for a year had all been purified. Not only were there no mutated viruses in their bodies, but there was also some energy from the lake in Lin Qiao's space. It should be known that the air in the good space was evaporated from the lake. The first batch of a dozen roe deer had become a large flock. The dozens of mutated goats also had a group of small milk lamb cakes following them. The insides of these little guys were clean and fit for human consumption. But they were goats and didn't have much fur. They couldn't collect a pile of wool like sheep, so they could only eat meat. When Lin Feng came back 2 days later, Lin Qiao handed over the affairs of the base to him. Then she took her people and set off towards Huaxia base. This time, she didn't look for Wu Qingyue. Instead, she took her people and set off. She wasn't in a hurry. From time to time, she would observe the underground creatures and hunt for energy nuclei. This time, the people she brought were half human and the other half zombies. Duan Wan and Xie Dong were still by her side. Qiu Lily and Lin Kuei didn't follow this time. Long Qingqing was also summoned by Lin Qiao and temporarily separated from Kong Qingming, who had just made some progress in their relationship. But Kong Qingming would probably follow Wu Qingyue this time, so they would meet again soon. Yuan Tianqing was in a coma, so Li Zheng's team was temporarily taken over by Lin Qiao. In addition to Xie Dong, LV Feng, He Jiayun, Su Fangfang, Xiao Si, and Geezer Guo also came with Lin Qiao's group of level 6 zombies. The old man said that there was no need to defend Yuming's base anymore. He was bored there. Why not go out with Lin Qiao? Anyway, old man Guo, who had recovered his memory, could act as he pleased. Fortunately, before he had any plans, he would always ask Lin Qiao for permission to show his respect to her as a leader. However, Lin Qiao felt that if she wasn't a zombie emperor, this old man wouldn't be so polite. Other than the 5 level 1 kings, there were also 10 level 5 leaders. They were all places that she hadn't seen before. The 3 pets naturally followed suit. Oh, now there were 4. There was one more proud little tiger. Not long after they left the base, Mo Yen appeared with his beautiful follower. Mo Yen looked left and right at Lin Qiao's formation, then at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao knew what he meant and said straightforwardly, "Yes, a new batch. The previous batch wasn't even my personal team. I was just looking for an opportunity to train them. You want to go to Huaxia this time because you want that person to take action. It's not time yet, is it? Your current strength is still very low." Right now, Mo Yen had only just recovered to his level 6 king level 1 state, and he had only just recovered. The energy had not even stabilized yet. However, Mo Yen pointed at his own throat. Lin Qiao glanced at him. "Oh, I thought you wanted to be a mute." Mo Yen rolled his eyes at her. Lin Qiao nodded. "All right, since you want to recover your ability to speak, I will satisfy you. But you have to take a shower first." Lin Qiao was also very helpless about the fact that the lake could completely wash away all the clothes they were wearing. Every time she did something, she had to ask everyone to take off their clothes. Everyone looked at her like they were looking at a hooligan. Luckily, Mo Yen had stayed in her space for a long time, so he was already used to her taking off her clothes before entering the lake. So he didn't feel like there was anything wrong. However, a white shadow suddenly flashed in front of him, blocking his way. The female zombie stared at Lin Qiao with a vigilant face. She wasn't afraid even under the pressure of Lin Qiao's zombie emperor, but her expression made Lin Qiao speechless. "What? Is he your husband? Are you afraid that I will steal him? It's just taking a shower and taking off his clothes. Do you think I would be thirsty for him?" Hearing Lin Qiao's words, the people who were secretly watching couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Then Mo Yen looked at Lin Qiao with an expression that said, "Who knows? I'm so handsome," and looked at Lin Qiao in disbelief. Lin Qiao. Why the hell did she help this bastard? You. Forget it. You look like a woman. I don't like you. Lin Qiao rolled her eyes at him with disdain. Mo Yan's facial features were indeed very delicate, but his chin was a bit sharp. He had the kind of face that couldn't differentiate between a man and a woman. Plus, he had an evil temperament, a very strong aura, and a very tall height. So no one would think that he was effeminate. If you just stared at his current face, you would find that the more you looked at him, the more handsome he was, and the more beautiful he was. Especially now that his face didn't have the wrinkles from before, he suddenly looked a lot more delicate. Hearing Lin Qiao's words, Mo Yan's face darkened. The female zombie in white also glared at Lin Qiao angrily. Lin Qiao tilted her head and looked at Mo Yan, who was behind her, and asked, "Are you going to control your subordinates? Do you want me to help you? Hurry up, don't waste time." Hearing her say that, Mo Yen had to pretend that he didn't hear what Lin Qiao said. He raised his hand and patted the female zombie's shoulder. The female zombie then moved to the side unwillingly. Even if you are guarding against me, he will still come to me himself. Tell me, what's the point of being wary of me? Lin Qiao was speechless as he threw a sentence at the beautiful zombie and brought Mo Yen into the space. Originally, she only wanted to bring Mo Yen in, since it wasn't a big deal and wouldn't take too long. She didn't think that the female zombie would grab Mo Yan's hand and follow them in. Lin Qiao. So stubborn. After entering the space, Mo Yen went back to his room and took a shower. These days, he didn't have a good shower outside, so he didn't reject Lin Qiao's request. After taking a shower, he just walked down wearing a pair of bullet underwear, which caught Lu Tianyi and Ting Ting, who were sitting on the stairs off guard. Lu Tianyi subconsciously covered Ting Ting's eyes and couldn't help but say to Mo Yen, who was walking over, "I say, can you at least wear a pair of underwear?" However, Mo Yen just turned around and smiled at him, then continued to walk towards Lin Qiao. Ting Ting pulled down Lu Tianyi's hand that was covering his eyes, then said in a low voice with disdain, "It's not as good looking as my papa, why are you showing off?" At that moment, everyone's expression. Imagine, Lu Tianyi, Mo Yen, Lin Qiao, female zombie. Chapter 12:28. Lu Tianyi silently covered Xiao Tingting's eyes and whispered, "Little devil, don't look around." Hearing Xiao Tingting's words, Lin Qiao brazenly sized up Mo Yan's body. Then she said, "It's okay. Let's go, let's go." As she spoke, she waved a black mist to cover herself, then took off her clothes and went into the water. She sighed in her heart, when would she be able to directly control the energy in the lake to the surface, instead of going down to the bottom of the lake every time? She could control the energy in the air and the space, but she just couldn't draw out the energy in the lake. Even if she advanced to the level of a zombie emperor, she still couldn't do this. Mo Yen didn't care about the gazes of others staring at his naked body, and calmly walked towards the lake. Because Lin Qiao went down first to control the energy in the lake, Mo Yen didn't feel any sense of danger. Only the female zombie in the dress quietly stood by the lake and stared at it. Everyone outside the space was free to do whatever they wanted, waiting for Lin Qiao to come out. A few of Lin Qiao's pets were also running around in the nearby forest, chasing the surrounding mutated beasts. Woofa-woo-woo, Air Wang, whose whole body was pitch black, was chasing a level 4 mutated cat. Meow, the mutated cat let out an ear-piercing cry, and ran with all its might. Obviously, Air Wang didn't want to kill it so quickly, and wanted to play with it first. But others didn't want to let it continue playing. When the mutated cat was running forward, suddenly a big black snake head rushed out with its mouth wide open, and bit the mutated cat that weighed more than 100 kilograms. Meow-woo, the mutated cat let out another pitiful cry, and then there was no sound. Woof! Air Wang saw Dehei suddenly rush out to kill its prey, and was stunned for a moment. In the end, before it could react, Dehei spat the mutated cat in its mouth in front of it, and then slipped away. Air Wang, the mushroom spirit, passed by with the little tiger on its head, and saw that Air Wang wasn't interested in the already dead mutated cat, so it slowly came over. It stretched out a few tentacles towards the mutated cat that was poisoned to death by Dehei. The little tiger seemed to know that the mushroom spirit was doing something bad, and quietly laid down, looking at the mushroom spirit's tentacles for a moment, and then looking at Air Wang's expression. It wondered if Air Guzi would let the mushroom spirit take the dead cat. Seeing that the mushroom spirit was getting closer, Air Wang finally turned his head impatiently and barked at it, "Woof! If you want to take it, hurry up and take it. What are you dilly-dallying for?" Hearing its cry, the mushroom spirit immediately jumped to the side of the dead cat. Its tentacles quickly wrapped around the dead cat's body, then it turned around and ran away. Wang was speechless. Wang looked at the mushroom spirit running away, and flicked its tail. Wang didn't goozy. Wang. Wang wanted to take the mushroom spirit, Wang's hua, and hua. Its head. And it. Hua, fu, and it. Wang isn, I haze, I, and, Wang, I, and, I, Wang, s, I, and Zhao's, and I, and Wang, and, Wang, and. So, it threw the dead cat on the ground, but it didn't eat it. The little tiger jumped down from its head, and sniffed the cat's body. He smelled the smell of snake venom in it, so he turned his head in disgust and walked to the side to sit down. In fact, it wanted to eat the meat that its master had soaked in the lake water. It didn't want to eat the body that hadn't even been peeled off. Seeing that the little tiger wasn't interested, the mushroom spirit poked the cat's body with its tentacles. It turned the cat's body over and over again, and then pushed it towards the little tiger. Ow! The little tiger didn't appreciate it. It just sat there and licked its paws. Seeing that the little tiger didn't want it, the mushroom spirit hesitated for a while. Then, it dragged the dead cat back, and stuck its tentacles into the corpse, which hadn't hardened yet, and began to suck the flesh and blood. Soon, the plump cat's body shriveled, and even the luster of its fur disappeared. It became like dry grass. The whole cat's body became a mummy. After eating for a while, the mushroom spirit retracted its tentacles and began to swing them left and right. It didn't care whether it was poisonous or not, since it could digest it anyway. The little tiger thought for a while. It hadn't eaten its master's meat recently. It kept eating meat that hadn't been soaked in water, and it wasn't tasty at all. Why didn't its master feed it? Was it because its master didn't catch any prey? Then, it would catch it. After seeing that the mushroom spirit was full, it stood up, looked left and right, and then climbed up a tree at the side. Very good, ordinary tigers didn't know how to climb trees. But mutated tigers were different. Their claws and bodies were more agile. It stood on the tree and sniffed around. After a while, it jumped down. Then, he quietly dashed in a direction. Although the mushroom spirit didn't know what it wanted to do, it still followed it silently. So, not long after, Xia Dong and the others saw the little tiger and the mushroom spirit come back with a live rat in their mouths, and a few struggling mutated beasts under the mushroom umbrella. What are they doing? Duanwan looked curiously at the two of them dragging a bunch of prey back. Usually, they would come back after eating their fill. Why did they catch them alive today? I don't know. Are they going to give them to us? Xia Dong thought for a while and said. Duanwan looked at him speechlessly. If they're going to give it to us, of course it's for the leader. For us? I think you're thinking too much. Xia Dong shrugged indifferently. Then it's for the leader. When Lin Qiao came out with Mo Yen, who had recovered his voice, she suddenly realized that everyone was looking at her. What's wrong? Lin Qiao looked at them in confusion. Everyone pointed to the other side at the same time. Lin Qiao turned around. She saw 4 big pets sitting in a row, and in front of them was a pile of half-dead prey. Lin Qiao. What's going on? What are they doing? Everyone shrugged and shook their heads. Lin Qiao, she turned around and looked at the 4 pets in confusion. What was the meaning of this? Woof! At this moment, 2 dogs wagged their tails and barked at her. Lin Qiao walked over to them, confused. She stood in front of the dozen or so big and small prey and looked at them. They really caught a lot of them, and they were all alive. Forget about the level 4 and 5 ones, what was with this big rat in front of the little tiger that wasn't even level 2? Chapter 12:29. Lin Qiao looked at the row of half-dead prey and found that the ones in front of Da He had not been bitten by it. Those that had been strangled by it were all twisted, but they were still alive. The ones in front of Er Wang were either bitten off their legs, or bitten off their legs, or bitten off their legs. Ow, 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 ow. At this time, the little tiger suddenly roared at Lin Qiao, and then patted the big rat in front of it with its paw. It deliberately found a second-level rat with a clean smell to catch, because it couldn't catch a big one. It was still very weak now, so it could only catch a second-level rat. Lin Qiao walked up to it and looked down at it. What do you want to do? Ow! The little tiger threw the big, breathless rat at her feet. Lin Qiao looked at its actions and asked blankly, "Is it for me?" Ow! The little tiger raised its round face and continued to roar at her. Lin Qiao said helplessly, "I don't know how to listen to you. How would I know what you mean? But since you gave it to me, I'll take it." After saying that, she put the big rat away. Ow! As soon as she put it away, the little tiger immediately jumped up and roared at her. Then it ran around her feet and patted Lin Qiao's calf with its paw. Lin Qiao was speechless. What did it mean? Although she had saved this guy before, she didn't have much time to communicate with it. She didn't understand what it meant at all. Did it not want her to put it away? Thinking of this, Lin Qiao released the big rat again. As expected, it immediately quieted down. It sat next to the fluffy rat, patted it with its paw, and finally piled up on Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao was confused. She turned to the others and asked, "What does it mean? Does it want to give it to me or not?" Duan Wan said with a smile, "I don't know. We're not keepers. How would we know what it means? They didn't let us get close." Previously, when a person passed by, they all bared their teeth and growled at him. Lin Qiao looked at Xie Dong, who said helplessly, "If it's not for you, does it want you to feed it?" Feed it? But wasn't it used to being wild recently? Why are you suddenly calling for me? Lin Qiao was even more confused. At that moment, Mo Yen rubbed his chin and moved closer. His approach immediately alerted the little tiger and the other three. However, because Mo Yan's zombie emperor aura was too strong, they didn't dare to roar at him. However, he took a defensive stance. Even acquaintances were not allowed to get close. Mo Yen looked at them and said, "Are you going to raise them in a zoo? Or do you want to open a ranch? There are tigers, snakes, sheep, and roe deer." His voice had the unique hoarseness of zombies, but it had a unique sense of carefreeness. It was very magnetic. It wasn't unpleasant to hear, but it wasn't very pleasant either. It was a very special sound that gave people a special subtle feeling when they heard it. Lin Qiao was teased by him. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's not bad to open a zoo. What, do you have a problem with that?" Mo Yen immediately shook his head and smiled, "I wouldn't dare. But your little tiger's behavior is quite interesting. What does it want to do?" Lin Qiao said, "I also want to know. Why don't you help me guess?" Mo Yen said, "Why do I need to guess what a tiger is thinking? I'm not familiar with it. Why don't you let your little brother come out and take a look? He should be familiar with the little tiger, right?" Lin Qiao heard this and her eyes lit up, "That's right. Let Lu Tianyi come out and see what this little guy wants to do." After saying that, she immediately flashed in, and after a while, she came out with Lu Tianyi and her son. Lin Qiao hugged Ting Ting and asked the two of them, "What do you think this little guy is doing? He pushed the mouse in front of me, but he won't let me put it in the dimensional space. Then why did he push it to me? Lu Tianyi saw the little tiger and happily walked over to pick it up. Wow, Hua Hua, you've grown up. You're so heavy. Ow, ow, ow. The little tiger struggled a bit unwillingly as it was picked up. It then used its 2 paws to prop itself up on one of Lu Tianyi's shoulders. Lin Qiao looked at Lu Tianyi speechlessly. When did you name it Hua Hua? Lu Tianyi smiled. I called it a long time ago. Lin Qiao looked at him as if he was an idiot. I don't want to ask, but why did you name a male tiger Hua Hua? Ow, ow. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Hua immediately began to struggle restlessly. It was also very strong. Lu Tianyi couldn't hold it for a while and let it jump down. However, Hua Hua didn't care how feminine its name was. It only cared about the problem of food. Thus, it ran to the big mouse and patted it. Ow, this time, it didn't bark at Lin Qiao, but at Lu Tianyi. It's hungry. It's hungry. At this moment, Lu Tianyi and Ting Ting spoke at the same time. Lin Qiao looked at Lu Tianyi in confusion, then at Ting Ting. Ting Ting looked at the little tiger and said to Lu Tianyi, Is it? Uncle. Lu Tianyi squatted down beside the little tiger and stroked its furry round head. He looked up at Ting Ting and asked, Ting Ting, how did you know? Ting Ting touched his chin with his little hand and said, I can feel it. Lin Qiao asked curiously, If it's hungry, then why did you give it to me? Lu Tianyi stood up and said to her, It actually wants to eat the meat you soaked in the lake water. It's probably because the novelty of coming out to play a while ago has passed. Now, it's starting to complain that the raw meat isn't as delicious as the raw meat you soaked in. The meat soaked in Lin Qiao's water was very delicious. Whether it was the zombies or the mutated beasts, they all liked it very much. And when they were in the space, they would occasionally go and eat the meat that Lin Qiao sometimes soaked in the bucket. Lin Qiao didn't notice this, but Lu Tianyi did. When Lin Qiao heard this, she turned to look at the beasts and asked in surprise, It can't be, is that what he said? Woof! Er Wang barked at her happily, because it could understand Lu Tianyi's words. Da He could also understand a little, but it had always been a quiet handsome man. Bah, oh, it's a beautiful male snake. Lin Qiao saw Er Wang's reaction and said, Seems like it's true. Since it's like this, I'll leave it to you. I'll put them into the space. You take care of the rest, I have to hurry. As she said this, she glanced at Lu Tianyi, because other than herself and Lu Tianyi, no one else was allowed to get close to these prey. Go in and don't run around, I'm telling you. In the end, Lin Qiao warned them and put them all into the space. Lu Tianyi went to serve them. Chapter 1230. Just as Lin Qiao put away the snake, dog, tiger, and a bunch of prey, she got into the car with Ting Ting and was about to leave. Suddenly, a red shadow flashed above their convoy. Then, there was a loud bang, and a huge object fell. When everyone saw the huge object and the red shadow in the sky, they all complained in their hearts, Oh, another one. Lin Qiao stuck her head out of the car window and looked at the huge strange cat that suddenly appeared. Then, he looked at the huge, upon closer inspection, it was a mutated black bull. Before Lin Qiao could react, the strange red cat in mid-air turned around and disappeared with a flick of its tail. Lin Qiao was speechless. She looked at where the huge cow was lying. If she didn't put it away, she wouldn't be able to pass. Yes, this one is really here to deliver something. Ting Ting climbed onto her lap and stuck his head out of the window. Then, he retracted his head and stood in the middle of the back seat, looking at the huge cow through the front windshield. The one just now was for him to eat. This one was for his mama. Duan Wan, who was about to drive, put her hand on the steering wheel and looked back at Lin Xiao. This was the second time. What was this strange cat doing? It came and went without a trace. The people in the cars behind all stuck their heads out to look at the black cow blocking the road. It's so big. How many tons do you think this cow is? 3 tons. It's twice as big as that hairless cat. It's definitely more than 3 tons. This cow is bigger than an adult elephant. Lin Xiao got out of the car with Tingting in her arms. She was about to walk toward the cow that she didn't know was dead or alive, but she stopped after taking 2 steps. She turned her head and looked around. Then, she looked helpless. Is there no end to it? What is this one doing here? Lin Xiao looked around and asked speechlessly. Tingting also looked around with his arms around her neck, but his senses were much clearer than Lin Xiao's. Yes. Have you seen this one before? It doesn't seem to want to come close. Hearing that, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look down at him in surprise. How do you know it won't come close? Tingting was silent for 2 seconds and said, intuition. Lin Xiao, she looked around again and found that the one hiding in the dark did not seem to want to come out. He had no choice but to turn around and walk towards the big black buffalo. Then, he put the shiny and glossy mutant buffalo into the space. Although he wasn't dead yet, he was close to it. In the open space of the small building in the space, Lu Tianyi was busy dealing with the prey brought back by Dahe and Erwang. The 4 of them were gathered on the front desk, the balcony, or the rooftop. 3 pairs of eyes and 1 eyeless mushroom head were staring at him. In the end, at this time, there was another sound of a creature landing on the other side of the open space. Lu Tianyi, the 4 pets, and the zombies in the vegetable field all turned their heads at the same time. Oh, really? You want me to handle this one too? This is too big. It's much bigger than the ones you caught. Lu Tianyi's face darkened when he saw the bull, but he soon turned his head to ridicule Dahe and the others. Woof! Erwang barked at him discontentedly from the balcony. It could still see Lu Tianyi's disgusted expression. Dahe, whose head was lying on the rooftop, hung its head down, then slid to the ground and crawled towards the big black buffalo. Then, it circled the big black buffalo twice and looked at it a few times. Then, it slipped back and climbed to the rooftop again. Lu Tianyi looked at the big rat in his hand that had just been skinned, then looked at the other prey piled up like a mountain, and then looked at the big buffalo that was just thrown in. He suddenly felt very tired. Aw, damn. He was just in a good mood and suddenly increased his workload. How could he be good? What made him even more speechless was that these few in front of him were not willing to let others touch their prey. He couldn't even find a helper if he wanted to. But now that the buffalo wasn't caught by them, they shouldn't mind, right? After thinking for a while, Lu Tianyi called out to Pesticide, who was catching insects in the vegetable field. Pesticide, come over here. Pesticide looked up at him but didn't immediately go over. Lu Tianyi continued to wave at him, come over. Do you want me to invite you over? Hearing him say this, Pesticide slowly stood up and walked over. Lu Tianyi handed him a knife and pointed at the cow, go over, kill the cow. Roar. Pesticide's expression instantly became confused. He didn't know how to. Moreover, that bull was so big. Would it suddenly move and kick him away? Lu Tianyi said to him in a bad mood, it's about to die, why don't you just go over and stab it in the neck? How weak are you to be able to be kicked by it? Pesticide hesitantly accepted a short military knife. His heart trembled with fear as he approached the giant bull. Lin Xiao put the cow into the space and threw it to Lu Tianyi, then turned around and returned to the car. Everyone then drove away and once again headed towards China. Mo Yen sat on the roof of the last car, beside him was the female zombie in the white dress. He looked at the black shadow that flashed by from time to time in the forest behind them and asked the female zombie, "I don't know what that female zombie has that attracts these mutant beasts, but they all want to follow her. Is it because of the smell on her body?" The smell on Lin Qiao's body was indeed different from ordinary zombies. It had a faint refreshing smell. He didn't know what effect the female zombie's smell had on the mutant beasts, but for zombies like them, it was just a little more fragrant. It was just a little more fragrant, but there was also a kind of refreshing sweetness in it. The female zombie just looked at him quietly and didn't say anything. Mo Yen knew that she also didn't understand why it was like this, but he still continued to talk to her, but these two have been following her for a long time. The cat knows to scent its prey, but the dog doesn't. Is it because the dog is stupid? The female zombie. How would she know if the dog was stupid or the cat was smarter? She's not a cat or a dog. At this time, Mo Yen suddenly said, "In the future, if I encounter any danger, you should follow her. You should follow her. Perhaps it will be safer for you." Now the zombies in the outside world were not only facing humans, but also those mutant beasts from the underground. Roar dash, the female zombie growled at him and shook her head firmly. "You were the one who told me not to leave you, and now you want to leave me." Mo Yen sighed, his handsome face was a little gloomy. He said, "Don't worry, I won't go find him now. When I recover to my strongest state, I will go. But you can't go with me." The female zombie's eyes widened, and she looked down at the back of his head in confusion. "Roar?" Mo Yen looked back and smiled, looked at her eyes and said, "I don't want you to be with me and not be able to become a zombie." His smile didn't have the usual evil feeling, and it wasn't a crooked smile. It was gentle with a little bit of pity. Chapter 1231. A kilometer behind Lin Qiao and the others, a black wind flashed by from time to time. A huge long-haired dog leaped lightly and chased after Lin Qiao and the others' car. Even further away, a huge red shadow flashed by from time to time on the mountain. Lin Qiao sat in the car with Ting Ting in her arms. She could sense the presence of two beasts following them from afar. But because of their strange attitude, they had no intention of attacking, so Lin Qiao decided to wait and see. Therefore, Lin Qiao decided to wait and see. She didn't know what these two were planning to do with her. "I want to go in and see Uncle." Ting Ting crawled on the back seat for a while, looking at the desolate scenery outside with no interest. "He's busy and has no time for you." Lin Qiao turned to look at him. In the space, Lu Tianyi and Zong Zong were busy dividing the meat. Ting Ting could only watch from the side. Although this child wouldn't disturb Lu Tianyi, it would distract him. Mommy, you're so cruel. You just told me to comfort him. You immediately gave him so much work. It feels like he's your personal farm owner. Aren't you afraid he'll be angry?" Ting Ting thought of the pile of prey just now. There were 12 to 13 of them in total. There was also the huge cow at the end. It would probably take a long time to break up the meat. He thought about his poor uncle who was forced to do manual labor again. Why didn't I give him something to do to distract him so he won't think too much? Lin Qiao sighed and smiled. Then, she turned to look outside. It might have been better if she told him in the beginning. But at that time, he might have been disgusted with her for taking over his sister's body. Luckily, he didn't hate her when he suspected the truth. This made Lin Qiao heave a sigh of relief. Ting Ting sat cross-legged on the chair and crossed his hands in front of his chest. He sighed and said, "Uncle is so pitiful. He only had one sister and she refused to acknowledge him. His sister refused to acknowledge him. It was fine if she didn't acknowledge him, but now she was dead. In the end, his sister became a fake sister. After that, He turned his head and glanced at Lin Qiao meaningfully. The fake sister, Lin Qiao, looked down at him helplessly. I can't do anything about it. It's not like I want to take over Lu Tiany's body. I don't know what's going on, but it actually ran into someone else's body. I'm also very helpless. Besides, I'm not treating Lu Tiany as a fake younger brother. I'm treating him better than Lin Hao. Little Tingting thought about it and said, that's true. His mother had always been good to Lu Tiany, although she was now using the identity of Lu Tianyu. But his mother didn't snatch it. She picked it up. Moreover, Lu Tianyu was already dead. What could he do? While Lin Qiao continued to head towards Huaxia, Wu Qingyue left Haiqing with Xiao Liqing, Kong Qingming, and the others. He even brought Wu Yueling with him. Daddy. When can we meet Tingting and Mommy? Wu Yueling sat on the chair at the back, holding a big furry ball in her arms. She turned her head to look at Wu Qingyue expectantly and asked in a low voice. Wu Qingyue smiled at her and reached out to touch her head. They didn't go with us. Maybe we won't see them until tomorrow. Wu Yueling's small eyes, which had been shining with anticipation, immediately dimmed. She lowered her head in disappointment and moved her mouth. Oh. She stroked the fat gray rabbit in her arms from time to time. The fat gray rabbit had been raised for a year, so it grew very fast. It was already very big. Its body was covered in fur and soft fat. Hugging it in his arms was like a small heater, warm and cozy. Seeing her like this, Wu Qingyue pretended to be sad and said, Why, Lingling, don't you want to be with Daddy? Daddy will be sad. Wu Yueling looked up and saw that he was still smiling. She rolled her eyes at him and lowered her head. No. Xiao Liqing, who was driving in front, asked Wu Yueling jokingly, Lingling, didn't you just separate from Tingting and the others? Do you miss them so soon? Wu Yueling looked at his side profile and said, Yeah, I just don't want to be separated from them. It's a pity that your daddy hasn't gotten your new mother yet. But it won't be long. Lingling, you have to be patient. Xiao Liqing smiled. Thinking about how the two of them held hands and went to cultivate on the bed a few days ago, how could there be any progress? At this moment, the smell of wild beasts suddenly appeared in front of them, and it seemed to be a large group. Wu Qingyue and Xiao Liqing's expressions changed slightly, and they looked ahead with a slightly serious expression. Qingming, go ahead and take a look. Without waiting for Wu Qingyue to say anything, Xiao Liqing slowed down the car, then picked up the short-distance communication device and spoke to his mouth. Got it. Kong Qingming's voice came from the earbud on one of Xiao Liqing's ears. Then the car at the front began to speed up. The large group of beasts was still a distance away from them, so after driving for more than 10 minutes, Kong Qingming saw that the road in front of them was covered with a pile of unknown black things. But those beasts were not of the good kind. Kong Qingming got out of the car, jumped onto the roof, and looked in that direction. After looking carefully for a while, he saw that it was a pile of monsters with short limbs, crawling on the ground. Those things looked strange. Their heads were like flowers, and there was something in the middle that looked like a tongue that flickered. It looked so disgusting. Their bodies were flat, and they had no tails. But it was unknown whether it was the sides of their waists or the sides of their stomachs, but there were rows of spikes growing horizontally. Their forelegs were only half a meter tall, but their claws were very long and sharp. Each of them was at least a meter long and a meter wide. Each of them had their flower-like heads raised up high, and the long tongues in the center of the flower were pointed in the direction of Kong Qingming and the others. Kong Qingming and the others stopped at a distance of at least 300 to 400 meters away from them, but they quickly sensed it. They all raised their heads and paused for a moment, then suddenly rushed in their direction. Drive the car away first. Kong Qingming jumped out of the car, then waved his hands from both sides to the middle. The plants on both sides of the road grew crazily, extending towards the strange things that were crawling over and wrapping them up. Then, they were lifted up one by one and tightly strangled. Their bodies were sealed and all their bones were crushed. Fuck, what the hell is this? It's disgusting just looking at it. Jing Xiaoyan's face turned cold when he got out of the car and saw those things. Their bodies were fine, so be it if they were flat. But what was with that head? Why was it a flower? It was fine if it was just a flower, but there was a hole in the middle of the flower, and the edge of the hole was filled with teeth. There was also a long rope that was swinging out of the hole, dancing around. It made one feel uncomfortable just looking at it. Chapter 1232. Kong Qingming asked someone to drive the car back and report the situation. If they wanted to pass through, they had to get rid of this group of monsters. However, the number of monsters that covered the long road was not small. Moreover, they weren't weak. Kong Qingming controlled the surrounding grass, vines, and branches to bind them, but it was not easy to kill them. The smaller ones were still able to crush their bones, but the bigger ones were able to quickly break free. The monsters that were strangled by Kong Qingming's plants began to squeak and scream. It was very harsh and uncomfortable to listen to. Except for Kong Qingming, the others didn't use their abilities. Instead, they jumped to a higher place, found a place with a better view, and each took out a strange gun. Each of them only had one of these guns, and the bullets were specially made. This was because the bullets contained the liquid of cat peppermint grass. This is a newly developed gun. Although it's not perfect, it should be of some use, right? But at least it should be of some use, right? Lu Jing raised his gun and aimed at the middle of a monster's face from afar and shot. Pooh! Lu Jing's marksmanship was very accurate. Even if the distance was more than 200 meters, he could still hit the target. Gee! When his bullet hit the middle of the flower head, the monster immediately let out an ear-piercing scream. Then, its body stiffened, and it fell down. However, they didn't die just like that. It wasn't until the liquid in the bullet was injected into its body that it suddenly exploded. Bang! The monster's body immediately exploded into pieces. Hey, the effect is not bad. Lu Jing cheered excitedly. He heard that when doing experiments, even if a grenade was thrown into the mouth of these things, it would become a dud. According to observation, this was the self-protection of the energy in their body. When a bomb was thrown into their mouth, they could sense danger, and their body would automatically make a conditioned reflex, using the energy in their body to extinguish the bomb before it exploded. Needless to say, when the bullet was shot into their mouth, they would spit it out. However, the newly developed guns in Haiqing would inject the liquid into the body of these monsters the moment the bullet hit the target. This would cause their body to enter a state of paralysis. Then, after the liquid in the bullet was completely injected, the small bomb in the bullet would explode. In fact, these guns were semi-finished products that had just been hastily researched. They were meant to be used by the people who were going out this time. There weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. After the flower head monster's body exploded, the surrounding monsters suddenly scattered away from the spot, as if they were avoiding its flesh and blood. Although Kong Qingming could control a large number of vines, he could not kill many monsters. It also consumed a lot of his own energy. After thinking about it, he simply used his ability to tie those things up and then took out the same gun as Lu Jing and the others and began to shoot at the monsters that were wrapped up by him. Every shot and every bullet landed in the mouths of those monsters. Bang, 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 squeak. The monsters that were hit by him and the others exploded. Although the other monsters avoided the corpses of their dead companions, they still kept rushing toward Kong Qingming and the others. Huang Shou drove back and reported into his communicator as he drove. Reporting, there's a group of unknown monsters blocking the road 5 kilometers ahead. There are at least 1,000 of them squeezed together. I won't be able to pass for a while. Xiao Liqing parked the car aside and asked, what kind of monsters are they? Oh, their heads are like flowers, and their bodies are flat. Their limbs are very short, and they have no tail. Their bodies are about 1.2 meters wide and more than 1.8 to 3 meters long. They don't look like land monsters. Huang Shou replied. These groups of creatures had flower heads, and they didn't look like they belonged to the continent at first glance. Moreover, their bodies were so big. They should be the monsters that the bosses often talked about recently. After Xiao Liqing ended the conversation with Huang Shou, he turned back and reported the situation to Wu Qingyue. There is a group of underground creatures blocking the road 5 kilometers ahead. It will take some time to clear them. Do we need to take a detour? It meant that there were a lot of those things. If they wanted to go over, they had to eliminate them all. It would be more troublesome because the defense of those things was very tricky. Wu Qingyue asked him, how long will it take to go around here? Xiao Liqing looked at the map and said, if the road is clear, it will take an hour. If there are obstacles, it will take about 2 hours. In the apocalypse, there would be abandoned zombie cars blocking the roads of all sizes. Therefore, other than the roads that the people in the base used and the roads that had been cleared, the roads in other places were mostly blocked by obstacles. Wu Qingyue looked at Wu Yueling and said, call Qingming and the others back. It meant that they were going to take a detour. Xiao Liqing nodded and then said to Huang Shou, call your boss back. We will take a detour. Yes. Huang Shou responded and turned the car around. Xiao Liqing said curiously, they should be using the guns that they brought out this time. I don't know how effective they are. Wu Qingyue smiled calmly and said, we will know when we come back later. Xiao Liqing said, it's a few kilometers away. I don't know how fast these underground monsters are. If we take a detour and they still follow us, it won't be fun. Wu Qingyue said, if that's the case, then I will make a move to wipe them out. Xiao Liqing looked back at him speechlessly and said, then what's the point of taking a detour? Why don't you just go and wipe them all out? Wu Qingyue glanced at him with a smile and said, I don't want to take Lingling to see those things. From your description just now, I think they are very ugly. What if we scare Lingling? If he didn't take care of Lingling himself, how could he be at ease? Other than himself, the highest level among the people here was Xiao Liqing and Kong Qingming, who were at level 6. It wasn't safe for them to take care of her. When Wu Yueling heard him mention her name, she turned her head and looked at her papa. She thought about the monster that they were talking about just now. Although she didn't understand it very well, her instincts made her very afraid. But she didn't show it to Wu Qingyue. She just continued to hold the rabbit and stroke its fur. After a while, Kong Qingming and the others came back. How is the effect of the new gun? Xiao Liqing asked Kong Qingming through the communicator while reversing the car and preparing to take a detour. Not bad. It didn't take more than 3 seconds to shoot until it exploded. It's just that the range is a little short. It's useless to hit it from 300 meters away. Kong Qingming's voice was heard. Are you sure this is the kind of thing that came out of the ground? Xiao Liqing asked again. Yes, because even if we wipe them out, we won't be able to pass. The road ahead is broken and there are cracks. The car can't pass, so we can only take a detour, Kong Qingming said. It seems that we can only take a detour. Xiao Liqing sighed. Chapter 1233. 300 meters is already the biggest improvement. Beyond 300 meters, the impact force isn't enough. There's no way to inject the liquid from the bullet. Xiao Liqing could only reply after hearing Kong Qingming's complaint. Then he continued, and do you know how troublesome it is to make this new type of bullet? What right do you have to complain? Kong Qingming said helplessly, okay, 300 meters it is. Although it's not far, it's not close either. After their car retreated, the monsters were following the smell from afar. However, their speed wasn't fast, and these monsters didn't have eyes. They had been using the tongue that stuck out of their mouth to sense the breath in the air. Fortunately, the car's speed was faster than their speed, and soon Wu Qingyue and the others left the monsters' sensing range. They had no choice but to stop. They continued to probe with their tongues that were like ropes. On the other side of Qingshan Base, Lan Lu looked at the report in his hand and frowned. On the other side of the table, Chang Qingqing and Hu Daba also looked very serious. Do you think Xikong Qin is really willing to share his research information with us? He's not that kind of person. Chang Qingqing put down the information in her hand, sighed, and looked up at Lan Lu worriedly. Even if we don't look at his, we can look at other people's. I don't know what Xikong Qin is planning, but it's definitely not a good thing. Lan Lu answered her expressionlessly. I don't know if Wu Qingyue and Lu Tianyu have moved. Since they are going, it seems that they have their own plans. Chang Qingqing said. After all, if they could think of it, it was impossible for those two not to have thought of it. I hope after you come up with a solution, these things won't move. Chang Qingqing said worriedly. Now they had discovered other creatures that had emerged from the ground. Apart from the disgusting multi-eyed monster that the female zombie leader had mentioned before she left, they had also discovered other strange creatures in other places. Because of the large number of these monsters, the originally deserted land in the Western Territory had worsened. There were fewer and fewer plants, and the area of desertification and drought was increasing. The air quality had deteriorated in a large area, and many places couldn't go without wearing masks. I wonder when the leader will wake up. Sigh. Thinking about Dong Xiaowei, who was still unconscious, Chang Qingqing felt even more worried. Don't worry, he'll be fine. I heard that the Universal Base and Sea City are both researching a drug that can suppress this kind of madness. If it really doesn't work, let's look for them. Lan Lu said. We don't have much food left, but the situation of the land hasn't changed much. What will we do then? Do you still want to exchange food with China? Chang Qingqing suddenly remembered that there was less than half a year's worth of food in her base. Right now, only the Huaxia base had food. It was said that they did have soilless cultivation technology, so they might not lack food like the other bases. However, Chang Qingqing knew that it wasn't easy to do business in China. Not only would they demand an exorbitant price, but they would also make some unreasonable demands. This last point was the most troubling. If he was not careful, he would be trapped by them. Why must we trade with them? We can also trade with Sea City. Lan Lu didn't care much about this issue. Chang Qingqing looked at him and asked doubtfully, High City. Is it too far? This isn't the main problem. The problem is, do they have new food? From the intelligence, High City doesn't have soilless cultivation technology. Even if they do, it's not as developed as Huaxia. High City's population isn't small. Even if they can cultivate their own food, it might not be enough for them, right? Will they trade with us? Although Green Mountain Base didn't have many people, if High City was also lacking food, they definitely wouldn't want to trade with them. Moreover, it was too far from Green Mountain Base to High City. The road was so dangerous. The further it was, the more dangerous it would be for their lives. Don't worry. Is Wu Qingyue the kind of person who would cut off his own path of retreat? If he didn't have some trump cards, why would he split with Huaxia? I think he isn't worried about food. I'll go and ask him when the time comes. Lan Lu only smiled, but his thoughts were clearer than Chang Qingqing's. Then he continued, in order for everyone not to starve to death, it's better to run further than to be plotted against by Sikong Qin. Roar, Hu Daba, who had been sitting silently, suddenly spoke, agreeing with Lan Lu's idea. Then why don't we change to another base? If we run around like this, we might as well change to a location closer to High City and Huaxia. After all, the environment here in the West won't last for more than a few years. It will only get more and more difficult in the future. Chang Qingqing thought for a while before suggesting. Lan Lu was taken aback. He turned to look at Hu Daba. Daba, what do you think? In fact, Lan Lu had long wanted to change locations. After all, this wasn't an environment that humans could live in for a long time. It was just that he didn't have time to mention it before a bunch of things came up. After hearing Chang Qingqing's words, Hu Daba also fell into deep thought. Hearing Lan Lu ask him, he looked up at the two of them. Roar, I don't have any objections. Since we're moving, let's move earlier. Lan Lu smiled. Okay, since you've agreed. Then I'll go look around this time and make a decision when I find a suitable location. Both of them nodded without any objections to his words. Then I have to get ready to set off. This time, let Xiao Yezi go with me. Lei Qing will stay here. Seeing that the two of them nodded, Lan Lu immediately clapped and smiled. On the other side, in addition to Wu Qingyue, Lin Qiao and the others also encountered a group of strange things after a few hours of walking. Before they arrived, Lin Qiao and Xiao Tingting had already sensed it. Mama, guess what kind of monster it will be this time? Will it be a bug? Xiao Tingting's eyes flashed with curiosity and anticipation. It was a novelty to see the monsters that had been appearing recently. Anyway, it won't be good looking. After seeing it in the past, it was as ugly as it could be. This time, other than being ugly, there was nothing else he could do. Lin Qiao silently thought in her heart. Moreover, she hadn't encountered this kind of aura when she came back before. It seemed to be a new type. Why are there all kinds of things? Can't they all be of the same type? That way, it wouldn't be so troublesome to study. Chapter 1234. Just as Lin Qiao and Tingting were guessing the number of things in front of them, a red shadow flashed past them like a meteor. Hey, that guy ran to the front. Tingting exclaimed in surprise. He stretched his head to the window and looked outside with his round eyes. It was as if he could really see what was going on. Lin Qiao was also confused. It was quietly following behind us. Why is it running to the front now? Duan Wan, who was driving, couldn't help but say, why is this strange cat different from the other monsters? They come out in groups. Once they come out, they destroy the environment and attack other creatures. Why is there only one of it? Could it be that this is a rare species? Hearing her words, Lin Qiao felt that it was possible. A rare breed. It's really different from the others. Also, its personality is very strange. It seems that it only affected the environment when it just came out of the ground. Now, its movements have no effect on the plants. Especially when it ate fruits. It didn't eat meat. Well, why did it always send meat to her? Could it be because it saw that she had caught many mutated beasts and knew what she needed? It couldn't be so smart, right? But why does it want to follow you? From the last time at the base's wall, she had already confirmed that this strange cat's target was Lin Qiao, because it would only react when she appeared. How would I know? Lin Qiao replied curiously. Then, he looked down at his son. Baby, do you know? Little Ting Ting rolled his eyes at her angrily. I follow you, the reason is because of you. You don't even know, how can I know? It's fine if it follows you. But why is the Tibetan Mastiff following you? Duan Wan asked in confusion. Lin Qiao thought for a moment. Who knows if the Tibetan Mastiff is following me? It didn't do anything to me. Maybe it's following you. At this moment, they could vaguely hear the roars of wild beasts. Roar, roar, Lin Qiao, Ting Ting, and Duan Wan immediately turned to look. Ting Ting blinked his eyes and looked forward. Can you see that far with those big eyes? Lin Qiao saw his little expression and reached out to pinch his little face. The child had already grown up for more than a month. His face was round, and his eyes were full of spirit. Her small nose and mouth were exquisite, and her face was rosy. His body temperature was half that of a normal baby, and his heart rate was very slow. But it did not affect his vitality and healthy appearance at all. He had short legs and chubby arms, but the skin on his knees was a little rough, probably because he had been climbing too much recently. Little Ting Ting's face hurt from her pinching. He raised his little hand and slapped her hand away. Then he ignored her and stared out the windshield. As she looked at him, she said, I can rely on my intuition. My intuition is very powerful. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. That big red cat will definitely help us settle the front. Lin Qiao looked at him strangely. How do you know that it will help us clear the front? Even if it runs to the front, it might not be able to chase away all of them, right? This big cat was only level 7. Although the aura in front was faintly discernible, there were a lot of them. And its strength was not low. Logically, those things would not be afraid of it. It was just a level 7 mutated beast. After all, from the aura coming from ahead, there was also a level 7 aura. Little Ting Ting raised his chin and said proudly, I just said, intuition. I won't be wrong. Lin Qiao looked at him speechlessly. You have this ability. Isn't it the same ability as your Aunt Wenwen? Little Ting Ting shook his head. No, my ability hasn't awakened yet, Mama. Even if it awakens, it will be a natural type, not a special type like Aunt. My intuition is a kind of vague feeling, and I can only feel it when I'm close. Lin Qiao smiled at him, and then looked at his proud little expression. Her heart softened. She couldn't help but hug him and put her mouth close to his, kissing his chubby little face. Okay, then I will wait for a while. It's time to verify it. Let's see if what you said is true. Little Ting Ting immediately wiped his face with his little hands. Hey! Why do you leave saliva on my face every time you kiss me? Lin Qiao looked down at him innocently. No, there's no saliva. It's just a psychological effect. How can you be so obsessed with cleanliness at such a young age? Ha ha ha, Little Ting Ting was a little angry and made a face at her. No. Duan Wan looked back at the mother and son and said, although Wenwen's second ability is very special, Little Tang is not ordinary either. Our Little Tang is also a very special little baby. That's right, Aunt Duan is very understanding. Mama, you actually don't believe me. Little Ting Ting then climbed to the empty seat next to him and sat down. At this time, their car was getting closer and closer to the aura, and when it was far away from the danger zone, Lin Qiao asked everyone to get out and put the car into the space. Then she carried Little Ting Ting to find a higher hill nearby and jumped up. The others followed behind her. Soon, they found a few trees on the hill and jumped up, looking at the situation in front of them. Roar, roar, they saw a huge red cat pouncing on a group of creatures that looked like rats, but every time it killed one, it would spit the corpse in its mouth to the side. Ah! Little Ting Ting was right. What are these, rats? They don't look like it, they're also hairless. Are they rats? Duan Wan stood on another branch of the same tree as Lin Qiao and said in surprise. At this time, the group of rats was hairless and brown in color. They had a pair of big round ears, a sharp mouth and a pointed nose. They were about the size of an adult pig and looked like a type of rat. Other than the sharp mouth and big round ears, these strange rats had no hair on their bodies. Their two front claws were a little big and were very developed. Their hind claws were relatively small and their tails were very short. There weren't many of them, less than 1/10,000th of the group that Lin Qiao saw at the zoo. There were probably only a few thousand of them here. However, under the interference of the huge cat, they looked very frightened and fled in all directions. Only a huge level 7 rat that was slightly smaller than the huge cat surrounded the huge cat and tried to attack it from time to time. However, it was noticed by the huge cat every time, and it would turn around and use its claws to scratch the rat. At this time, the huge rat's body was full of wounds. Roar! When the huge cat turned around and wanted to pounce on it, the huge rat would instantly burrow into the ground. The huge cat seemed to be a little unwilling to go underground, so it turned around and chased after other strange rats. Lin Qiao looked at little Ting Ting and was a little speechless, so this is a cat chasing a rat. Alright, you win. She felt her face was a little painful. Chapter 1235. Lin Qiao didn't expect the new underground creatures to be a group of rats. As expected, even the underground food chain was the same. The level 7 mouse was completely defenseless against the claws of the huge cat that was twice its size. It could only crawl into the ground with its tail between its legs. It had a strong aura, but it met its nemesis. With the appearance of the huge cat, the rats scattered in all directions. It seemed like Lin Qiao and the others didn't need to do anything. They could easily pass through. Maybe it was because the huge cat was playing with the huge rat's claws, but it was enraged. After burrowing into the ground for a while, it suddenly came out from in front of the red cat's face. It jumped up and pounced towards the red cat's face with its claws. Roar, slap, the red cat merely bared its teeth in disdain and squinted its huge red eyes. It squinted its huge red eyes and easily swatted the rat down. Roar, the weird rat let out a strange roar as it was slapped to the ground and quickly rolled around. After rolling on the ground, the strange rat immediately adjusted its posture. It faced the red cat and prostrated itself on the ground, fiercely baring its sharp teeth at it. It didn't have two protruding teeth like normal rats. Instead, it had a mouth full of sharp teeth. Roar, roar, roar. However, the red cat didn't care about it and swung its tail. When the strange rat saw it swinging its tail over, it immediately dodged. The surrounding rats either ran away or burrowed into the ground. They made a few holes on the road surface, but the cars could still pass. Lin Qiao and the zombies watched the cat play with the rats for a while. Then, the rats were chased away. The red cat killed many of them, but it couldn't catch the level 7 rat. Although the rat couldn't beat it, it was still very good at escaping. Roar! Finally, the red cat saw that the area had been cleared. It dug out the heads of a few high-level rats. After digging out a few energy cores, it ate them and jumped into the air before disappearing, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. Look, there shouldn't be any problems if we directly go over. Little Ting Ting hugged Lin Qiao's neck and said. Lin Qiao stood on a tree branch and leaned against the tree trunk while hugging him. He nodded and said, Indeed, there's nothing for us to do. Let's go. With that said, she jumped down and quickly appeared on the road. He casually took out the car. At the same time, she collected a few gophers' bodies and threw them into the woods in the space. They could be used for experiments. After they got in the car, they continued to drive towards Huaxia. However, little Ting Ting's intuition was surprisingly accurate. He wondered if it was always so accurate. Since your intuition is so accurate, can you sense Auntie Wenwen's condition? Lin Qiao couldn't help but ask him. Ting Ting sat on the sofa and said, I've told you many times about Auntie Wenwen. She will come back. I'm not nervous at all. It's just that I can't tell Uncle Yuan's condition. At the mention of Yuan Tianqing, little Ting Ting revealed a somewhat distressed expression. Lin Qiao looked at him and asked nervously, what about him? If he could find uninfected catnip grass, it might help his condition. But where could he find it now? Don't you feel anything? Not even a sense of foreboding. Little Ting Ting's face was lowered in thought. When he heard Lin Qiao's question, he lifted his head to look at her. No, I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad, and I don't feel good. But there's a subtle connection, and it's with Auntie Wenwen. Maybe we'll find out when she comes back. Lin Qiao looked pensive. Is that so? Looks like Wenwen's the key. Little Ting Ting continued to look at her. Don't worry, Auntie Wenwen will level up and come back. Once she's back, she might know how to save Uncle Yuan. Her second discipline is very strong. Lin Qiao nodded in agreement. That's true. Her clairvoyance is at level 2, does that mean it's more accurate? Or maybe it'll be easier to trigger it. As the car drew closer to Huaxia's base, Skyfire's forces were making their way there. On the road, however, it wasn't as convenient as Lin Qiao's group. As they passed through the city, they were surrounded by zombies. Once they were out in the suburbs, they were attacked by mutant beasts and plants. Worse, they ran into hordes of underground creatures and bugs. Half of them were dead before they even reached Huaxia's base. There was also a small group that was ostracized, and had no choice but to go to Haiqing. If they tried to go to China, they'd be at the mercy of Skyfire's people. Perhaps they would be killed before they could even reach Huaxia. Their only choice was to go to Haiqing. Along the way, they suffered heavy losses. Why are there so many of these monsters? Did they come out of the ground again? Why do they keep coming out of the ground? If this goes on, even China won't be able to hold out. Do you think we'll be able to avoid them in Haiqing? But where else can we go if not to Hai City? If we go to China and those bastards find us, we'll be killed. These monsters come in hordes, even the base won't be able to stop them. Even if we go to Haiqing, we won't be able to avoid them. If they break through the walls, do you think humanity has any hope of surviving? I don't know, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. At least we'll have food in Haiqing. With Wu Qingyue here, we'll be able to live another day. He's an 8th level talent, he'll be able to deal with these things. That's right. With an 8th level adept around, it won't be easy for those things to attack the base. In these people's hearts, at least Wu Qingyue, who was a level 8 expert, was their hope. Other than China, their only option was Haiqing. Back in China, Xikong Chen slowly received reports of the representatives from the other bases. He stared at Wu Qingyue for a while. Then he turned to Xie Longyun, who was standing by the window. Are you sure you can handle him? If you fail, you know the consequences. Xie Longyun was dressed in a tight military uniform, with a mink fur cape draped over her shoulders. Her legs were bare, unafraid of the cold. On her feet were long boots that reached her knees. She leaned against the window, lazily turning her head to look at Xikong Chen. Don't worry, he won't fail. Doesn't Wu Qingyue care about that woman? If he did, he'd take the bait. As long as you don't screw up on your side, it'll be fine. Can you really restrain that woman? She has a dimensional space, and it's an active one. Xikong Chen confidently said, Don't worry, I've checked. Her dimensional space isn't mobile. She'll have to come out from wherever she enters. I'll make sure she can't come out after entering her dimensional space. Xiao Longyun shrugged. It'd be best if your plan succeeds. Otherwise, it won't be my responsibility if it affects my side. Chapter 1236. Wu Qingyue isn't that easy to fool. Do as you see fit. Xiao Longyun's words made Si Kongchen frown. After warning her, he didn't say anything else. Xiao Longyun curled her sexy red lips and smiled faintly. No matter how smart a man is, he will panic in front of the woman he loves. Unless he's not sincere. Si Kongchen looked at her doubtfully. How do you know he's sincere? What if that woman isn't that important in his heart? Xiao Longyun raised her eyebrows and smiled confidently. From what I know of him, if he's not sincere, he wouldn't spend an entire year on her. Trust me. Si Kongchen looked at her silently and didn't say anything. At this time, Xiao Longyun asked him again, then how are you going to restrain that woman? I don't think she's a simple person. Not long ago, we were going to rob her prey. She's definitely on guard against you. Si Kongchen said expressionlessly, so what? When she's in our territory, I have plenty of ways to deal with her. Didn't we recently receive a drug that can restrict and strengthen superpowers? Even I tried it. I don't believe she can avoid it. Xiao Longyun slightly frowned and said, I know you have this drug, but how are you going to use it on her? Don't tell me it's mixed with her food or water. It's too hard to get close to her without being suspicious. Who said I'm going to let her eat it? She doesn't need to eat it. She just needs to smell it. Si Kongchen suddenly sneered and looked down at the document in his hand. His expression faintly flashed with a hint of gloominess. When Xiao Longyun heard this, her expression immediately froze. She looked at him with slight surprise. You can even smell it. Is your drug that powerful? That's why I said I tried it. Si Kongchen expressionlessly raised his head and glanced at her. Xiao Longyun raised her eyebrows again and looked at him. You tried it too. Is the effect very obvious? You're a level 8 superpower user. How can you be defeated by this kind of drug? Si Kongchen tilted his head and said with a tone of excitement as if he had obtained a treasure, I spent a lot of money to exchange for this medicine. It's not something that can be casually exchanged with them. Also, I've already asked someone to study its composition. Unfortunately, our country lacks a few of the special ingredients needed. If we want to continue obtaining this kind of medicine, we have to continue to cooperate with them. Xiao Longyun, oh, it looks like you paid a huge price to get this potion, right? But since they can develop drugs of this level, it seems that their development is much faster than ours. But since you've got the drug, why didn't you just kill that woman? Si Kongchen continued to look down at the document. If I can, I will. However, this drug can only be used at special times. The effect of the potion was not very strong, and it only lasted for 5 seconds when facing a level 8 Arcanist. Moreover, this could only restrict her abilities for a short period of time, but not restrict her movements. If nothing unexpected happened, she would not be able to escape death. But I can't guarantee that she doesn't have any other means to save her life. But at least this has restricted her, and it should be enough for you to continue with your plan. Xiao Longyun nodded. Suddenly, she said, since you have such a good thing in your hands, why don't you give me some so I can use it on Wu Qingyue? Wouldn't that be easier? Si Kongchen sighed and leaned back in his chair. He looked at her and said, if I had more, would definitely give it to you. The problem is that I only got 2. They wouldn't give me more. I've already given one to the research institute, so there's only one left. There's very little, so I can't give it to you. Xiao Longyun curled her lips in dissatisfaction and complained, "Why didn't you think of a way to get more?" Si Kongqin said, "I wanted to, but they didn't produce a lot. That's why they aren't willing to give me more." "Okay then, we'll act according to plan. I'll go back first." Xiao Longyun said one last sentence, turned around, and left. The next day, Lin Qiao was dozens of kilometers away from China, but he still hadn't reached the base in China. He sensed the aura of Wu Qingyue and others coming from afar. "Papa is coming." Little Tingting also sensed Wu Qingyue's aura from afar, and then he was a little excited, wearing thick clothes, and looked out of the window like a little bear. Lin Qiao smiled faintly, pinched his face, and said, "Why are you so excited? It hasn't been many days since we parted, right? Because Papa is here, I don't have to eat bad porridge anymore. I want to eat the porridge cooked by Papa." Little Tingting glanced at Lin Qiao with some contempt, and he clearly despised her cooking skills, which couldn't kill people, but the taste could kill people. In fact, he had already been used to Wu Qingyue's cooking skills, and his appetite had been raised. "I think your appetite has been raised. How can the porridge I cook be so bad?" Lin Qiao looked at him and said, unwilling to be outdone. "You make porridge with the same taste every day, and I will be tired of it, okay?" Little Tingting curled his lips, and he was very disgusted. Indeed, Lin Qiao's cooking skills were not as bad as he said, but from morning to night, he made the same kind of porridge every day, and the taste was the same. Lin Qiao was used to eating the delicious baby porridge that Wu Qingyue cooked for him, and it was his limit to endure it for so many days, okay? It was simply torture. Lin Qiao was speechless. He already had a bad appetite at such a young age. How could she feed him in the future? "Then you have to get used to my cooking skills, because you can't be with that guy every day. Otherwise, when you are with me in the future, what will you do?" After thinking about it, she felt that she had to change the child's appetite a little. Hearing her words, Little Tingting found that it seemed to be true. He could only stare at her in silence, but in the end, he still wanted to be a little better for his stomach, so he said, Then can you make a few more kinds of porridge for me to eat? It's very boring to eat the same kind every day, okay?" Lin Qiao smiled. "I will try my best, just wait." For some reason, when Little Tingting saw her smile, he suddenly had a bad premonition. When Lin Qiao and the others returned to the base from China, Little Tingting finally understood what it meant to have terrible cooking skills. After being forced to spend a lot of time to train from a kitchen killer to someone who could barely cook normally, how could he make delicious new dishes in a short period of time? And Little Tingting, who was forced to taste dishes every day, regretted it, but he had no medicine to eat because his stomach was very strong. He was not afraid of anything, but his tongue was a little cruel. Chapter 1237. Wu Qingyue and the others saw Lin Qiao parked the car on the side of the road. She was sitting on the roof of a car with Tingting in her arms, while the others and zombies were also sitting quietly on the roofs on both sides of Lin Qiao's car. "You even brought Lingling here. What were you thinking?" Seeing Lingling running toward them, Lin Qiao put Tingting on the roof of the car and jumped down. She bent down to pick up Wu Yueling, who was rushing over, and then turned around to put her and Tingting together. "I didn't expect you to be here. I can put the children in the space." Wu Qingyue walked over to Lin Qiao with a smile and said to her. Lin Qiao turned around and picked up the two little ones from the roof, one on the left and one on the right. Then the three of them flashed and disappeared. After a night's work, Lu Tianyi finally divided the meat. When he finally finished soaking the decomposed meat and internal organs, the others couldn't wait to eat the meat of the first one. But the first one was the baby tiger's big mouse. Although it was big, it was only enough for itself. The other three had a big appetite, but it was not enough to fill the gap between their teeth. Fortunately, except for Erwang who wanted to secretly eat a piece, the other two didn't want to snatch the baby tiger's food. Instead, they waited patiently for their own share. Ow, ow, ow. Seeing that Erwang had stretched its neck to the side of its soaked meat, the baby tiger immediately rushed over and roared at it. If it dared to put its mouth into its bucket, it would give it a slap. Erwang smelled the fragrance of the meat in the bucket and looked at the fierce expression on Erwang's small face. It couldn't help but lick its mouth. After licking the saliva off, it reluctantly turned around to smell the meat that Dahe had caught. As a result, Dahe slapped its dog face with its tail, warning it not to stare at other people's food and drool. However, Erwang was not afraid of being beaten. If this one didn't work, it would go to the other one. Then it would smell its own meat and smell other people's meat when they weren't paying attention. Every time, the baby tiger would growl at it with its eyes wide open. Seeing that Lin Qiao put Wu Yueling and Tingting into the space, Lu Tianyi knew that Wu Qingyue had arrived. It seems that we are arriving at the Huaxia base soon. Lu Tianyi didn't feel tired after finishing his work. Instead, he felt relieved. Then he sat on the sofa in the living room with the two little ones and watched them chase the big fat rabbit. The big rabbit hadn't been back to the space for a long time. Feeling that it was back, it was jumping around in the living room excitedly. Seeing it running, Wu Yueling wanted to catch it. Although this fat rabbit was very fat now, it was still very agile when it ran. Soon, Xiaoxi, Old Man Gua and the other zombies were all brought in by Lin Qiao. Erwang, little one, Lin Qiao said. Yueling, of the Qiao, smiled and said while he was, Qiao. Of he immediately smiled, bent over and stroked his mustache as he spoke. Other than Xiaoxi and Gizergua, who dared to casually enter Lin Qiao's private building, LV Feng and the rest of the zombies didn't dare to enter, so they stood outside, sat down, or wandered around in the vegetable field. Lu Tianyi wasn't familiar with the old man, but seeing that he was familiar with him, he smiled politely. He smiled politely and said, "It's my honor to be able to help her." Mo Yen and the female zombie didn't enter Lin Qiao's space. They didn't plan to go with Lin Qiao. That was why he disappeared on the way. Lin Qiao put away the two cars and drove towards Huaxia with Wu Qingyue and the others. According to Xie Dong's information, the Blue Land was about to arrive. The leaders of the Meng clan and the Black Dragon base had already arrived. When they arrived at the gate of the Huaxia base, the gate was already open to welcome them. Wei Haichao was the one to welcome them. This was supposed to be Hou Guozhong's job, but he was still unconscious after being attacked by the Blue Land. So Wei Haichao could only take over his job and come out to welcome them. "I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Leader Lu and Leader Wu seemed to have had a smooth journey. Wei Haichao stood in the middle of the road. When he saw Lin Qiao's car stop, he smiled and greeted them as if they were old friends. He was telling the truth to Lin Qiao since they had met not long ago in the northwest area. Lin Qiao smiled faintly. "Yeah, I don't know if Deputy Leader Ho's condition has improved." Leader Lan was quite merciless. "I'm really worried that Deputy Leader Ho won't be able to wake up." Although she was joking, she was secretly mocking them for overestimating themselves and trying to get what they shouldn't have. This was the result. Hou Guozhong had always been Xikong Chen's right-hand man. As the deputy leader, he had to do a lot of things for Xikong Chen. Now, his outcome was equivalent to cutting off one of Xikong Chen's arms in the open. And this was the result of Xikong Chen's own doing. The smile on Wei Haichao's face froze slightly, but he still maintained his expression and didn't let it change. "I believe that our doctors will quickly solve this situation. Thank you for your concern, Leader Lu." After being stabbed by Lin Qiao's secret words, he couldn't just silently endure and not fight back. So, he stabbed Lin Qiao again. Because in Lin Qiao's base, not to mention doctors with strong medical skills, other technical personnel were very lacking. At least in Wei Haiqiao's eyes, Universal Base was dependent on Haiqing Base for survival. However, Lin Qiao didn't react to his stab. She smiled calmly, "Is that so? Then it seems that my worry was unnecessary. I will wait for Deputy Leader Ho's good news." "Okay, now that we're done with the pleasantries, shouldn't you invite us in?" "Of course, please." Wei Haiqiao was no match for Lin Qiao in terms of momentum, and his words didn't cause any real reaction from her. So although he smiled and gestured for Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue to come in, he was a little depressed by Lin Qiao's words. But when he saw Lin Qiao's calm expression, he sneered in his heart. This woman's facial expression was quite deep. Sure enough, after a few interactions, she was not someone to be trifled with. Previously, when she was only level 7, she dared to unscrupulously cripple the hand of a level 7 director in front of the base's leaders. Now that she was level 8, her strength was close to Xikong Chen's. He didn't dare to imagine what she would do if he provoked her again. Chapter 1238. When Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue arrived in Huaxia, Lin Wenwen was receiving the last batch of goods 7 years ago. Because they were ready to set out for the sea. After putting the last batch of things into her space, the inventory in her space was already full, although the money was borrowed from Dong Lijia several times. It didn't affect the goods she wanted to collect. "Have you finished? Can we go now?" Dong Lijia could now tell the difference between Dong Xinxin and Lin Wenwen when they were sober. Lin Wenwen was counting goods in her exclusive warehouse. Boxes were stacked on the ground. When Dong Lijia came over to have a look, he was subtly embarrassed. Because the labels on the boxes were Hushabo, Sophie, Koheos, ABC, 7 Realms, Flower King, Danbai's, Cotton Age, Free, Motherwort, Xiaoni, and so on. He silently turned his head to look elsewhere, and then said a little unnaturally, "Ahem, well, we'll set out in the early hours of tonight. Remember to get ready before we set out." After that, he quickly turned around and slipped away. "Oh, I see. Don't worry, I'll be ready before dark." Lin Wenwen was busy counting the goods, so she just replied casually. But when she saw that he suddenly ran away, she turned her head and glanced at him. Then she looked back and saw that the labels were all kinds of sanitary towels for day and night use. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. After she finished collecting the goods, she returned to the Dong family's mansion. She saw Dong Lijia still sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking around with dull eyes. He seemed to miss this place. Lin Wenwen stopped and asked him, "Didn't you warn Deng Qinfei and Luo Yuanjun? Aren't they your best buddies?" Hearing her voice, Dong Lijia turned to look at her and said, "Xinxin said that they have their own situation. Except for the last few years, their situation in the first few years is not so good. So she wants to help them after we completely stabilize our own affairs. Anyway, they won't die in the next 2 years, right? If we change their situation now, it may have unexpected changes to their lives in the future. What if it turns out to be something bad? Forget it." Lin Wenwen looked at him quietly and suddenly said, "Although what Xinxin said makes sense, have you ever thought that when Dong Xinxin and I came back here, the trajectory of your lives changed?" This was direct, but there was also an indirect effect, which was to cause the trajectory of others to deviate. As long as it's related to you, there will always be a butterfly effect. Unknowingly, the return of the two of them had quietly changed the situation of those who were related to Dong Xinxin. This change might be what Dong Xinshin had expected, but it was also unstable. Hearing her words, Dong Lijia's expression suddenly froze. Then he looked at her seriously. What do you mean? Lin Wenwen looked at him and suddenly said, forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. But even if you don't go looking for them, they will come looking for you soon. Like I said, their lives have changed because of me and Dong Xinshin. They won't continue to develop according to the previous trajectory. Before, Dong Xinshin said that he didn't want to care about those who could survive the first doomsday and wanted them to develop according to the original trajectory. But she had never thought that her appearance had changed the trajectory of those who had been in contact with her. Dong Lijia's expression suddenly sank. They had never thought of what Lin Wenwen said. Because before, they only focused on themselves and their families to create better living conditions after the doomsday. Everyone focused on resources and facing the desperate environment and crisis of the doomsday. Even if they thought of their friends, and Dong Xinshin felt that they wouldn't die last time, they certainly wouldn't die this time. Before he could say anything, the guard's report came from outside the door. It said that the young master of the Luo family and the young master of the Deng family had come. Lin Wenwen spread out her hands. You see, with the life that Dong Xinshin has experienced before, Deng Chenfei and Luo Yuanjun shouldn't come to your house at this time. But now, they are here. And if you don't explain it clearly today, I guess they won't let you go. After saying that, she smiled, turned around, and walked upstairs. Dong Lijia looked at her petite back view, which was much thinner than she was 2 months ago, as she walked up. Then there came the sound of a sports car outside the door, and then the sound of brakes came. Dong Jia, what happened to your family? Why did you buy all the shares of the Dong's group? Why? Before he arrived, Luo Yuanjuan's voice had already rushed in from outside the door. And you also bought your own small company. Has the Dong clan gone mad? What happened? I only went abroad for a month and I heard this news. Are you trying to scare me to death? Luo Yuanjun rushed in and asked a series of questions to Dong Lijia, who had just stood up from the sofa. Deng Chenfei, who followed him in, did not say anything, but he stared at Dong Lijia in confusion, just as Luo Yuanjun did. He had been busy recently and did not pay much attention to the news, but Luo Yuanjun suddenly called him. The chairman of the Dong's group had been changed. Not only had the shares been transferred, but the Dong family had also sold a lot of real estate in the fastest way. He was so scared that he immediately went online to check the news. Then he saw that all kinds of news media were reporting the sudden change of the chairman of the Dong's group. So far, no one knew the reason. Many people wanted to inquire about the Dong family and see if they could get any inside information by getting close to them. However, the Dong family had not only thrown away the group and many real estate, but also hid in the Dong family's mansion. And the number of bodyguards in the mansion had not only increased, but they were also all masters. The media reporters could not find any loopholes to get information. So now all the major news media and insiders were guessing that there must be some big changes in the Dong family. After reading all kinds of news, the two of them rushed here without even making a phone call. It was such a big thing, but it took them more than a month to find out. And when they were with Dong Lijia, he did not reveal anything about it at all. As best friends who grew up together, why did he hide such a big thing from them? Why on earth did he do that? Therefore, the two of them rushed here to catch the person and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Dong Lijia looked at their imposing manner and knew that if he didn't give them a satisfactory explanation today, these two brothers wouldn't let it go. Chapter 1239. Dong Lijia looked at Luo Yuanjun and Deng Chenfei. Then he looked at them and said hesitantly, "If I tell you, will you really believe me?" Luo Yuanjun and Deng Chenfei looked at each other and said, of course we will believe you. I'd like to know what made you give away such a large board of directors group. Don't tell me you've been blackmailed by someone with something on you. Or is there some serious problem with your company that caused you to be emptied? Otherwise, why did you sell all the shares that belonged to your family? Don't tell me that the company is going to collapse. Deng Chenfei looked around and suddenly his eyes flashed. All the valuable things in your house are gone. What's going on? Are you going to run away? He looked around and found that the valuable works of art, antiques, and decorations in the living room of this mansion were all gone. There were some tables, chairs, sofas, and tea tables in the living room, but all the valuable decorations were gone. The whole living room suddenly felt empty. Hearing Deng Chenfei's words, Luo Yuanjun was slightly stunned, and then he turned his attention to the surrounding environment. What he saw shocked him yet again. No way. Are you going to run away? What kind of crisis made you sell all the shares of the group and all the things in your house? Is it possible that your mistress is also? Dong Lijia sighed and raised his hand to stop him from thinking further. It's not what you think. But my mistress has indeed been sold. Luo Yuanjuan's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, it's not what I think. If it's not like that, how could you sell your beloved supercar? Even if you are short of money, you can tell us. Although our financial strength may not be able to make up for the losses of your Dong's group, we will give you as much as we can. Even if we can't give you too much, we can help you. Wasn't this the time when brothers could be put to good use? Or do you think that we will only follow you to eat, drink, and have fun? Deng Chenfei also nodded seriously, although he didn't say anything. But his behavior indicated that he had the same idea as Luo Yuanjun. Looking at Luo Yuanjun's agitated look, Dong Lijia hurriedly put his arm around the back of his neck and said, I told you it's not what you think, but the situation may be more serious than you think. Oh, no, you definitely can't imagine it. Hearing his words, Luo Yuanjun frowned. Then he closed his eyes and pointed at him, asking doubtfully, tell me what's going on. Dong Lijia looked at him, then at Deng Chenfei. Then, he let go of Luo Yuanjun and sat down on the sofa. He waved at the two of them. Chenfei, do you remember the question I asked you at the beach? Deng Chenfei was taken aback. He looked at him in a daze. When we were at the seaside, the question you asked. Luo Yuanjun and Dong Lijia both looked at him. Before Dong Lijia could say anything, Luo Yuanjun, who was impatient, spoke first. He asked you questions. What problem? Was it the 2 days we spent at the seaside? Is there any special problem? Deng Chenfei thought for a moment. Did Dong Lijia ask him questions at the seaside more than a month ago? His memory was not bad. He tried hard to think and suddenly remembered that Dong Lijia asked him a question when they were walking on the beach. His eyes flashed. He looked at Dong Lijia and said firmly, is it the question you said was a joke? Dong Lijia nodded and smiled guiltily. If I say it will come true, will you think I'm crazy? As soon as he finished speaking, Deng Chenfei looked at him with an expression that said, is there something wrong with your head? What? Why are you two talking in riddles? Chenfei, what question did he ask you at that time? Luo Yuanjun saw that he did not know what they were talking about, so he hurriedly urged Deng Chenfei to explain. Then he saw Luo Yuanjun looking at Dong Lijia as if he was a lunatic, which made him even more curious. His heart felt like it was being hung up, which made him want to scratch his heart and lungs. Oh, he said that he asked me what I would do if the end of the world came one day. Then he said it was a joke. He even hypothesized what I would do if the end of the world came. Then I asked him what kind of end of the world it was. Would it be a volcano eruption or a landslide? Or maybe it's a tsunami or a natural disaster. Deng Chenfei couldn't finish his sentence. What? The end of the world. What the hell? Luo Yuanjun was confused. He could not figure out why Dong Lijia would ask such a question at that time. But in the next second, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He abruptly turned his head and glared at Dong Lijia. You can't be thinking of saying that everything you're doing now is to prove that the question you asked Qin Fei is true, right? Dong Lijia nodded helplessly when he saw Luo Yuanjun's expression and Deng Qinfei's expression. Is there something wrong with your brain? Luo Yuanjun did not look at Dong Lijia like Deng Qinfei did. He blurted out the question directly. He stared at Dong Lijia's face so hard that his eyeballs almost popped out. Dong Lijia spread his hands and said, "See? I told you that you wouldn't believe me, but you still wanted me to say it. Now you say that I'm out of my mind. I also think I'm out of my mind." After saying that, he sighed in melancholy and leaned against the back of the sofa. Then he said, "When my sister comes down, you will know who's out of it. Don't talk about me." "Why are you talking about me?" At this time, a clear voice came down from the stairs. The three of them turned around and saw a petite and cute girl walking down with a cold face. Although she looked calm, they were speechless because of what she had just said. However, the meaning of her words did not cause any reaction from the three of them. Instead, Luo Yuanjun and Deng Qinfei widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. "Wow! Dong Xinxin. Are you Dong Xinxin?" Luo Yuanjun jumped up and looked at Dong Xinxin in disbelief. Dong Xinxin had lost more than 30 kilograms. Not only had she become slim, but her breasts were big, her waist was thin, and her legs were straight, but a little short. Her originally round face was still round, but that was because her face was round to begin with. However, the flesh on her face had obviously decreased a lot. She looked delicate and cute. Because she was not tall enough, she looked like a little girl. At the same time, if it were not for her breasts and buttocks, people would think that she was a 13-year-old girl. Luo Yuanjun was stunned, and so was Deng Qinfei. Because in their impression, Dong Xinxin had always been round and fleshy, seeing them staring at her in disbelief, Dong Xinxin's face suddenly turned cold. In an instant, she flew down the stairs, rushed to Luo Yuanjun, grabbed his hand in an instant, turned around and bent forward. She stomped hard on the ground with her round buttocks at the same time. Ah, bang! Luo Yuanjun flew out of the tea table. Chapter 1240. Ah! Bam! Luo Yuanjun was thrown over his shoulder onto the ground in front of the coffee table. Deng Qinfei, Dong Lijia, Luo Yuanjun, who fell to the ground, was dumbfounded. However, that was not the end. Dong Xinxin strode up to Luo Yuanjun, clenched his fist, and swung it at Luo Yuanjun, who had just sat up. Ah! Wait! Why did you hit me again? Luo Yuanjun, who had just sat up, felt his vision blur, and one of his eyes was punched. He immediately covered his injured eye and screamed. Then, he looked at Dong Xinxin as if he had seen a ghost. Exian! Xinxin! Dong Lijia finally realized that this person seemed to be his sister. But why did Xinxin want to hit Luo Yuanjun whenever he saw him? Dong Xinxin stood up after punching him. Then, he turned to Dong Lijia and said, "If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have come back dead." Then, he glanced at Luo Yuanjun, snorted, turned around, and sat down on the sofa. What? Because of this guy? Dong Lijia's expression changed when he heard that. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and walked toward Luo Yuanjun. He looked like he was going to beat Luo Yuanjun up. Hey, wait! Dong Jia, what are you doing? No. Dong Xinxin, what did you mean? Why did you hit me again? What did I do to offend you? Seeing that Dong Lijia was walking toward him angrily, Luo Yuanjun quickly got up. He continued to cover his eye with one hand and reached out to stop Dong Lijia with the other. Then, he shouted at the brother and sister with confusion and anger. You don't believe what my brother said, do you? Then wait for another half a month. Don't blame us for not reminding you. Do you think I work so hard just to lose weight? Haha, Dong Xinshin laughed at them with a face full of disdain. Wait a minute. What does what your brother said have anything to do with you hitting me now? Wait, do you believe what he said just now? Hey, no. What do you mean by coming back dead? I'm a little confused now. I don't understand what's going on. Chen Fei, have you figured it out? Luo Yuanjun stared at the brother and sister with one of his eyes in a daze. In the end, he looked at Deng Chenfei with hesitation. The silent Deng Chenfei looked at him expressionlessly, then at Dong Xinshin, and then at Dong Lijia. He narrowed his eyes, stared at Dong Xinshin, and said, What can prove that what you said is true? Do you think it's just because you sold your family property and lost weight? Dong Xinshin shrugged and said, Believe it or not, it's up to you. Didn't I tell you? Let's wait for half a month. Come on, tell me what this guy did before you came back. Seeing that Luo Yuanjun was on guard against him, Dong Lijia had to give up beating him up for now. He then asked Dong Xinshin about the situation. Oh, I'll go save him. Then, he refused to go back to the base alone. In the end, I died, and he died too. Not only did I waste so much effort, but I also lost myself in the process. Dong Xinshin glared at Luo Yuanjun angrily when she thought of the scene at that time. Luo Yuanjun didn't know what she was talking about at all. He looked confused and asked, What the hell? Dong Lijia, however, had a different reaction. What? Why did you let him go first? Didn't you go to save him? Then why didn't you two go together? Dong Xinshin looked at Dong Lijia and said, I lost a leg at that time. If he took me with him in that kind of environment, neither of us would have a good ending. So I asked him to give up on me. I didn't want to waste my life to save his. In the end, he wasted the life that I spent all my superpower to save him. We died together. How dare you waste the chance to live that my sister exchanged for your life? Stop right there and I'll beat you to death. Dong Lijia was furious when he heard that and felt the resentment in her words. What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Luo Yuanjun immediately stepped back to avoid Dong Lijia, who was about to rush over. Dong Lijia rolled up her sleeves again and was about to beat Luo Yuanjun up again, but she stopped after 2 steps and said with a hesitant look, Hey, no. If he really left you and ran away in that situation, would really beat him to death. Dong Xinshin. Brother, whose side are you on? Deng Chenfei, who was ignored again, couldn't help but say, You haven't answered my question yet. Dong Lijia turned to look at him and said, Haven't I already answered you? What I'm going to say is the same as what Xinshin said. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyway, since we are brothers, I'll tell you even if I'm regarded as a psychopath. You can find us in High City in half a month. As for the group, you don't have to worry about it. My brother is right. Since you don't believe us, you don't have to worry about what we do. You don't have to worry about what we do. Anyway, with our relationship, we don't need to lie to you. But Luo Yuanjun, if it's true, then remember, you owe me your life. Dong Xinshin's handsome face was serious, and he didn't look like he was joking. And when she looked at Luo Yuanjun, there was a kind of anger in her eyes. I. Luo Yuanjun looked into her eyes, and his momentum was completely suppressed. He almost believed what she said, but his reason told him that it was impossible. But Dong Xinxin's punch just now was not light. It was very painful. It's because I know you won't believe me, so I didn't say anything. Don't worry. Even if more than half of the people in the world die in half a month, you will still be alive. Remember to find us in High City. Dong Lijia sighed and then turned to look at Dong Xinxin. What? You sound like it's true. Do you think I don't know what the hell the end of the world is? And Dong Xinxin, you really dared to hit me. Luo Yuanjun looked at Dong Lijia in confusion, and then looked at Deng Chunfei. Finally, he looked at Dong Xinxin angrily. Dong Lijia went back to the sofa and sat down. He looked at him with a gloating smile and said, I told you that you would be beaten by Xinxin. It's you who didn't believe it. She has a bad temper now. Deng Chunfei turned his head to look around, and then looked at Dong Xinxin. Suddenly, he said, So, Dong Xinxin has been acting strange recently, and you sold your family property because of the joke you said before? If that's the case, what do you need so much money for? Isn't it useless now? Dong Lijia saw his expression and found that he seemed to have believed it. He said to him, Didn't you give me the answer yourself? I asked you at that time. Deng Chunfei thought for a moment. At that time, Dong Lijia said that the end of the world would be full of viruses and zombies. His answer was, food and water. Car gasoline. Chapter 1241. Thinking of the answer he gave before, Deng Chunfei looked at Dong Lijia with a slightly surprised expression. He finally asked doubtfully, Could it be that what you said is true? Then how did you know? It's not time yet, is it? Did they have the ability to foresee things? Dong Lijia pointed at Dong Xinxin. Oh, she said so. Don't you think she has changed a lot? Come on, let me show you. As he spoke, he stood up and casually pulled his sister up as well. Dong Xinxin wasn't able to connect to him and didn't know what he was going to do. She was pulled to an empty place in the middle of the living room. Then she saw him standing in front of her, ready to attack. Only then did she realize what her brother meant by letting them experience it. Are you serious? Dong Xinxin asked Dong Lijia. Dong Lijia nodded, Yes, I'm serious. The other two looked at the brother and sister in confusion. Were they going to fight? At this moment, Dong Xinxin suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, he moved forward, squatted down, and kicked out. When Dong Lijia jumped back, he suddenly chased after him and punched Dong Lijia in the stomach at a speed that couldn't be seen. Humph! Dong Lijia snorted. He had reacted very fast, but he was not fast enough, so he was punched. But Dong Xinxin wasn't done yet. After punching Dong Lijia in the stomach, a foot kicked toward him. But this time, Dong Lijia reacted in time and narrowly avoided her front kick. At the same time, while avoiding Dong Xinxin's kick, Dong Lijia quickly punched at Dong Xinxin. But Dong Xinxin moved his head in time and dodged his attack. Moreover, Dong Xinxin raised his elbow and hit the joint in the middle of his arm. Their sparring moves were relatively simple, but the two of them were very fast when it came to real combat. In the eyes of Luo Yuanjun and Deng Chunfei was fine. He could see the trajectory of their attacks. Luo Yuanjun was confused again. He stared at Dong Lijia and saw that Dong Xinxin kept forcing Dong Lijia to lose. Moreover, their movements were accompanied by the sound of the wind. Their eyes were very serious and their auras were very powerful. Looking at Dong Xinxin's agile and ruthless movements, he was completely dumbfounded. Was this still the fat ball Dong Xinxin he knew, the one who wouldn't hit him no matter how he called her fat? He had known Dong Xinxin for more than 10 years, but he had never known that Dong Xinxin could fight. Moreover, looking at the fight between the two of them, there were still moves and styles. Chenfei, did you see anything? As for the tricks here, he could only ask Deng Chenfei, who was an expert in fighting. The more Deng Chenfei read, the more serious his expression became. Puff, oh. At this time, Dong Lijia's block was a step too late. As a result, he was punched in the nose by Dong Xinxin. The pain immediately caused his eyes to tear up and he cried out in pain. "Ah, I don't want to fight anymore. It hurts." Dong Lijia immediately covered his nose and retreated 3 meters away from Dong Xinxin in the blink of an eye. He looked at Dong Xinxin with tears in his eyes and shouted. Dong Xinxin shrugged at him and said, "You said it was for real." "Oh, it hurts. Even if it's for real, you are too cruel. Your brother's nose is going to be crooked." Dong Lijia closed his eyes and said to her with a painful expression. Deng Chenfei didn't answer Luo Yuanjuan's words. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly walked over to stand in front of Dong Xinxin. He slightly leaned his body to one side and got ready to attack. "Let me do it." "Wow, you are not serious, are you?" Hearing his words, Luo Yuanjun couldn't help but stare at him again when he saw that he was 1.9 meters tall in front of Dong Xinxin, who was only 1.5 meters tall. Oh, and he still covered his other eye. Covering his nose, Dong Lijia slipped to Luo Yuanjuan's side and said grumpily, "Why don't you do it? You haven't even gone up yet, and you've already been beaten twice. Don't your eyes hurt?" Luo Yuanjun, Dong Xinxin slightly raised her head and looked at Deng Chenfei who was standing in front of her. Although he was full of momentum, she was not weak either. She nodded indifferently and said, "Sure." But as she said that, her momentum changed a little. She looked at Deng Chenfei with a little vigilance. Although her own combat skills were trained when fighting zombies, Deng Chenfei's strength was much stronger than Dong Lijia's. Looking at the tall Deng Chenfei, Dong Xinxin was not afraid at all. She stared at his eyes and asked, "Do you want me to do it or you?" "You first." Seeing that the other party was small and was a girl, he gave up. Deng Chenfei certainly wouldn't make the first move, so he could only choose to defend. Dong Xinxin didn't stand on ceremony. She suddenly bent her leg and rushed forward, jumping up and began to attack. Although her fist was small, its speed and momentum were not small at all. In an instant, she bounced above Deng Chenfei and punched him in the face. Deng Chenfei immediately crossed his hands and raised them to block her fist. However, a tremendous force came from the place where her fist made contact, causing both of his forearms to feel a bit numb after a wave of intense pain. His feet also slightly took a step back. Then, without waiting for him to think, Dong Xinxin had already flipped in the air and kicked him in the neck. This action of turning the body in the air and kicking was not something an ordinary person could do. Not only did it depend on the body's agility and reaction, but it also required many times of training. Moreover, Dong Xinxin's movements were flexible and smooth, without a trace of panic. From the wind and speed of her kick, Deng Chenfei was shocked. At the same time, he reflexively raised his hand and clenched his fist to block his ear. Pooh! Only a muffled sound could be heard when the flesh collided, but the hand that Deng Chenfei raised to block Dong Xinxin's whistling kick was kicked askew by her with great force. Fortunately, his head dodged in advance, otherwise, he would have been kicked in the head. Whether it was Dong Xinxin's fist or the sweeping kick, the strength was very strong. It was not the strength that an ordinary girl should have. It could even be said that it was stronger than a man. After being blocked by him, Dong Xinxin nimbly flipped back and landed firmly on the ground with both feet. Just as she was about to rush over to attack the next wave, Deng Chenfei suddenly took a step back in advance and blocked with both hands. He shouted, "Stop." "Okay, I got it." Dong Xinxin stopped her movements. Deng Chunfei had almost seen the level of Dong Xinxin's skills with those two moves. Although he knew that it might not be accurate, and Dong Xinxin might be more powerful. But from her movements, speed, strength, and even the way she attacked, he had already seen something. This was not something that could be learned in a short period of 3 months. So, why? He directly looked at Dong Xinxin and asked. Chapter 1242. Although Dong Xinxin fought with Dong Lijia and exchanged 2 moves with Deng Chunfei, he was not panting or sweating at all. She turned back to the sofa and sat down, saying, "Didn't you just ask us why we knew in advance?" "Because I was reborn from 7 years later. I died once. And it was because of him." Then she pointed to Luo Yuanjun, who was not feeling well. "What? What did you mean by dying once? What do you mean reborn? You came back from 7 years later. Are you out of your mind, fat ball?" Luo Yuanjun came to his senses after being pointed at by her. He was even more incredulous when he heard her words. "If it weren't for the past 7 years, where do you think I learned these things? Why do you think I became thin? Also, if you call me fat ball again, I will blacken your other eye. I'm not fat anymore. Why don't you try?" Dong Xinxin glared at Luo Yuanjun and said. Deng Chunfei had been skeptical before, but now he was 80% convinced. He frowned slightly on his expressionless face, which was rare. His handsome face fell into a contemplative expression. He walked back to his seat and sat down. Finally, he looked at Dong Xinxin. "So what do you mean that you died with him? So you have 7 more years of experience and memories?" Dong Xinxin nodded. "Yes, my superpower is very special. So I came back." "Well, brother." Just as she said that, she suddenly closed her eyes, frowned and raised her hand to touch her forehead. She seemed to be very uncomfortable. Luo Yuanjun and Deng Chunfei were slightly shocked to see her like this, but Dong Lijia nodded calmly. "Well, I see." After he finished speaking, Dong Xinxin suddenly leaned back on the sofa and lay motionless. What happened to her?" Luo Yuanjun put down his hand that was covering his eye, blinked his eye uncomfortably, and looked at Dong Xinxin and asked in confusion. Deng Chunfei looked at Dong Lijia. Dong Lijia said calmly, "Oh, nothing. It's normal. She just changes people every day." "Change people?" Deng Chunfei squinted and looked at him in confusion. "Yeah, what do you mean?" Luo Yuanjun also looked at Dong Lijia in confusion and then turned to look at Dong Xinxin. At this time, Dong Xinxin's eyes moved and slowly opened. Then, he sat up and couldn't help but laugh when he saw Dong Lijia's nose. "Xinxin is much more ruthless than me." After saying that, she raised one hand and clenched it into a fist. He then continued, "But this time, after the fight, I can hold on longer than before." Dong Lijia nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's indeed a little long." Deng Chunfei and Luo Yuanjun, who had just received a large amount of information, were confused again when they heard the conversation between the two of them. This was because Dong Xinxin's aura had suddenly changed, and his words were also strange. "Say my own name." It seemed like he was talking about someone else. She said it very naturally, but those who heard it felt very awkward. Also, the way Dong Lijia talked to her had changed. It was as if he was talking to someone else. Of course, the one who woke up at this time was not Dong Xinxin, but Lin Wenwen. She immediately stood up, looked at Dong Lijia and said, "Well, I'll go upstairs first." "You talk." Hiss. When she was about to walk upstairs, she suddenly felt dizzy when she glanced at Deng Chunfei. A picture suddenly appeared in her mind. 1. Seeing that Lin Wenwen suddenly staggered as if she was about to fall, Dong Lijia was startled and immediately stood up. However, Lin Wenwen just felt dizzy for a moment and didn't fall. But she didn't continue to walk forward. Instead, she squinted and sat back down. At the same time, she raised her hand to Dong Lijia. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me." She closed her eyes and focused on the picture in her mind. It was Deng Chunfei, but there were other people besides him. Other people who shouldn't have been around him. The scene was not static, but there was movement. Deng Chunfei was talking to someone. "This is what we saw. It was too dangerous at that time, so we couldn't get close. I'm sorry." As Deng Chunfei said that, a guilty expression appeared on his cold face. And standing in front of him was none other than the person that Lin Wenwen was familiar with, her big brother, Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was very agitated. He slapped his hands on both sides of Deng Chunfei and stared at him with reddened eyes, saying, "Are they really still alive?" "No. You're not wrong. You don't have to apologize to me. I just want to know if they were really alive when you last saw them." Deng Chunfei nodded in the picture and said, but when she reached here, Lin Wenwen couldn't hear his voice and the picture quickly dissipated. Lin Wenwen suddenly opened her eyes and turned her head to stare at Deng Chunfei. She wanted to know what was going on with the picture of Deng Chunfei and Lin Feng, and what they were talking about. But now, when she looked at Deng Chunfei again, her mind was still empty. How could this be? What did Deng Chunfei see in the picture? Why was her brother so nervous and agitated? What happened this time? 1. Are you okay? Dong Lijia looked at her in confusion and saw that she was staring at Deng Chunfei as if something was wrong. Deng Chunfei and Luo Yuanjun were confused by Lin Wenwen's expression, and now they heard Dong Lijia call her Wen instead of Xin. The two of them were even more confused and looked like they didn't have enough brains to process it. "I'm okay." Lin Wenwen stared at Deng Chunfei for a while and looked away in disappointment after making sure that there were no more pictures. "Wait a minute. Damn it. What are you two playing at?" Luo Yuanjun didn't have enough brains to process it, so he just asked them directly. "Oh, she's not Xin. Let me introduce her to you. She's Wen. She's the other, soul in Xin's body. Her full name is unknown, her identity is unknown, and her age is unknown. Oh, she seems to be 1 year older than me. She's also a girl who came back with Xin 7 years later." Dong Lijia finally introduced her to them. As for Lin Wenwen's age, if he went back to 7 years ago, he would be 21 years old. So she was 1 year older than Dong Lijia, who was only 20 years old now. Oh, I'm going crazy. What's wrong with this world? Why do I feel like everything I've seen and heard today is an illusion? Luo Yuanjun looked at the ceiling with a defeated expression. He had already given up on thinking about everything the siblings said. Deng Chunfei looked at Dong Lijia expressionlessly and said, "Apocalypse, rebirth, 7 years of memories, and now a soul transfer. It seems like your sister is really a fantasy." Even someone as cold as him couldn't help but complain. Chapter 1243. I'm not feeling well. I'm going back to my room. Lin Wenwen stood up from the sofa and walked upstairs. Well. Are you okay? Is there something wrong with Xin's body? Dong Lijia also stood up and looked at her worriedly. But he was more worried about whether there was something wrong with Dong Xin's identity. It's okay. Your sister is in good health. It's my problem. When I leave her, this situation won't happen again. Lin Wenwen took a deep breath and answered him with a frown. What she cared about now was the scene of Deng Chunfei and Lin Feng. She didn't know what happened to her brother, and it was related to Deng Chunfei. Since it was something that would happen in the future, Deng Chunfei and Dong Lijia should be able to live. Although she only heard a few words of their conversation, there was a lot of information. What did Deng Chunfei see? He also said that it was too dangerous to get close and showed a guilty expression to Lin Feng. It seemed that he had encountered something, but it was too late. Lin Feng asked about them and still alive in excitement. These two seemed to be important, but Lin Wenwen didn't know who he was referring to. The people he was worried about seemed to have encountered a life-threatening crisis. That was why Lin Feng was so excited to ask if he was still alive. Lin Wenwen seemed to be deep in thought, as if he was thinking about something important as he walked away. Dong Lijia withdrew his gaze and sat down to look at the other two. What else do you want to ask next? Just tell us. If you don't, we'll leave tonight. Leave? Where? Luo Yuanjun asked in confusion when he heard that they were going to leave. To High City, Dong Lijia said. Luo Yuanjun and Deng Chunfei looked at each other. They felt that they had to go back and digest what had happened today. Should they believe it or not? But it shouldn't be possible, right? What if it was true if they didn't believe it? They would definitely regret it. Since you said that there was a virus infection, it should have started in one area, right? How could the whole world suddenly be infected? The skeptical Deng Chunfei tried to believe what they said, but he had to figure out the reason first. In his eyes, since Dong Lijia said that zombies were everywhere like in Resident Evil, then the infection should take some time to spread, right? Oh, they said that this virus didn't leak out from some research lab. Instead, it's the gas that overflows from the ground and mixes with the air, causing it to mutate into a virus that can mutate the organisms on the ground. Dong Lijia didn't know the situation at that time, so he could only repeat what Dong Xinxin and Lin Wenwen said to them. From underground. What does that mean? Wasn't this man-made? Naturally formed. Deng Chunfei looked at him and was slightly stunned. It was somewhat different from what he had imagined. It's not man-made. If it was man-made, how could the entire Earth fall into an apocalypse overnight? Dong Lijia waved his hand at him. Luo Yuanjun looked at Dong Lijia and then at Deng Chunfei. After a long silence, he finally couldn't help but say, a natural disaster. How did it form? Really? Dong Lijia glared at him impatiently. It's up to you to believe it or not. If you don't believe it, then forget it. I'm too lazy to say it. Since you don't believe it, why do you care how the virus formed? Luo Yuanjun looked at him with a troubled expression and said, but who would believe such a thing? It's not realistic at all, okay? He also wanted to believe it. Why didn't you tell him a more normal way of doomsday? Suddenly, the gas that came out of the ground turned into a virus. What the hell? If there was such gas underground, then the geologists in the Institute of Geology would have found it long ago. Then tell me, why did Dong Xinxin suddenly become like this in such a short time? I believe my sister wouldn't lie to me, and she wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. Dong Lijia was a little annoyed when he saw that Luo Yuanjun refused to believe what he said. His tone was a little stiff. Deng Chunfei suddenly stood up and said to Dong Lijia, I'll go back and think about it. He wasn't sure now. Even if he wanted to believe Dong Lijia, there were still some questions in his mind that he hadn't figured out. He couldn't make a judgment until he figured it out. With that, he walked out of the door. Seeing Deng Chunfei leave, Luo Yuanjun looked at Dong Lijia hesitantly. Then he said, then I'll go back and think about it. There are still more than 10 days left, right? I'll make some preparations. Let's see if it's really like what you said in half a month. Since he didn't know whether to believe it or not, he could prepare for it together. In that case, both sides should prepare for it together. We'll see the results half a month later. Deng Chunfei had the same idea as Luo Yuanjun when he left. But after thinking about it for a night, he decided to believe Dong Lijia. Then he quickly took out his savings and found the fastest way to buy food, oil, and a car. At the same time, he began to sell all the assets he had. His family background was not ordinary, so he was a little faster than Dong Lijia when it came to these things. After all, the procedures were too complicated. If he wanted to get the money as soon as possible, he had to lower the price to the minimum. But more than 10 days were still not enough. Luo Yuanjun didn't have so many things to do, because his family's business was not in his hands, but in the hands of his brother and his father. He couldn't interfere with his family's business at all, so he didn't want to think about it. He took out his own money, although he was idle all day. But he was an invisible stock trader, so he had a lot of money in his bank. After taking out all the money, he tried to imagine the scene after the apocalypse. He took out a piece of paper and made a list. The list was divided into 3 categories: food, weapons, and transportation. Then he divided a bunch of food and other things from the food. He had to ask Deng Chunfei for help with the weapons, and the transportation was mainly trucks, off-road vehicles, and so on. Unfortunately, he didn't have much money, so he could only buy a helicopter at most. After making the list, he suddenly thought of Dong Lijia's situation. Damn! No wonder he said he would go to them. He must go. He had sold all the shares of his company and all the valuable things in his house. He guessed that he had even mortgaged his house to the bank to borrow a lot of money. He thought that they had used all the money to buy food and weapons, so he had already prepared everything. They were not afraid of the apocalypse. Luo Yuanjun thought that if it was true, he would go to them. Chapter 1244. Time slowly passed day by day, and soon, half a month was about to arrive. One day before the doomsday, Lin Wenwen suddenly had a premonition. Xin, it seems that we are going to be separated. Lin Wenwen stood on the balcony of Dong Xin's new residence in Haiqing and watched the sun gradually set. Then he suddenly muttered to himself. What's wrong? Do you feel anything? Dong Xin's voice sounded in her mind. Recently, Dong Xin's spiritual power had been getting stronger, and the time she could control her body was getting longer and longer. As long as she did not do any strenuous exercise for the time being, she could stay in her body for a few days. But strenuous exercise could enhance her spiritual power, so she still chose to control her body for a short period of time to exercise. Then she handed over control to Lin Wenwen and let her continue to exercise. Although Lin Wenwen had never said what her special ability was, Dong Xin was more or less aware of it since they were in the same body. The two of them did not know how to say it. One special ability could go back to the past, while the other special ability could perceive the future. Yes, I saw it. Tonight you will still fall into a coma, but your special ability will directly awaken. Maybe your awakening special ability triggered something. I think I can go back. Lin Wenwen smiled. Dong Xin's face was still a little baby face, tender, and there were 2 small dimples when she smiled. It was very beautiful. But this small face with the current Dong Xin was a little, well, subtle. Because the current Dong Xin was very violent. Whether it was when she was practicing with Dong Lijia or when she was fighting with Deng Chunfei and Luo Yuanjun, she was not gentle at all. Her movements were also very sharp, and her character was also fierce. Well, now she was a violent Lolita. She looked very cute, and she was short. Like a small animal, people thought that she was the kind of girl who was easily timid and afraid, but the truth was not like that. Her appearance was too deceiving. I can awaken tonight. Sure enough, this time is different from before. I only awakened my special ability a few years after the doomsday. Dong Xinshin sighed, and there was a little indescribable complex emotion in her tone. And you don't need to do anything. When you wake up, this body will only belong to you, Lin Wenwen said. After knowing Dong Xinshin for 3 months, she knew that Dong Xinshin was actually a good girl. It was just that they were forced by the post-apocalyptic environment to become cold and selfish. Lin Wenwen took a nap at noon and dreamed of the next morning's chaotic morning. Just like last time, the morning was eerily quiet. Usually, at 6 or 7 o'clock, many breakfast shops would open for business, and the number of people going to work or to school gradually increased on the streets. However, there were surprisingly few people that day. Many of the old shops were not open, and there were not many people working or students. There were not even many cars on the road. But Lin Wenwen couldn't stay here until morning. Although she could see tomorrow, when she opened her eyes, she had already returned to the base 7 years later. The scene in the dream blurred for a moment in the cold morning, and then she appeared in a room that looked like a hospital ward. He walked to the window and took a look. The buildings outside the window were all renovated. The sky was gray, the air was oppressive, and there were many familiar scents. Is that so? You don't need me to do it. Then I haven't finished what I promised you. Hearing what Lin Wenwen said, Dong Xinshin's tone became a little unhappy. She was also a person who paid attention to promises. Since she had promised, she had to do it. If she hadn't done anything, the promise would have been completed for some other reason. That meant that she didn't have any credit. She didn't do what she promised. This kind of situation where she said she could do it but didn't do it would be stuck in her heart. What does it matter? As long as I can go back, it's fine. Lin Wenwen didn't care about this matter. Dong Xinshin said, that can't be done. I dragged you here. I also asked you to help me modify my body, but I didn't do anything. That's too much of a bargain for me. I'm not a person who likes to take advantage of others. Lin Wenwen listened to her inexplicably stubborn words and smiled. It can't be considered as taking advantage of others. I also borrowed a lot of money from your brother. And I can also collect so many clean materials before the end of the world. It can be considered as a profit for me. Thinking that he had borrowed money from Dong Lijia no less than 5 times, Lin Wenwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Because Dong Lijia had to lend money to her even though he knew that she wouldn't return it. The conflicted expression on her face was quite amusing. Do you think Deng Qinfei and Luo Yuanjun will want to burn incense and pray to you after they see what happens tomorrow? Lin Wenwen suddenly thought of the arrival of Doomsday tomorrow and everyone's terrified and desperate reaction. He didn't know how Deng Qinfei and Luo Yuanjun would react when they saw what happened. They should be glad that at least they weren't too stupid and knew to prepare for a contingency plan. What the hell do you mean by pray to me? I'm not dead. Hearing Lin Wenwen's words, Dong Xinshin complained with some dissatisfaction. Who said that burning incense and praying to a dead person? Those in other temples are all worshipping Buddha, okay? Lin Wenwen said with a smile. But I'm not Buddha, Dong Xinshin said helplessly. Now that you know everything that happened in the past 7 years, you are no different from a god or a Buddha. You know what's going to happen with just a pinch of your fingers. Lin Wenwen continued to joke. The setting sun in the sky was getting lower and lower. It was a rare purple-red color. It was beautiful. Many people looked up at the purple-red clouds in the sky. But they didn't know what would happen to them tonight. Dong Lijia, who was in the next room, was also standing on the balcony and looking at the sky. It was a rare sight. But no matter how beautiful the sky was, it couldn't relieve his depression about the disaster that would happen tomorrow. The peaceful and beautiful era was coming to an end, and the next day was going to be chaos and fear. Although they had already deployed their men, and those who stayed with them were all selected by Dong Xinshin himself, they weren't bad people. His heart wasn't bad, and his character wasn't bad either. In the face of life and death, he wouldn't do something inhumane. Don't go out tonight. Stay in your rooms and lock the door. Starting tomorrow, no matter what sounds come from outside, do not open the door if you want to know what happened. If you want to know what happened, you can look down from the window. Open the door and gather in the hallway in 3 days. After dark, Dong Lijia gave the order to everyone. The residential building they were in was rented as a whole. The doors and windows had been changed from wood to steel, and it was a double-layered security door. With the ability of ordinary zombies, they may be able to break through a wooden door, but they can't break through a metal door. Dong Lijia gave everyone 3 days' worth of food and water, and each room had its own balcony and bathroom. They all lived on the top 3 floors, and didn't let anyone live on the lower floors. However, the doors were locked. The entire building's exit was locked. Chapter 1245. Dong Lijia and Dong Xinshin chose a relatively remote place. There were several modified off-road vehicles and 3 metal trucks in the open space downstairs. Except for the 4 people of the Dong family, the people following them didn't know what they were going to do. But since they had accepted the commission, they could only do as they said. There were also more than a dozen people who were arrested by Dong Xinshin and Dong Lijia's father. After more than a month, these people's emotions were either numb or had calmed down. Anyway, Dong Lijia said that as long as after tonight, if they wanted to leave, they would not stop them. Although they didn't know why the Dong family sent people to arrest people from various industries and put them under house arrest for no reason. They had food, drink, and sleep, and the treatment was not bad. In addition to not being able to leave the room, they didn't need to do anything, just let them stay like hostages. In the beginning, no matter how they resisted, it was of no use. They slowly calmed down and began to accept Dong Lijia's words. After tonight, let them make a new choice. Why must they stay with us? Dong Lijia ran to Dong Xinshin's room and asked puzzledly. After Lin Wenwen handed over the control of her body to Dong Xinshin, she stayed in Dong Xinshin's strange small space to read a book. Dong Xinshin's small space was very strange, she could feel it, but she couldn't put things in it. She could only let Lin Wenwen in and let her out. Others couldn't, such as Dong Lijia. She didn't know what kind of a tribute this small space was. Because they will be useful to us in the future, don't ask. Remember to check whether the locks of all the entrances and exits are locked. Everyone may not feel anything tonight. Dong Xinshin waved his hand and reminded him. Tonight, everyone will unconsciously fall into a state of dormancy, and then the changes in their bodies will slowly begin. If the door is not locked, it will be troublesome if you don't wake up tomorrow and the zombies outside sneak in. I know, didn't you say that the people here will not mutate? Now there are no people around this building, only the people in our building will have problems. Dong Lijia nodded. Although I remember those people, I can't guarantee that what happened now will remain the same. Dong Xinshin shrugged. What if she remembered wrong? What if there was an accident? These were all things that he had to take precautions against. The sky grew darker and darker. There was supposed to be a moon today. Although it wasn't a full moon, there was still some light shining on the ground. But for some reason, the moonlight seemed to have become blurry, and gradually, even the moonlight disappeared. After Dong Xinshin locked the doors and windows, he turned on the light and lay on the bed. She didn't sleep. She stared at the ceiling, waiting. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered and went out. The room was instantly plunged into darkness. Dong Xinshin began to feel a strange feeling of his body sinking, and his head was getting heavier and heavier. His eyelids began to close unconsciously. Here it comes. If everyone had already fallen asleep, they wouldn't have such a feeling. Only someone like Dong Xinshin, who was awake and waiting, could sense it. Other than her, Dong Lijia and their parents had not slept at all. It wasn't until now that they felt their bodies sinking uncontrollably, that they realized what was happening. Lin Wenwen, who was in Dong Xinshin's space, also had a strange feeling. She felt a sense of oppression coming from Dong Xinshin's small space. Lin Wenwen looked up and shone the flashlight. She saw that the walls of Dong Xinshin's small space were twisting and moving strangely. And it seemed to be slowly approaching Lin Wenwen. She looked around and found that it wasn't approaching her. Instead, the space was shrinking, and the four sides and the top were shrinking towards her. Ha! Why did this space shrink? Wouldn't that squash her flat? What should she do? Although she thought so in her mind, Lin Wenwen wasn't worried. Because she felt that this small space seemed to have something important to do with her going back 7 years. She could only go back from here. Seeing the change in the space, Lin Wenwen shouted Dong Xinshin's name, Xinshin. No response. She shouted again, Dong Xinshin. Still no response. It seemed that it had begun. Her body had begun to mutate. That was why this small space had changed. Seeing that the wall was getting closer and closer, and the oppressive atmosphere was getting stronger and stronger, Lin Wenwen closed her eyes uncomfortably. She felt as if her chest was slowly being blocked by something, and she felt suffocated. Just when Lin Wenwen began to feel suffocated, her mind began to become dizzy. Then she felt that her spiritual power began to weaken, and she gradually lost consciousness. After Lin Wenwen lost consciousness, the small space squeezed her whole body. Then, her entire body began to twist, and as it twisted, it became a whirlpool. Then Lin Wenwen and the small space disappeared together. Dong Xinshin, who was in a coma, didn't know that Lin Wenwen had disappeared, because she also lost consciousness. Everyone in the whole building fell into a quiet lying position in the dark room, with their eyes closed. Of course, it wasn't just this building. The villages and towns within a kilometer or two away, the city, the province, and all over the country, were collectively in the same state. Gradually, some people in all places stopped breathing, and their vital signs began to disappear. In the darkness, their faces slowly began to turn white and blue little by little. The eye sockets of their 2 eyes began to turn from blue to black, and their hair lost its luster and became dry. Their fingernails also slowly grew, and became hard and sharp. The joints of their whole body became stiff, and their bodies became hard. The sky began to slowly brighten, and a gray light spread from the horizon. In an apartment, a couple was lying on the bed in a bedroom. The man's face was pale, and his 2 eye sockets were black as if he had been punched twice. His originally thick black hair had turned into yellow straw overnight. The hostess's expression was as usual, and there was no change. She woke up, and her eyes moved under her eyelids and opened. Then, after a few seconds of confusion, her eyes became clear. Then she subconsciously turned her head to look in the direction of her husband, and as a result, as soon as she turned her head, she saw a pale face, a pair of black eye circles, pale lips, and yellow hair. Ah, old husband. The woman was startled, and instinctively screamed and stepped back. The man seemed to have heard her scream, and at this moment, he opened his eyes. But, a pair of strange black eyes with no white and no pupils were revealed. Ah! Chapter 1246. When Lin Wenwen opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on a bed. She sat up and looked at the surrounding environment. It was a little familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. She turned her head and glanced around, and then found that this was the scene she saw in her dream. So, she seemed to be back. Thinking of this, Lin Wenwen suddenly got out of bed, stepped on the floor barefoot, and trotted to the window. Then she looked outside. Yes, these renovated houses, and there was a familiar atmosphere around. Looking up, the sky was gray, making people feel very depressed. However, for Lin Wenwen, this was indeed a familiar scene that she used to be familiar with. Now it was a little strange but familiar. She was back. This time it was real, not a dream. Just as Lin Wenwen was feeling emotional, Lin Hao, who was on the other side, suddenly sensed a familiar atmosphere. He instantly threw down the medical information in his hand, stood up from the chair, and ran out of the office. Then he rushed in Lin Wenwen's direction. Lin Wenwen stood by the window and looked at the scenery outside, and then she suddenly thought of something. She closed her eyes and sensed it, and found that everything in the space was still there. Only then did she feel at ease, turned around, and walked toward the door. The door was not locked, so she opened it with a pull. Just as she walked out of the room, she heard a shout from the other side of the corridor, Wenwen. She turned her head and saw Lin Hao running toward her with a nervous and excited face. Lin Hao rushed in front of her, immediately pressed his hands on her shoulders, and looked her up and down. He asked nervously, "Where did you disappear to? What's going on? Also, do you feel anything from your body? What about your special ability?" Although Lin Wenwen was 2 years older than him, Lin Hao rarely called her sister, and he directly called her by her name. Lin Wenwen looked at his nervous look and asked, "How long did I disappear?" Lin Hao looked at her and said, "More than half a month." He looked at Lin Wenwen's condition and found that she seemed to be fine. Lin Hao was slightly relieved, and then he stared at her and asked, "When you disappeared, we thought you were taken away by someone else, but after checking your ward many times, they said that no one else had been here. We also investigated the base for a long time, but we couldn't find any clues about your disappearance. Later, they guessed that you might have run into your own dimension, but there was no clear evidence. So where have you been for the past half a month?" Lin Wenwen looked at him and suddenly smiled mysteriously. "Maybe you won't believe me. Look at this." With that, she took out a bag of catnip from her space and threw it in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao was curiously waiting for her answer, but she suddenly threw out a bag of grass. But when he took a closer look, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. "So early?" Lin Wenwen said, "You didn't expect that, did you?" "While I was there, I saw a vision." He felt that this was very important, so he thought of ways to get a lot of them. "How was it? What's this catnip for? Is this uncontaminated catnip?" "Really?" Lin Hao had already squatted on the ground and opened the bag. Then, he fished out a handful of catnip and put it in his hand to size it up. After carefully sensing it, there was not a trace of virus infection. So, this was the purest catnip grass. "It's really not infected. That's great. That's great. Wenwen, how did you get these?" "No. How did you get these? Where did you get them?" After confirming that the catnip was indeed not infected, Lin Hao stood up excitedly, looked at Lin Wenwen, and blurted out. He didn't even think before he spoke. After all, it was difficult to find a bag of pure catnip in the apocalypse, let alone such a big bag. Before the apocalypse. Lin Wenwen looked at him with a smile. After Lin Hao heard it, as she expected, his expression was stunned. Then, he looked at her blankly and asked, "Before the apocalypse? What do you mean?" He didn't understand. What did she mean before the apocalypse? Could it be that she went back to 7 years ago? How could it be possible? Lin Wenwen knew that his expression would be so funny, so she continued to smile and said, "Yes, that's right. It was before the apocalypse. Otherwise, where could you find so many pure plants now?" After Lin Hao heard it, he looked at her and was silent for 3 seconds before saying, "Are you kidding me?" Lin Wenwen saw his expression was really funny. She had never seen such a shrewd brother show such an expression. "Oh, that's not right. It was common when she was young, but it was rarely seen when she grew up." She covered her mouth and laughed, then explained, "Didn't you just ask me where I went? I went back to 7 years ago. So isn't it before the apocalypse?" Lin Hao stood next to her with his hands crossed in front of his chest. He looked at her speechlessly. "Is your brain broken? It's not time travel, how can you go back to 7 years ago?" Lin Wenwen saw that this guy had an expression of disbelief, so she said with some boredom, "Hey, it's fine if you don't believe me. But I'm not lying to you. Otherwise, where do you think I got these catnip? And look, these vegetables are all fresh." In order to prove that she really went back to 7 years ago, Lin Wenwen took out some fresh vegetables and fruits that she had previously purchased and stored in the space for him to see. Lin Hao looked at the tomatoes and vegetable cores in her left hand, and the apples and pears in her right hand. There was no smell of infection. Just like the catnip on the ground, they were as clean as ordinary fruits and vegetables before the apocalypse. He put it in his hand with some uncertainty and carefully sensed it with his superpower. It was really clean. There was no mutated energy after the apocalypse, and there was no virus energy. Is it true? Lin Hao looked at her hesitantly. There was some disbelief in his eyes, and there was some feeling of doubting life. Lin Wenwen was happy to see his dumbfounded expression. She nodded, "Yes, it's true. And you said that I only disappeared for more than half a month, but in fact, I stayed there for 3 months. Just 3 months before the apocalypse." Lin Hao's face gradually changed into a "what the hell" expression, then he looked at her, then looked at the fruit in his hand, then looked at her, and then looked at the fruit in his hand. More importantly, he stared at the big bag of catnip on the ground and was silent for a while. "Isn't it amazing? At first, I didn't believe that I went back to the past. I felt like I was dreaming. And when I went back, I ran into someone else's body, not even back to my own body." Lin Wenwen smiled and walked to the railing of the corridor and leaned against it. Just then, she suddenly thought of something. Her expression sank and she asked, "Right, who in our base turned purple? Was it poisoned or something? Who is that person?" Chapter 1247. Hearing her words, Lin Hao was slightly startled, then looked at her and said, "How do you know? Do you have telepathy? Wasn't she talking about Yuan Tianqing? Wasn't he the one whose entire body had turned purple as though he had been poisoned? Who is it? What does that person have to do with me?" This time it was Lin Wenwen's turn to be a little anxious and nervous. That man must be very important to her, so in addition to her family, Lin Feng and Lin Hao, it could only be. Thinking of this, Lin Wenwen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Without waiting for Lin Hao to speak, she rushed in front of him and grabbed his big white hexagram. "Did something happen to Brother Tianqing? Is it him?" Her eyes widened, and there was a complicated expression on her face, as if she didn't want to believe the truth. She probably guessed what had happened, but she was a little unwilling to accept it. So at this time, she asked Lin Hao for confirmation, hoping that his answer would be different from what she thought. However, Lin Hao just nodded to her regretfully and said, "Well, something happened to Brother Tianqing. When he went underground to inquire about the important situation, he encountered some very bad things. So he was poisoned." As soon as she heard Lin Hao's words, her imagination turned out to be true. There was a moment of despair in Lin Wenwen's heart. She opened her eyes and her expression froze for 2 seconds before she asked, "Then, how is he now? Is he still alive?" What she saw at that time was that the man did not lose his breath. So he was still alive. Lin Hao nodded. Yes, he is not dead yet. But his previous situation is probably not good. What do you mean by not good? As soon as Lin Wenwen heard this, her expression changed, and she immediately interrupted him anxiously. Seeing that she was a little excited, Lin Hao quickly comforted her. Alas, don't worry. Listen to me, okay? You've interrupted the most important thing I wanted to say. Lin Wenwen couldn't help but grab his clothes and shake it. Then hurry up. Okay, I'll say it. Originally, Brother Tianqing's situation could only be suppressed by my sister at the bottom of the lake in the space, because there was no way to save him, and the destructive energy in his body was spreading. But now that you've brought back the uninfected catnip, you've also brought back the medicine that can cure him. That's why I said he couldn't recover before, but now he's fine. How much catnip did you bring back? It can't be that there's only one bag, right? Lin Hao explained to her, and at the end of the explanation, he suddenly thought of an important question. He looked at her nervously and asked. I've tried my best to collect it. I've gone to many cultivation bases and bought more than 500 kilograms of fresh catnip. But I also bought a lot of seeds. We can plant them in Big Sister's space. Lin Wenwen said in a depressed tone, but when he talked about seeds, his eyes immediately lit up with anticipation. 500 kilograms. So many, it's not a small number. And you even brought back seeds. That's great. This is the most important thing. However, when Lin Hao heard this, his eyes instantly overflowed with light. He was so excited that he couldn't help but grab her hand that was grabbing the front of his shirt, and looked at her with a face full of excitement. Then she continued, with this catnip, Brother Tianqing's condition will improve. There's hope of dealing with the underworld creatures outside. Underworld creatures? What underworld creatures? Those without eyes that look like gorillas. When Lin Wenwen heard this, the first thing that came to her mind was the underground gorillas. Lin Hao shook his head and let go of her hand. At the same time, he pulled her hand down from his clothes. Then he picked up the bag of catnip on the ground and walked to his office. It's not those. Let's go to my office first. I still want to ask you a lot of questions. It's not those underground gorillas. There are others. By the way, how is Brother Tianqing's condition? What do you think the effect of these catnip is? Can it really save Brother Tianqing? Lin Wenwen's mind was now on Yuan Tianqing, and she followed Lin Hao to ask him. Brother Tianqing is now in Big Sister's space, but Big Sister is not at the base now. So we can only wait for her to come back to treat Brother Tianqing. The juice in the catnip contains a substance that has a strong paralyzing effect on the underground creatures that are constantly emerging. And the mutated catnip contains mutated impure energy. If it was pure, it would be more harmful to them, Lin Hao explained to her as they walked. At this moment, a petite figure suddenly flashed in front of the two of them. Sister Wenwen. It's really you. Qiu Lily had sensed Lin Wenwen's aura from far away at Mount Wu, so she immediately rushed over after smelling Lin Wenwen's scent. When she saw Lin Wenwen standing beside Lin Hao, who was still wearing a patient's gown, Qiu Lily was sure that she did not sense wrongly. I'm back. Did I make you worry these past few days? I'm sorry that I only came back now. Seeing Qiu Lily's big red eyes looking at him in disbelief, Lin Wenwen smiled and comforted her. You? Where did you go? Why did you suddenly disappear? After Chiu Lily calmed herself down, she finally asked the question that she wanted to know the most. Let's go to Lin Hao's office, and I will tell you everything. Lin Wenwen smiled at her. Oh. Chiu Lily then followed her to Lin Hao's office in a daze. And when the three of them walked halfway to Lin Hao's office, Lin Kuei appeared in a flash. Originally, he walked with Chiu Lily, but his speed could not keep up with Chiu Lily, who was a level 7 wind element. So he was a step slower before appearing in front of them. After appearing, he looked at Lin Wenwen up and down in surprise, but soon, his gaze was attracted by the bag of grass in Lin Hao's hand. That. What is that? When Lin Hao saw him asking this, he immediately laughed. Oh, no way. You are very sensitive about this. Really? Even if you are a cat, that is only your special ability, right? You are not a real cat, so you shouldn't really have a reaction to these catnip, right? Hearing this, Lin Wenwen and Chiu Lily immediately stared at Lin Kuei with a subtle expression. Lin Kuei's expression was also subtle. Catnip? Do you feel anything? Chiu Lily saw that after hearing Lin Hao's words, he revealed a subtle expression as if he was deep in thought, and immediately asked curiously. Lin Kuei's gaze drifted a little unnaturally, and then he said. A little. Chapter 1248. Being stared at by Lin Wenwen and the other two, although Lin Kuei's expression remained calm, his eyes still unconsciously glanced at the bag of catnip. Chiu Lily suddenly moved to Lin Hao's side, and then took out a catnip from the bag. Then she walked toward Lin Kuei with a sneaky smile, and then raised the fresh catnip in her hand in front of him. Sure enough, Lin Kuei's eyes were fixed on the catnip, and as Chiu Lily's hand moved left and right, his eyes and head also moved left and right. It was not under his control at all. Pfft. A big man's reaction like a cat, Lin Wenwen couldn't help but laugh. Lin Hao was looking at the interaction between the two of them with a fresh look. Okay, stop it. After Lin Kuei came to his senses, he immediately grabbed Chiu Lily's playful little hand angrily. It's true. There's a reaction. It's amazing. Chiu Lily seemed to have found something fun, and there was a little excitement on her face. At this time, the others continued to walk toward Lin Hao's office. Lin Hao walked while talking about the recent situation outside the base. Since you were in a coma, there have been some strange changes outside the base. Recently, I don't know why, but different strange creatures have emerged from the ground all over the country. Last time you went to Lake Tai, there were some monsters that looked like a lizard but not a lizard, like a crocodile but not a crocodile. The common characteristic of these creatures is that they appear in large groups, and they also carry a very serious poisonous gas. Not only are they harmful to living creatures, but they are also harmful to plants. No wonder I saw that kind of scene, but why did these things suddenly appear? Is there a reason? Lin Wenwen slightly frowned thoughtfully. However, at this time, Chiu Lily suddenly stared at her feet. Sister Wenwen, aren't your feet cold? Why don't you wear shoes? Although she was a zombie, there was not much reaction to the temperature. But looking at Lin Wenwen walking barefoot on the cold floor, she felt cold just by looking at it. Lin Wenwen stopped and looked down, only to find that she was barefoot. Oh. I didn't pay attention just now, I actually forgot. Saying that, she took out a pair of spare slippers from her space and threw them in front of her feet. However, it was also because she was a psychic that she was in good health. This bit of coldness did not have much of a reaction to her. Can you still see what's going on over there? Did you successfully advance your second ability? Lin Hao asked her curiously after he saw her put on her shoes and walked into the office. I guess so. I don't have a headache or dizziness anymore. Moreover, the space element's energy was also recovering. It seemed like he had succeeded. But I did see a lot of images. Lin Wenwen nodded and said. Where did you go? Isn't it inside the space? Chiu Lily asked in puzzlement when she heard them talking about that side and that side. How should I put it? I didn't enter the space, but another space in time. Lin Wenwen paused for a moment before answering her question. Apart from Lin Hao, who had already understood the situation, the other two looked at her in confusion. Lin Hao took the catnip that he had been holding in his hand and sat on his desk. Then he stared at the catnip left and right. After hearing Lin Wenwen's words, he looked up at the other people's expressions. He said casually, she said she went back to 7 years ago. Look at this. This is what she brought back from 7 years ago. Ah. When Chiu Lily and Lin Kuei heard this, their expressions became similar to Lin Hao's. However, Lin Kuei was calmer, while Chiu Lily was dumbfounded. Lin Hao looked at their expressions amusedly, thinking that his expression must have been the same just now. And I did suddenly go back to 7 years ago. And it wasn't my own reason, I was involved in it by someone else. But going back there doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Lin Wenwen sat on another chair in front of Lin Hao's desk and then pointed to the bag of catnip. Chiu Lily listened to her words, looked at the big sack she was pointing at, and then looked at the catnip that Lin Kuei had been holding on to since he snatched it from her hand. Really? There's such a thing. Did your special ability upgrade? Not only can you predict the future, but you can also go back in time. Chiu Lily's thought was simple. She felt that it had something to do with Lin Wenwen's special ability. Lin Wenwen shook her head. No, didn't I say it? I was involved in it by someone else. Chiu Lily looked at her with a strange expression. No wonder you disappeared for no reason. We couldn't find the reason for your disappearance even after searching for half a month. Lin Wenwen smiled. This is also an uncontrollable factor. I don't even know why I ran back. But where is my big sister? Isn't she in the base now? She suddenly remembered that Yuan Tianqing was in a critical situation and was in Lin Qiao's space. Lin Wenwen wanted to run to her with the catnip in her hand and then give her the catnip to treat Yuan Tianqing. Qiao went to China, Chiu Lily looked at her and said. Why did she go to China again? Lin Wenwenlu was also surprised. She thought her sister was going out to deal with the underground creatures. Why did she go to China again? It's because Huaxia wants to hold a conference on the underground creatures. I guess they're trying to snatch the intelligence from others. Chiu Lily pouted in disdain. As soon as Lin Wenwen heard this, he could roughly guess what was going on. She showed a gloomy expression and said, I don't know what Xikong Chen is up to again. Since she went to China, she couldn't go to China again. That would only cause trouble for her sister, so she could only wait for them to come back. What about Ting? Is he at my big brother's house? She suddenly thought of Ting Ting. The adults had gone far away, so the child should be at the base. It was most likely to be at Lin Feng's house. Lin Hao shook his head. No, I brought Ting Ting with me. Lin Wenwen was stunned when he heard that. It was different from what he had expected. But she quickly skipped over this question and said, then when will she come back? Can Brother Tianqing wait? Yes, he can. Don't worry. There's a leader. Although her space can't cure Brother Tianqing, it can suppress his condition. So as long as he is in the lake in the leader space, he will be fine. Lin Hao saw that she only cared about Yuan Tianqing and couldn't help but say unhappily, all right, since you brought so much catnip back, hurry up and find Big Brother to deal with it. Then let's get Big Brother to settle this first. We have to send it to Ling Xiantong first, and we have to send a portion of it to Sea City. Chapter 1249. Oh. Lin Wenwen was quickly chased out. She changed her clothes and went to find Lin Feng. But before she arrived at Lin Hao's medical center, she saw Lin Feng rushing over in the hall of the medical center. Wenwen. Lin Feng cried out in disbelief when he saw her. Brother. Lin Wenwen smiled when she saw him and walked towards him. It's really you. You're back. Lin Feng strode in front of her and pressed his hands on her shoulders in the same motion as Lin Hao. Then, he looked her up and down. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Lin Wenwen, he heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. You look fine. Tell me, where have you been all this time? Do you know how anxious we were because of your disappearance? Let's go to Leng Xuantong's place first. I'll tell you on the way. Lin Wenwen dragged his arm and walked out. Have you seen Lin Hao? Lin Feng was dragged out by her. She said that she was going to Leng Xuantong's place. It was probably something important. He followed her out and asked. Of course I've seen him. This is his territory after all. And we've talked about everything that needs to be talked about. I only came after that, Lin Wenwen replied. The two of them walked out. Coincidentally, Lin Feng also drove over. He got into his car and drove towards the second base. Brother, I brought back some uninfected catnip. I heard from Lin Hao that this grass is very important, right? After sitting in the car, Lin Wenwen took out a catnip and held it in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stunned. Then, he stared at the plant in her hand and asked, Where did you get this? As he said that, he took the catnip from her hand and couldn't believe his eyes. After staring at the green leaf in his hand, he looked at Lin Wenwen in a daze. He could sense the aura coming from the plant in his hand. It was the cleanest plant he had ever seen in the apocalypse. There was no trace of infection or mutation. It was as if it had never experienced the environment of the apocalypse. I'm afraid you won't believe me. I brought this back 7 years ago. Lin Wenwen said to him with a smile. 7 years ago? Did you leave these behind 7 years ago? No, if it was left behind by you 7 years ago. It can only be a pile of hay. If it was planted until now, it would have mutated long ago. Lin Feng didn't quite understand what she was saying. He thought that when she said 7 years ago, she must have accidentally left it behind 7 years ago. But 7 years had passed, so it was impossible for it to remain so fresh, unless it was planted in the soil. It was 7 years ago, but it hasn't been 7 years. Instead, I directly put it into the space from 7 years ago and brought it back. It had been less than 2 months since they were plucked. Fortunately, I could freeze their changes in my space. Don't you want to know where I've been for the past half a month? Lin Wenwen explained. Not even 7 years. It's only been 2 months. What do you mean? Lin Feng listened to her words and looked at the catnip leaves in his hand in confusion. She continued, Haven't you been unconscious in your own space for more than half a month? He still believed what Lin Hao said before. After all, Lin Qiao was also a space type, and a similar situation had occurred. Lin Wenwen was also a space type, and after many investigations, he couldn't find any clues about her disappearance. So he would rather believe that Lin Wenwen disappeared because of him. No, I transmigrated. I suddenly returned to the 7th year, 3 months before the apocalypse, and I stayed there for 3 whole months. I only returned here on the day the apocalypse arrived. Lin Wenwen said after thinking for a while. Transmigrated. Lin Feng looked at her calmly. Lin Wenwen saw his expression and nodded with a smile. Lin Feng continued to look at her calmly. Lin Wenwen, the two looked at each other silently for a few seconds, and then the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Even the driver in front kept looking up at the rearview mirror, quietly observing the expressions of the two of them. At this time, little A, who was driving, was also dumbfounded. What did he hear? His boss's sister could actually transmigrate. What an awesome skill. And after transmigrating to the past, she could transmigrate back again. That was amazing. Lin Feng and Lin Wenwen looked at each other silently for 7 to 8 seconds before finally breaking the silence. Is it true? Lin Wenwen saw that her brother's usually serious expression was a little cracked, and she felt it was funny. On the surface, she nodded calmly. Yes, it's true. Really, it's not a dream. Otherwise, do you think I can bring this back in a dream? After saying that, she pointed at the grass in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng, when they arrived at Base 2's Ling Xuantong's Research Institute, Lin Feng saw that Lin Wenwen still had a face of doubt, but he had to believe it. After all, that catnip was the most direct evidence. Oh right, you said you brought some back. How much did you bring? And how did you know we need this now? After getting out of the car, Lin Feng remembered the important question and asked her. Because I saw it with my second ability, although I'm not quite sure what's going on. Although I'm not sure what's going on, I felt that this might be very important, so I went around to buy it, Lin Wenwen replied. After the guard of the Research Institute saw Lin Feng, he immediately led them in while informing Ling Xiantong inside. How much did you bring back? Lin Feng asked. 500 kilograms, and I also brought 80 kilograms of seeds, Lin Wenwen replied. And seeds? That's great. Smart. Once he heard that she brought seeds back, Lin Feng immediately turned his head and looked at her happily. Lin Wenwen smiled without being modest. Of course. Your sister, has never been stupid, okay? At this moment, Bao Xiaoying and Bao Xiaoguo walked out. Deputy leader, the section chief is in the lab now. He said you can go there directly. Lin Feng nodded, and let's go. When everyone arrived at the door of the lab, Lin Feng pointed at the rows of test grooves in the lab and said, those are the parts of the underground creatures we encountered outside. Now Ling Xiantong has been studying how to deal with these things. Lin Wenwen walked in and looked at the test grooves cautiously. On them were the types, names, attributes, test time, and so on. Miss Wenwen is back. That's great. Ling Xiantong, who was bending over to stare at the experiment table, heard the sound and straightened up. He turned his head and saw Lin Wenwen. Then, he said in surprise. She just came back, and she brought back something good. Lin Feng smiled and handed the catnip in his hand to him like he was presenting a treasure. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.